into the last thing like that he said about Olofmeister, because that's what he does. He brings that's why I always said, even when he had bad games, there's things that he brings to the table, to the team, that you will never see in the stat sheet, right? Just suggestions. He's never afraid to take space where he thinks space exists, and sometimes that's enough. Even if he dies, right, that can help your team enough, create enough space so that you can take the site and whatnot. And this was a game where he was making good decisions, important decisions in important rounds, and was also able to convert a lot of those kills, right? And that's where you can really see how easier it is for FaZe when that happens.
Yeah, this round was absolutely mental. I believe this was that execute onto the upper bomb site where actually FaZe had no utility. Brokey messed up the Molotov into the bomb site.
Yeah, it was just mental. They had no nades. They established no presence yard. Heroic had all the info. They had 3 players A, and Cadian was kind of close on the rotate to come into heaven, and still just sort of miscommunication, right? The player in quad died being shot in his back. It just felt disjointed, and to be honest, it's probably a pretty good microcosm of Heroic's,
run at
IEM Winter, really.
Yeah, this was a tough game. They lost a lot of rounds they shouldn't have, which is brutal. A lot of uncharacteristic rounds you won't see them losing at different events.
Yeah, and I think just running with what you guys said about, we could see the fatigue. It's there. Long year for these guys. Can't write that off. That's something you got to keep in your pocket. Speaking of going into the pockets, we do have Gambit versus Virtus.pro coming up next, which is going to be our next game. A best of 3 right there. Group E upper bracket semifinals match, to be exact. But before we do that, I need to tell you about something that ESL is about to have going on. We're talking about NFTs, guys. What do you guys know about NFTs?
What are NFTs, Trace?
Non-fungible tokens, of course.
Which means what?
Which means
what
NFT.
Does non-fungible
it's
mean?
Like an acronym, of course, for non-fungible tokens.
It means you can't break it down into a smaller piece than one.
Yeah, exactly.
But
anyway, during IEM Winter, ESL will drop some awesome NFTs. Imagine that. You can check that out at esl.gg/team gear. Jason, go ahead and load that up and give us a look. For the meantime, we're going to go to break so Jason can learn all about NFTs and teach us when we come back.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
Olaf's going to open the gap as well. Needs to keep the AWP in play, and they're going to go similar to what they did at the start of this game. They're going to go fast. They've got the first pick for FaZe. He's missed his second shot, and every shot he misses brings Fur and Taco closer. First, already in behind them. He's cut off Kerrigan as well. Guardian at least makes one back. He goes aggressive. Hits Taco. A smoke deployed by the terrorists actually gives him a chance to funnel in, but Bolt says no. And SK in 3 will take down FaZe once again.
Do you think you know everything about CSGO? Then stay alert and look out for the DHL drop quiz on the ESL CSGO Twitch channel.
Howdy partner, we're back to bring you the last two best of threes of the day. Live from Stockholm for the last of the IEM Tour of 2021. It really has gone fast. I'm Alex Machine Richardson and I'm hanging out with Chad Sponge Birch. We're going to be casting these next two games. And on the menu is none other than Gambit versus Virtus.pro.
Yeah, sinking our teeth into this, the two CS representatives here. This one here went down a month ago, just to the major. It was a best of one. It was on Vertigo. And thank bloody God for Hobbit, who dropped 39 kills in that matchup. And there might be a bit of a clutch that Shiro remembers, or maybe Kick it does, because he flubbed that spray. But looking in on this, we've got Gambit still in the event. They win this, they're in the playoffs. Heroic just went out, which could have been one of their biggest rivals here. I really think that this matchup today is going to deliver some good CS.
Yeah, and don't forget that, you know, Gambit are at the tip of everyone's tongue, right under the likes of Heroic, the likes of Vitality in terms of a team, a contender to take the top spot in the absence of Na'Vi. But Virtus.pro as well for you was a team that you've been kind of regularly touting as somewhat of a dark horse.
Yeah, I think, Kieran, I would love to hear what the desk has to say about it, but the firepower of this team now that Flit has come in for Sanji, he was a hardcore support player previously, but now this team who are a bit risk adverse, they love a good save, they love running that clock down, are a team now with a lot more firepower, and I'm hoping that they can give us a bit more explosive Counter-Strike in their playbook going forward. Same crew that you remember from the major many years ago, Dustin, the coach, still behind them right there, and I think that the CIS brand of Counter-Strike, it's been their year. 2021, Na'Vi, Gambit, VP, Spirit, Entropic, the names go on.
Yeah, and speaking of the names, on the right-hand side of your screen, you will see Flit, of course, in place of Sanji in pursuit of that firepower that Chad is referencing. Something impressive, of course, just to highlight Yakinda. We'll be talking about him a lot, especially into their T sides. I have seen this man get 3 frags on a CT side and end up top fragging at 30. Looking at his stats in the last 3 months as well, for an entry fragger to have a positive KD, the second best KD ratio on the entire squad, is something absurd.
I wonder if we got Yanko on the desk, because I'm interested to see what his take is on the way that VP approach Counter-Strike.
Yeah, we're going to head over there now. We're going to throw it over to the analyst desk. Looking forward to casting this one and the following, but we'll be getting our teeth into it over at the analyst desk.
Yep, and we're going to put that one in Yanko's pocket. Keep thinking about it, Yanko, because before we get there, just want to let everyone know that in 2021, out of the 14 maps, 10 of them have went the way of Gambit. So you think about that in context right now, running the way is Gambit, but Yanko, how does it subside with you?
Yeah, out of 2021, also the year of the CIS Counter-Strike, Volk managed to win ESL Pro League Season 13. Everything else was either Na'Vi or Gambit, pretty much. So this being a matchup of Katowice Grand Final, where Gambit won their first big trophy of the year, taking down VP 3-1 in the Grand Final. But I do agree with Chad. You know, this is an obvious firepower upgrade in terms of Flit coming in. And even though Yakinda wanted to make us believe at the major they're already 100% after a week of playing with Flit, it's obvious that you need more time to figure things out. Maybe you want to swap some positions a little bit as well. Now they've had 3 weeks or so since their last official to just do exactly that, and I'm excited to see how they're going to show up here.
And Kassad, it's been about 24 hours or less that we've seen you or heard from you, so please do tell us what do you think? We got a little bit of a VP on our plate, Gambit on the other side.
I mean, you should have seen Yanko's face, Chad, when you mentioned VP and gameplay of VP, but definitely I think these are the two teams that are kind of fighting for the number 2 spot in the CIS region. Like we talked about, they're just, you know, had a lot of games. You know, you said it was 10-4 in favor of Gambit in terms of maps, and a lot of these maps were like kind of close in a way, especially Vertigo. It was like 3 times for 16-14, 2 times to Gambit, and 1 time to Virtus.pro. So we can expect a close game. These teams know each other. The upgrade went for Fleet went for Virtus.pro. That they can be a little bit more dangerous now. Like Chad said, he was like more of a support player in Force, and then after I would expect him to go into a little bit of aggressive role right now and do some more damage.
Well, talking about over here on the Gambit side of things, obviously you can see Hobbit there on your screen, but it's Axile and Hobbit leading the way statistically when it comes to the ADR department. Yanko, is that normality for these guys?
Well, it was towards the first part of the year, right? Obviously, Shiro as the Opera, he's always up there as well. But I think Exile, once we started going back to LAN a little bit, you know, you didn't see as many performances like this one yesterday against Fnatic, right? And I think that was, you know, what Gambit was missing a little bit, to have more consistent performances from Exile, because just position-wise, what he does for the team as well, how sharp he was in the first half of the year, that just goes a long way in some of these tight games against the likes of Na'Vi, right? The very best teams in the world, to help Gambit push them over the hump.
Yeah,
when it comes to Hobbit, I mean, I would like to say he's like not your traditional superstar player. He's more of an all-around player right now. That he's gonna hit every rotation on the right time. He's gonna hit the impact spread. He's gonna help the team get in a good position to finish the round. So that's kind of his main impact, and he can frag definitely.
Definitely something to consider. Now, for Gambit, what do you think some of the pitfalls are here? Where are their shortcomings at, Yanko?
Us too.
Yeah,
okay, perhaps,
I mean, in Budapest, some of it was like slow starts. In general, it's just small things. I don't think Gambit plays any differently than they did online. It's just that in some of the situations, the players aren't converting some of the kills, right? They're not winning maybe as many pistol rounds as they did before to have those good stars that they may have been reliant on. I think more than anything else, a couple of times they crumble when the opponent is coming back. I think it's just growing pains of these young players, transitioning to LAN and playing in all these different environments and knowing that the expectations from them are really high because of what they showcased in the first part of the year. And it was just kind of getting used to all of that, acclimatizing in a sense. And I think they're slowly getting there, and we're seeing Gambit show us more and more of what we want to see from them, even on LAN.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with most of that. The thing that I mentioned is Dust 2, because Shiro is simply a defensive op. You cannot have that on a map like Dust 2 on T side, because you need to take that map control on middle, on short, and he's not really aggressive type of op, and they're losing control and battle over there. They're kind of forced into this like kind of super obvious finishers of the rounds, and that can be one of the main problems on that map for now.
So problems also arise for VP yesterday, who had Ints obviously a little bit closer than they would have liked, considering that Ints were playing without Snappy. You would have thought, okay, you would look at this from the surface level, this could be a runaway game, but that just wasn't the case. Yeah. Ints won both pistols and only converted that in the second half, so that kind of tells you the storyline of that matchup. Do we know what happened there yesterday? What kept it in contention?
It wasn't the B stream. We didn't get to see that game. We know that Ents managed to mount a comeback towards the very end to take it into overtime, but it's probably a weird game for VP. They also found out a day and a half before the game that Ents wasn't going to play with Snappy, so we're just wondering a little bit. Ancient was an interesting one for VP because throughout the major, people were like punishing them. They started. They would always pick it against them, and it was a punishment. But towards the end of it, they played it so many times that they actually got good on the map. And in some of the crucial games, they actually managed to win Ancient as well. So it seems like they've put in the work.
Yeah, also it's the first map of the tournament for them. They're setting up for the new piece. It's the best of one. Like Yanko said, the different lineup for Ents, something they didn't expect. So all these kind of early jitters for them kind of affected the late portion of that map. They had it like all the way besides those pistols. They were like 14, 15, 10 or something, but they couldn't close it out. I would just say it's a first map thing.
Yeah, and just write it kind of off as such. I mean, you stay alive in the upper bracket, which goes a long way. You want to make it easier for yourself going forward, which is exactly what we can begin to do, because I think that a man over there on the VP side of things named Yikinder is going to have a few words to share with us before we jump into this match.
What's up, guys? I'm here with Yikinder of VP. Yikinder, how's setup going? What's the vibe in the team?
I mean, it feels good. I'm glad that we won the last game. It was a close game, but it was the perfect game for us to start the tournament, because the more rounds you play, the more you are ready for the next game, And now, I don't know. I think we played against Gambit already a lot of times, and most of those times we lost, but now we have a new player. The last game on Major was close on Vertigo. I think it's overall a great opportunity for us to show something good.
Perfect. Well, Yikinder, I don't want to take any more of your time. Best of luck. Would you like to say anything to the VP fans out there?
Yeah, guys, thank you for supporting us. I hope that you are actually watching these games, because IEM Winter last big tournament of the season, and you will have no CS anymore after that. So enjoy.
And I don't think much else needs to be said. And that's why they let him have the mic right there. Of course, for us, the veto's very, very important in this best of three. This isn't a lower bracket game.
The obvious ones.
And this was one of the interesting ones, right? The trades, because both of these teams, their permaban is nuke. So who was going to take the gamble, potentially? Well, we see VP doesn't care. They just veto it straight away. And Gambit then gets to veto Inferno. I was thinking if it goes through, that could have been a map for VP to pick themselves. But actually, they just go into a Dust 2 pick. Gambit back to Vertigo, their staple in 2021, and Mirage as the decider.
I wonder if Dust is a comfort pick or a punish pick for VP. You know, is that something they saw on the Hungarian tournament, or they're just feeling good on it?
Speaking of comfort, we don't have a whole lot of time to have that, considering it's time to get into the game. But Kasad, I want to know who wins this first map.
VP.
I think Gambit wins it. I think they got baited a little bit by this Dust 2. You know, some of the games, yeah, the Gambit lost in Budapest to lower tier teams, but when it mattered, they stomped both Big and Entropic 16-4. So
was it 16-4?
Yes, I think it was a mistake for VP to pick this map.
We are definitely ready to find out. We're ready to do that with Chad and Alex. Take it away, guys.
Halftime.
Just into the action in time. Double CT hold. Axile is responsible and looking to pop into the B site. We are ready to get this one underway. Dust 2. It is the pick of VP, starting on that attacking side. And I've got Chad Birchall by my side. Lots of utility juggled. Look at this lurky smoke, but there's more to come. One for the doors likely. Thrown out now by Yakinda. And enters. His adaption's not bad. He tucks in. Hard clear. And clicks a lovely head. One and done. Nafany on notice. Axile, however, dinked down to 3. And the bomb planted uncontested. They already have tunnels control here. And in they come. The smoke does not. Guys, his assault. Nafany down. Axile 2. A couple of clicks. It's all onto Hobbit. Good luck. Have fun. That's a VP pistol.
Very responsive there from Gambit. The setup allowed them to rotate over very quickly here, but once locked out, enters one. Unfortunately, not enough. And when you are the B anchor in that situation, you think it would be there, but we know how difficult it can be to retake the B bomb site. VP kick things off. I'm interested to see just how much this team has been able to evolve in, about a month's time, right? This is the thing that the desk was talking about. Obviously, the addition of Flit, there's a bit more firepower here. They have had more time now. When he first joined the team, it was, oh, he's in and he's playing the major. All right, let's see what happens. So now we get to see how much they've been working on. And, well, Nafany's working on a lower push. 5-7 in hand.
Ooh.
A bit astray there, and Yakinda mops that one up. Opening kill. So I think we'll see a lot of the head-to-head there, especially if Yakinda and Nafany start heading towards the same side of the map here. Very aggressive. Hobbit's in the long doors right now. Is the next bit of a problem here as Shiro starts to shift back over towards that bomb site with the scout in hand. Just the default spread here from VP, and we are still learning how the new Dust 2 is evolving time after time.
Well, never mind that. The new VP. I mean, they've really had much more time now to integrate Flit into this roster and into their ranks.
Can't execute here. They got enough utility for this. Couple smokes, they can do the classic avant-garde, as per the old namesake. That only issue is this scout on Shiro here. We'll have to team up with Axile over towards the ramp position.
Yeah, just going through the motions now. I mean, there is a quote-unquote 3-man setup. I'm unwilling to really commit to 3, given the long commit, but 2 here at least. Axile flashed off, and a rain of hellfire towards the ramp position. A quick beheading in the public square. Poor old Axile. Down and out. They're not committing, Chad, and those smokes will fade. It is up to this Crawly, creepy Krabby with the Mag-10. Kick it to try and get that bomb down, and the frags do come through. So, a little bit of sweat on the brow at times, but not for long. Pressure relieved. Flit with 2. It's very first of the first map here. Best of 3s from here on out.
Yeah, I think I use risk adverse for the definition.
I loved that, by the way.
Right? They're a team who, when they throw their own utility, they know exactly how they want to play around it. And one thing, the reason that this team is so slow, right? The reason this team goes for a save or not is because they play the percentages here, right? You're going to see them, they run the rounds down very late. And the reason for that is because utility in this game, it adds variance. And what VP do is they'll wait out that utility. Oh, it's a smoke. They could be one way and they could be boosting the molly. We don't need to play through that. We can just wait it out because time, these guys are the masters of it. The time is their best friend in a lot of these scenarios. Sometimes it looks like their biggest enemy.
But Chad, you've also used the percentage comparison for Gambit. I mean, it's something that I'm sure has nuance and levels to it, considering these teams are different in their approach, despite both being driven by that same motivation.
Yeah, I think here, right, Gambit does a lot of things by the book, right? Definitely so. It's really quite wise Counter-Strike, whereas VP's, it can look a little bit different, but it's It's built on the same premise, right? And a lot of the time when it's super late and we see there's like 15 seconds left on the clock and then they just start hitting the bomb site, that's when they are the most exciting team in the world.
Oh, yeah.
But up until that moment, they're the most boring team in the world, right? So you get a little bit of both. But the way that they approach this game by running that clock down, you have to have so much faith in your individuals. Oh, hello. They knew he's in spawn. Your kid is going to love that. Arming up a few.
Yeah, and Flit chipping in for an extra $600 as well. So nice little anti-eco. Nobody's dropped from VP, so the finances will swell, and that 3-0 will be secured. It's only Hobbit once again hanging out with his USP. He'd love something, and unlikely he even sees a single point of damage inflicted. He might just wait around, try and catch him on the exit, but yeah, poor old Hobbit's not got much to contribute here.
Yeah, needs to be careful. Buster overseeing business from the platform position, so I don't think an exit's even on the agenda here unless Flick gets caught looking the complete wrong way. Diligent right now on the clears, but there he is. The jump, the spot, the spam, and, well, he cops a dink for his troubles there, but the kill comes on through now. The question is, will it be the full-on bonus round, or are they going to drop an AWP and get that in the hands of JM early? We know that they love to rock that as a game plan, and they will. So a lot of other teams would operate right now with the 2 MAC-10s, maybe do something a little bit quicker, a pop out long, a B execute with the MAC-10s. But the upgrades have come through for VP here. They've gone AKs for 4 and Jane with the big green. And on the other side of things, Shiro, he's got his as well. Let's see what Gambit have in store here for the first gun round of play. Close cross and no tag. Jane with all the info in the world right now. And they're fast, straight down mid, barreling off of that information.
Yeah, I mean, that is brave considering you've called the cross. The whole squad, there's some real pace to this. Look at this.
Robert's rotating in. He might get there in time. Could be a flash and fight.
Yeah, double smoke implies a commit. Nafany, hard clear, but down he goes with only the dink. 1 from Hobbit to show for him, but already 3 frags.
Save.
Quick succession, and the round concludes. That is a very quick one for Virtus.pro. Straight back in, and another B plant. Worth highlighting, we haven't really seen more than one hit to the A site in 4 rounds of play.
Yeah, they're really favoring this early here. Now, that conditioning, it's going to do a lot of things, right? It's going to have less players defending over towards long in further gun rounds here. It's going to force them to potentially play that AWP of Shiro towards middle. But more bits and bobs that you might want to learn about VP is once they get this mid control, right? You'd think Jamie's got the AWP. Maybe they want to use him as part of the attack. Well, they use James to stop rotations, right? You'll see in future gun rounds, they like to park him in the mid doors. And he just covers off. And usually late round, when VP are hitting, you don't have a smoke to deal with him, right? You have to cross either if you're heading from B to A or A to B. And as long as VP trade efficiently, well, this hunt is looking nice here. Hold up a second. Buster close flashed off. Shiro in a bit of trouble here. Running out of bullets. Only 1 left for Buster. Are they going to run him down? No. Okay, Shiro, you got lucky this time round. Gets to hold on to his AWP. And, well, another opportunity for Gambit to wield that one.
Yeah, that really caught Gambit off guard. I mean, you can see the Hobbit just about got there in time. A dink from Nafany insufficient, and just the 1 out of Hobbit.
Yeah, so this here is them playing off of that early information, right? If they were playing 3 cross, then you knew that maybe there'd be 1 spotting mid, but once they identify that there's 2 players over towards that B bomb site early, you know when you have a standard A hold, traditionally you try and lock down long with a couple of corner flashes. Once you've secured that, you have your AWP play mid long, and then the swingman, in this case Hobbit, plays over towards CT spawn to help deal with that. But because of the quickness of VP in this situation, quite the opposite of what we traditionally say about them, they were able to catch them off guard. Now, the context of this matchup is huge. The loser of this will go on to play FaZe. And I think for VP, they got to cross the line of a FaZe to actually get further within the major. Last time around, I'm sure FaZe will be licking their chops for some revenge. For Gambit, Heroic are out of the tournament now. If they can secure a playoff berth right now, the next team that they will play is either going to be Big or Godsent, same for VP. And you'd be expecting either of these 2 names in this game right here to have a bit of a red carpet laid out to get all the way towards those semifinals next weekend. But there's the mid spot again.
Yeah. Oh, and James, the patience is rewarded. Shiro's AWP lies idle. Picked up now by Inter's Nafany, hoping to punish. But this is Virtus.pro we're talking about. They're not going to give you any of those punish plays through the smoke. Still, we're going to be seeing a nice lineup from James. A little tutorial from him. He needs a scope for this, so we'll zoom in on the pixel. There's the one.
I'm very curious how Elige was doing this. I didn't go back and completely watch the demo of this because
Steeko gave us some info in that.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, he tweeted. It's apparently you use something called a set pause. Or
okay, that's curious. Rush and I did have a bit of a discussion about this, so unfortunately, old Rushley on the 1s and 2s can't chip on the mic right now. I'm sure he could help everybody understand. But yeah, that's interesting.
Like you can kind of see the coordinates of where you're looking.
Yeah, I'm going to have to talk a little bit more with a couple of the League Ops guys to better understand how that all functions.
Ooh, hello info, and a tag onto Buster. Yet to die. 2 members of VP so far have evaded The cold touch of death, Yakinda. Good at breaking into bomb sites, using restraint at this point in time. As I say that, he starts to slink in that blind spot. Now, Anthony, just about spotted out and lost his life. Now they can maneuver that bomb towards the wide open A site. And Chad, dare I say it, unless Inter starts hitting another 3 of those, this might just be another save.
Yeah, everyone's favorite word, especially the CIS teams in the server, right? These guys here aren't going to take any of these risks. They partially upgraded around the saved guns, but in the next, with the loss bonus where it's at, they'll be able to fully buy on in. Now, the question mark is less about what Gambit are going to do, but more about, do VP want to risk the hunt? Do they want to try and take these guns away? Getting the AWP out of their hands, it could be good going forward. It is quite costly to keep buying that time and time again. But a 5-0 start here. This is fantastic from VP, looking clean, and I would argue, right, and I'm sure there's a couple of people out there who'd argue the other way, these rounds haven't felt overly competitive here. It has been one-way traffic so far for VP in the early stages of this map.
Yeah, I mean, you really couldn't have much of a better start. If you take a look at Gambit's individuals, I think a grand total of, counting's hard, 4 frags.
I got the scoreboard, the scoreboard. I'm a little bit of a bot right now. Flit onto Hobbit.
But yeah, 4 frags in 5 rounds, Chad. You don't have to be a genius to know that's not enough.
Yeah, you're bang on there. So let's see if they can start finding some traction in this. Look at all, Alex, check this out. Look at all the major medals in the server right now.
There isn't
Look at that.
A single player without one.
Everyone's got one on display right here. That's really cool. Obviously, a lot of these individuals picking it up at the most recent event, PGL Stockholm, in this exact same hotel. Just a couple of, weeks ago now. And Hobbit, obviously, the only one to have won a major. Remember the VP players as well. Buster, Kick It, and
Grand
the likes
finals,
of James.
yeah.
They made it all the way. Unfortunately, one to meet Astralis during their absolute peak. But this is some top mid-control utility here and a nice response. James boosted up and over. Not worried too much about it. As Yakinda clears lower dark, they can call sector clear. Now, this won't allow them to run on mid as quick as they did last time here. And Nafany looking like he wants to deal with any doors aggression on his lonesome just here. The jiggle back and forth and the pace from VP. Out of the crawl.
Yeah, I don't envy Nafany now. He's got Yakinda setting his sights on his part of the map. James in support as well. You really have got a lot of pressure on the shoulders of Nafany. If he even dares give it a jiggle, James got his number, but cools his jets.
Now this is it. This is the James Classic now. He's just going to park the bus here, let the rest of his team work and hope that somebody crosses the door. And what this does is isolate the 3 defenders of Gambit who are on the B side. Nafany, Hobbit, and Inters, they have some questions. When you've lost this territory, you have to respond and push up a dark. And that's exactly what they're going to do here. Buster lying in wait.
Go on, Buster. Oh, he's not ready. Clearing his tight, right timing gets the better of him, and that's a lovely little release of pressure. For example, as Rush highlights, James has given that cross up. He's given it to Kickert. That's his responsibility now. They are looking a little light on time here, Chad. Shiro onto Yakinda. Yeah, this one might just peter out into nothingness. Don't forget, they've got not only all the rounds, but they've also got all the cash. They can add longevity to this. Now, with 18 seconds, Chad.
VP Classic we got coming in here, guys. So, be expecting that 4-letter word, and early within this one, we have seen a lot of the saves. I think just trying to do some damage. They're going to run into the site here and throw this one away. At this point, if you're Gambit, you know what's on the other side. It is just posturing out of VP, but there it is. All 5 will stay alive, and this is a chance now for Gambit to start establishing a little bit of that CT-sided economy. And you can understand, guys, on the CT side, I want you just to all reference these kind of points here. The Gambit, with those early saves, even though they only have 1 round, at this juncture of the game, Shiro has 6.4k, Axel has 7.4, right? What they're doing is securing themselves future rounds where they can be competitive, other than just throwing things away in rounds that they're really not in a great place to win. Now, as the game goes on, as we get closer towards that 16 mark for one of these two teams, it does become a lot more, well, not scrimmy, but it becomes a lot more exciting, right? Because they have to go for these plays. Oh, they're going through.
Long biff, lots of bodies, flame on the feet, Kicker, 2 HP, gets away. Yakinda took a beating as well. Well, they've won that duel, but look what it's cost them. A 4-man commitment to long. There is space to be taken, Chad.
Yeah, and they need to work on this quite quickly. Flit mantling up on the Xbox. He's going to take this short control here, but all that extra space that VP didn't know they had has already been suctioned on back. Shiro finds himself top of A, enters back towards CT, and Hobbit, well, he's here to help things out as well, but interesting call here. I think they want to usher Inters back across towards the B side of things, so Shiro is assisting now from CT. Nafany will need some help over towards the 2nd letter of the alphabet here, as the bomb is in upper tunnels right now, and they're setting their sights on exploding into this site.
He's going to fake it maybe, or take the contact at the same time, just keep the feet planted. He's still got 3 committed to that side of the map, and down goes Nafany dry. GG's, certainly for round 7. the bomb to be planted. 2 bodies dropped, and you can see that caution, even in the face of a pretty guaranteed bomb site. They're throwing that bomb across.
Yeah, and this is mental warfare at this point, right? Those rotations right there, okay, Gambit, you made the right call with the 4 long stack, but you didn't get a kill out of it. That could have been the difference maker, right? Kick it, walking away on 2 HP. Maybe, just maybe, he goes down, and you're looking at a potential retake of this B bomb site here, but VP return to their winning ways. Fnatic over Ents if you missed some of the earlier games of the day as well. FaZe over Heroic.
What did you make of that Heroic result? I mean, like, because I had, like, they were truly, like, I thought, okay, time for a hard reset, time for them to prove they're, like, that they are the team they say they are.
Here's the thing, right? I think that the upsets that happened yesterday, Big beating FaZe and Godsent beating Heroic, set us up for a matchup that probably should have been at
an upper bracket.
It should have been this game. Well, the game that we're going to have later, Big versus Godsent, that should have been the matchup, right? So unfortunately for them, both getting upset has meant that one of them had to go home early. And I think FaZe is also a good team, right? Probably not right now strategically on the same level of cohesion and understanding of the unit as what Heroic is, right? I think we'd be expecting Heroic to go further, but when they played over a Blast just the other day, I think that was a close matchup too. Yeah. So to see this one go to FaZe doesn't surprise me too much.
And a Karrigan Inferno. You got another one of those.
Yeah, he played well in that game, didn't he? Well, here's that mid-control util again, and another pick for James. He's just loving this. Boost him up, get the kill. It is Flit. Who is the pedestal for all that? Yikinda, hello?
Oh, that's so naughty. Hobbit completely pantsed and the B site's open.
Oh, that's another round.
Oh, wow.
That's a classic right there.
Straight through the molly?
That's like an Ents classic. You remember back in the day, and I'm not talking about the snappy Ents, I'm talking about the Ents who went deep in the major, right? And they were doing those explodes. Or maybe it was them getting exploded on. I don't remember the exact context. Got to go back about, almost 3 years at this point.
Don't say that.
The time machine, yeah. Well, that's the thing. I think, there was a clip or something today that got posted, and Tizian was tagged and he replied to him. That was 8 years ago. It was back in 2013. So, yeah, look, time goes pretty damn quickly. We can hear the teams if we sit quietly, and if you practice your Russian, maybe you'll know what they're saying.
Duh. Well, that should be a saved AWP now. There is still more pressure. Long doors. Smoke to enable Shiro to get himself out of that pit, and yeah, they're doing everything they can. Buster is giving it a go, but yep, defended nicely.
Hey.
Something on the way out. James still yet to die and has max cash.
The immortal.
The immortal James.
He's taking James time to a whole new level, I think.
Yeah, I love the sticker as well. He's definitely,
I got it on my AWP.
Yeah, perfect. I saw that. I think that was the first time I saw it, but yeah, after the entire community has made a meme out of you, you may as well profit from it.
Yeah.
So fair play to him.
Got to embrace it. Got to have some fun with it.
Embrace the meme. Sound life advice I've been given before.
Well, this is rough right now. 7-1 down the hole, and yeah, a bit of frustration, and understandably so.
Certainly, but I mean, he is typically the pillar of motivation, and typically, whether it's vocal or in-game, he does tend to dig Gambit out of holes bigger than this one.
Yeah, and it's interesting. We do have map 2 of Vertigo around the corner here, and to see Gambit go back to Vertigo with how close it was last time after Flit had only been in the team for a short period of time, I think that's an interesting call of Gambit. It's showing that they believe in their strengths, or maybe they think they can use it as a weakness of VPs here. But out the gates we go. Through the doors they trundle, and Flit flashed up towards the blue bin, goes down. Nafany opens the account this time round. No AWP pick here from James. Yet. That is the key word.
Yeah. Now, he does look like he's going to flirt with a little bit more. Now, this is the angle we've discussed.
I think this angle here causes a bit of disgust for a lot of teams playing against VP, just knowing that James likes to park the bus here.
And he's so good at hitting them as well. Like, it's not necessarily just crouching by Xbox. That's not, particularly powerful. It's the person behind it.
This is the thing with this VP roster. I think they are actually looking for a fast A exec here.
Yeah, but they've hit B successfully so many times. As a single smoke CT could plant seeds of doubt. Hobbit about to be uprooted. He has got support towards Goose. Looking to strike, VP happy to pause, and it does, again, talking of doubt, start to grow, and again, Buster, good for it. Yikinda, this time silence. Now 4 versus 3, and Kicker limping, running out of players. Nafany lucky to get away on 10 HP for now. We've got 40 seconds, and Buster's got the bomb. Jame won't be able to help him here.
Kill.
It's just Buster to open up the site. And a solid defense. Axel has awoken. Jame next to full. And that is a Gambit lockdown. Well responded, and really a whole lot of credit to Axel, really reminding us that he's in the server tonight.
Bit of a gamble. They're out of Gambit in the sense they didn't play anybody long during all of that. They were focused more up over towards A ramp, Goose, obviously, and they had the heavy rotation, as you're mentioning, because of the conditioning towards B. And I think this one all kicks off with Nafany's opener right there. It's a 50-50 on the way out the doors. And this time, Gambit getting the better of that situation. 7-2, money's still there for both teams. No dramas as far as the buy department goes. And while we return back towards the default spread, Buster Yakinda in the upper tunnels. The boost in mid. This time, Kickit is the pedestal and flip back a cat. But Yakinda taking some liberties here. Quite noisy about this. Across, up, and over. And if they were to go towards A right now, there is no AWP on site. It is just Hobbit on the ramp. Shiro's AWP is towards the upper tunnels. And there's nobody home for him to find.
They will crawl. I wonder what the queue will be, or is this just actually the setup? We'll find out. And once contact's taken elsewhere, you'd imagine the info will be sought after. At the moment, though, passive hold.
Yeah, this is curious. Nafany was the one who just smoked the mid doors, so denying James' position here, and that tells them that one of the A defenders is playing CT spawn. Right, this is the little information that they are working with here. Axel tucked in towards the pit. If it's an execute onto the site and Hobbit goes down without getting anything done, they're going to have a real hard time retaking this bomb site here, Gambit.
Util reigns in. Hobbit ready to receive. It's fun to see VP throwing out the smokes that were named after at least the core in their previous. Or Kickit in trouble. And again, with these audacious maneuvers, Yakinda's getting a wriggle on. Not ready for that. Perfection from Yakinda. Call it 8.
Silent assassin right there. I don't know how he made pass without any cues coming their way. Just able to jump down spawn. He was actually quite noisy there coming up from CT. Did
he sync it with any flashes or nades?
I don't know. It just looked way too easy for him right there.
This is the second time. We know with the walking through the molly and Hobbit not hearing it. Like he seems to have a really good understanding of the risks he can take to close that gap.
Yeah, one of the things there with the molly, in those positions, you're normally a little bit further back in the site. So with that B example that you're talking about there with the explode through, the reason that's so powerful is because players normally at that moment have the smoke out, ready to throw that down, but they are chasing again here, and Shiro, you want to hold on to this ult, mate.
Oh no, oh dear. Yeah, you get one chance, you don't get a second. He's already a dead man shooting 4 HP. He's given it everything he's got, but there it goes. The AWP will lie idle. Inters to maintain the Kalashnikov, but a 1/2 and only in 10 rounds of play. VP have come in swinging today.
Well, the joke is, right, a lot of people at home like to call them, VP paid by the round type situation here. And we saw that yesterday when they went into OT with Ents on Ancient. But in this scenario here, if you're VP, you don't want to allow Gambit any opportunities to get back into the game because they are the type of team to be able to grind the comeback back, and VP are the type of team to give a comeback up. So, there it is again, Jame.
He's quick, isn't he?
They might have to start using a smoke here. Just consider how many picks he's been getting on this door cross. I know that the change was meant to avoid this, but you got to think about the extra resources they're setting Jame up with. Hobbit now close, needs a trade back here. A response on the cards as he peers on out.
Oh, they're not accounting for it at this moment. Never mind. They are some diligent gamers. Ready for that as well.
They're looking sharp. They're looking ready for this one right here. VP with a bit of spring in their step out of this.
Well, they've been in the cryogenic time chamber. They've been watching everyone frag, and Jame just posted up. Shiro feeds him. And Yakinda, uncharacteristically, caught out. And Inters decides that the 2v5 should become a 2v3. You got so much time. Bomb still in tons. Kickit miles away from the pack, hoping to catch an aggressive CT, seeking information. But as we can see, it is a divide and conquer deployment. One towards that B site. Inters only 39 points of health, and Kickit's going looking for info.
Yeah, the thing is, this situation, if they do finish B, it will just all be on Inters. It's Kicker. He's coming, he's shooting, he's making noise. Axel looking the right way, gets the kill, and now he can start hedging the bets. Inters can win this right here, right now.
Yeah, he certainly can, and James so low, and that'll be an easy finish. Flit now into the clutch, a 1v1. Inters made this interesting. Can Axel finish what his teammate started? Fakes it out. Axel not going to be falling for any of that. silly reindeer game. And that was lovely from Axile. Gambit turned the round on its head, just the two of them. And they make it when they try. That'll be 3. He's going to go ahead and grab that Shiro AWP.
Collect any goodies you can as well. You love an extra smoke or molly around these parts. So picking this one up there and coming through the puff of smoke of that HE. So appeared right in the face of Flit there, caught him off guard. But Flit knew he was close, right? By not sitting that plant right there at the start, it actually gave Axel an opportunity to work out how he wanted to approach that one-on-one.
Sir?
Yes.
Can I ask a newbie question?
Sure.
You know how you asked for the smoke on the doors?
Yes.
Would a smoke hold more value than a HE, or does the HE just not really work anymore?
You can still use the HE, right? They can still use the HE here. It should be enough to get them across, because at this point, just the amount that James has been able to pick them off, the HE could be that difference maker, right? Just to make his life a little bit harder, because this is round after round. They're going for this, and James actually changing which side he wants the boost on. He's not picking the doors this time round, looking for lower dark. I say that. He peers on in, and Anthony... Ouch, okay, that is going to sting. Down to 18 points of health. But rocking the double CT side at AWP right now. I think they feel they need a little bit more presence across the map here. You heard Kassad say, Shiro, he looks at him as a bit more of a passive AWPer. He's not a send out and seek those kills type individual. He'll sit, he'll wait, he'll get it done.
You're telling me we haven't seen a Shiro, like, Zywoo-esque banana charge?
No, I think it's probably in his repertoire, but it's also the way that Gambit like to approach the game, right? We talk about the percentages here. Well,
yeah, I mean, he is also his gameplay is a product of how the team chooses to approach the game. There's no denying that.
I've seen him do some great combat AWPing as well in like post-plant situations with the AWP, right? I've definitely seen him do it. So you are just another cog, part of the machinery here, whirring around. But this time it's short, completely open for business. Shiro can float back from long, where he's currently babysitting and baiting for Axile. Has now just had that mental timer come on in, and we'll drop back towards the A ramp here. Util again off the cap position. Molly in exchange.
They're ahead of that. I say they. Yeah, Jame as well. Yukinda, he's already across. Shiro under a lot of scrutiny now. He doesn't really have Axile either. That's the shot he had to hit. And with that posted, things starting to spiral for VP. Oh dear, Flit's been caught wide open, no smokes, and Inter's ready to finish the job. Unlikely Buster clears this, but maybe James. He's got a CZ. He'll have to find it quickly. It does find the head now. 3 to go.
They could just
would
push
have
him
had to, and they will push him. No time for that, but he gets an extra frag for his stats. Gambit will take a 4th.
Yeah, okay, that right there, the clock actually coming back to punish VP for the first time in this game. Otherwise, they've been pretty good. There was the round where they got shut out and they saved in upper tunnels, but I wouldn't say that was virtue of the clock. That was more virtue of the frags that came on in for the favor of Gambit. Now, watch this scoreline quickly start to siphon back in the favor of Gambit here. They're locking this one down. They're looking a bit more responsive. The double AWP came out. Nafany and Shiro both finding kills with those. It allows them to posture a little bit more aggressively in certain positions, and yeah, a little bit frustrating there. But they're still in the lead.
Yeah, but I mean, with the way in which this started, you know, you're going to be really sincerely hoping if you're Virtus.pro that you can actually continue where you started and get that double digits. 10 would be a dreamy considering how quickly you accrued those 8. Oh, Shiro actually with a spot of aggression, and he could be run down for this. Yukinda's not brave enough, I suppose.
He's thinking about it. He's thinking about it.
Can't fault him there. Shiro was posted up, a likely demise if he had committed.
Yeah, interesting. Just a bit of a conversation while we have some time here. When Yukinda's on form, this team looks very, very scary, right? But the bigger problems we had with them online was when Yukinda wasn't going for the plays, nobody was. Now it feels like they have a bit more depth in finding those openings.
They framed it in interviews that it was, you know, like we've got 3 entry fraggers now.
Yeah, that was when we had Yukinda first join. I think it was Kick It we were talking to about that. But I think it's the others. Either they weren't feeling it or they weren't playing up to their ability, because Buster and Kick It are fantastic individuals. We just, this was late last year, maybe mid of last year. I don't think we were getting the absolute best out of them. But here we go. Setting up for a mid to be here. Hobbit in flow, and Yukinda's selling this the best he can.
Oh, Hobbit so far has been good for 1 every time they come out the doors. This time he doubles up. Issues again for Virtus.pro. The 2v5 continues to echo in their minds as another body drops. Not far off the mark there from Jamie's, giving them the information they sought.
They're going to save again here. Money's starting to become a real problem on that VP side. We've got 15 seconds left on the clock right now, and Yukinda, the walking wounded, 12 HP. Jame with the AWP wants to hold on to that prized possession, and well, we're going to have a lot of this here today. This is the type of Counter-Strike you get out of these two teams, right? I say with Gambit as well, they're the type of team, because of the CS they play, that they are going to give up certain rounds, right? But they're also going to be able to grind certain rounds back. And you're seeing that now start to come into fruition here. Just to note, I'm having a quick look right now at the spawns, and you know, if you're VP, this wouldn't be a terrible time to have a timeout. This was the double kill that slowed things right down here out of Hobbits. And for A4, for all you A4 fans out there, there's about 6 of you watching. Good to see.
No, is it his?
His it? Oh, you want to check? Yeah, okay. Oh, he dropped it.
Yeah,
he dropped it. He did drop it. But we can check in future rounds. That's all right. Now, this is the timeout I was talking about, and there is a long spawn for Yakinda. So let's see. Do they have another crack? Because they tried it twice. Once Nafany got a kill. The other time, Kicker got away on 2 HP. So maybe give it another go.
Even kill spread now. We were talking about the absence of that. Gambit have since managed to find their footing, individually speaking, and of course, as the unit they are. If they were to operate into an 8-7...
Yeah, beautiful.
Beautiful recovery. It really did look like their days were numbered in that opening set of, 10 rounds? I think it was 8-2, 8-3.
Look at those dead eyes. That guy's seen a thing or two.
Yeah. Probably not for much longer, though. So many flashbangs.
Maybe that's it. The retinas, they're all just burnt on out. Well, it's not the long play. It's back to business as usual here. VP have to be aware that they're not getting the better of these opening kills right now if James not hitting it with the AWP. So a different tack could be employed. Or
deployed.
All of the above. It's normally D on the multiple choice. These info players aren't netting anybody a whole lot right now. Hobbit drops a smoke. That's going to buy them roughly 20 seconds or so. The nade on through, not finding an awful lot. Shiro heading back on down towards the mid doors here. So the mid to B punishes are something still echoing in the back of the minds of Gambit. Kick it. Could have a one-on-one towards long with Axal or vice versa, depending on who takes the fight. And Axal goes on forward, gets the kill, and sets them up with the number advantage here.
Yeah, well timed. Again, Axal's perception is top-notch, and Yakinda has pulled VP straight back in. He's not ready for Shiro, though. It's a hard shot. Whistles past the ear of Yakinda. Resetting now. Axal, though, looking for a one-tap. Yeah, exactly. It's Jamie's up against them, and I wouldn't fancy my chances either. A wide swing from Jamie. It's an easy clear. And down they go. Gambit, do you really want to go for the retake? Funds? Middling.
Kind of committed here, though. Nafany taking a fight. Ooh, gets the kill, and Shiro, too. This one's on.
Going on like Donkey Kong. Only James quick on this retake. A 3v4. They've even boosted back up to the site, so the info of 2 CT, he's working it out himself.
You see the defuse here.
Yeah,
this is coming from Cat.
Uncontestable. Oh, I say that. Oh, it's a problem now. If he can kill that short cross, he's won the round. That's the shot he had to hit. Inters. A good click. James, though, close, very close to manifesting the clutch.
I think maybe VP thought they had that for a second or two there, because look how quick that fell apart. Every duel across the map went in the favor of Gambit. Nafany gets one, Shiro's AWP lights it up, the mid door lurk is dead.
Are you implying a little lackadaisical attitude because it was Gambit in a man disadvantage retake?
Yeah, maybe, just maybe. And the economy was not in a great spot right there. So this one, they're just hovering around the smokes, like flit up and over. When he watches the demo back, he says, I probably shouldn't have done that. And now James in this position, the fact he even gets a kill is something. The money finally, well, not broken, but James doesn't have an AWP at least.
Yeah, I think at that round at demo review, Dastan does just give him a little bit of a glare.
Hey, listen, mate, you know what you did wrong.
I love you, man. I love you.
But don't do it again.
Ever.
B explode.
Yep, Inters.
What do you got?
Jeopardy. Nade's not bad. Not bad at all. And somehow Nafany is contributing buckets and spades. The double on his AWP. And now, well, VP, successful. The majority on this B side.
Look at the smokes they have left.
Smokes, precisely.
3 of them. And a couple mollies as well. Oh, make that 2.
Bit of a whiff. Kicker still has one.
Nafany's late on this tunnels flank here as well. Shiro's lining up some flashes.
Way too deep. Way too deep. The extinguish comes in from the CTs. They can still work with this. Here comes the flash. It's a god flash. Still Kicker has vision. He even takes the double. Despite the deny of the second flash, Nafany to commit last round may as well. And VP look to have accrued themselves the 9th. Finished off nicely. James will take his 12th, and we will take a quick break. Fist bumps exchanged. VP probably quite satisfied to have closed it out with the W, and we'll see who's going to be taking that on Dust 2's second half right after the break.
you think you know everything about CSGO? Then stay alert and look out for the DHL drop quiz on the ESL CSGO Twitch channel.
It would be a full-on, really good tournament if
lead, even at one point 7-1, never mind 8-2, but here we find ourselves on the half, a 9-6, a recovery from Gambit heading into their T side.
Yeah, the consolation right there, I think you hit the nail on the head there on the way out the door. One round before heading into the half was fantastic, and now if they can get this pistol as we kick things off, it's fast out long, and to receive his flit, he's blind, he's backing off, and him and Kick It there under a lot of pressure here. They've been able to get back towards the roost of the site. James come on over to help with business too. But there's 2 smokes and a molly left over, and we've seen this one time and time again. A classic setup here from the T side. They can drop the double cross smokes, even molly towards that car position if they're a little bit worried, maybe top sight to keep these USPs at bay. But James with a pot shot of his own, and Hobbit now starting to creepy crawl his way up long.
Okay, James set for success. He gets long-range fights with the favorable pistol. The smokes now obscure his view, and that dialogue changes.
Oh, here's the smoke. Whoa, caught out.
Yeah, right across the jaw. The boost could be great. The box to obscure. Good clicks. Flit delivers. Bomb needs to be planted, but it's planted safe. This long post plant not going to do much. And Flit straight up, but out of the server now.
That looked good, didn't it?
It did. It looked fantastic. Now, Yakinda's crawling. And there are a lot of backs turned. Damage did get a bit weird there, but looks like it's just a formality for Nafany. He does go down.
Both pistols here for VP. This is the recipe for success in this map, and I feel that that one looked a little bit more out of control because James got caught off guard by the pace of Hobbit there, right? You could see what he was opting to do. He dropped that smoke. We saw Simple doing that with the AWP, hoping to do the same with the USP. But now this is a big question mark for Gambit. Do they want to force buy into this? I can confirm a big old yes. Galil, Scout, Nafany, Inters, and Axel yet to go for their purchases just here. But they're going to want a few bits of utility to go with this. So Nafany into a Tech 9. Axel with the Galil.
Speaking of the HE, we do get a demonstration from VP, and it does seem to be functioning effectively.
Yeah, it still always sucks to burn a little bit of utility like that, but to make sure you're not getting tagged, to make sure you can actually lock down the B bomb site without already bleeding internally, maybe it is worth that waste. Quick on this, and mid control already taken here. On the other side of the doors, nobody's home. It's actually a double goose setup on A with Flit covering long. Yakinda and Buster locked in towards the B site. Enough nades here for a quick mid to B. Smoke to CT, smoke on the box, and away we go. Yakinda and Buster about to be pressured.
Yep, good response. You can see they've drilled this. Buster does finish the job onto Tons, and now a lot of pressure relieved. They are not only known, but enclosed.
Oh dear.
Look at this. I mean, they're boxed in. There is no Xbox presence, so the retreat may be the best bet. Can they get out of dodge unhunted? And yeah, well, Hobbit, he'd hard committed. Yeah, Chad's sentiment echoing within the Gambit ranks as well. This could not have really gone much worse.
Well, there is an open runway right now in towards A, right? To come up through spawn, they've been flashed off. They're probably going to forego the plant here if Nafany's quick about this. As Flit has a jumping bullet or two. Well, they let them plant. This isn't going to get anything more interesting unless Nafany has a 1-on-5 up his sleeve that we haven't been hearing about.
Oh, the Galil 1v5.
Yeah.
That was on a different map.
Now, yeah, that right there from VP is more than handled, right? Another A4 user and kick it, and I just looked, he did buy that one himself. So there's still a couple of them out in the wild, not completely extinct.
What's your personal perspective, Chad? You got a FAMAS in your hands, the round has ended, there's a Galil at your feet.
I'll take the Galil.
Take the Galil?
I'll take the Galil.
Okay.
I think I just, like, for me, because my aim's bad, those extra 5 bullets could be worth their weight in gold.
Yeah.
And actually, over the FAMAS, there's an extra 10 bullets, so...
They did try and make them both more potent. Have you felt that?
Oh, I think in the way that it resembles in buys, for sure, right? You can get a lot more of it. Yeah. So it feels like they feel like more juicy gun rounds, right? It's not a couple of MP9s and 2 M4s. It's M4s with a couple of FAMASs around it here. But that plant just means Gambit looking a little bit like a pistol upgrade here. They will have to bite their tongue, wait around before they can get out the full rifles. Hobbit shot through the smoke. Yakinda getting aggressive, though. Could be a few kills for him here.
Yeah, he's cracked it. Wait, you're telling me I can still go aggressive on the defense?
Oh, we've seen this kid do some absolutely wild things, right? I remember we always talk about it, like when he had that round, run down Banana, gets 2 kills, rotates all the way back over towards A on Inferno and pushes apartments. But hold up a second, this is getting a bit spicy. Yakinda, the man we were talking about, is dead. Flit low. Already looks better than the last round as far as damage is going here, but I don't think they're going to get a plant. They won't be so fortunate this time round.
Yeah, reaction. Shot at a Hobbit, but the second connects. And if his teammate or him can crack on this long player, which they have, things getting a little more than spicy, Chad. Things are smoking hot. Bomb planted, could be denied on the jump shot. They've jumped over his head, completely in the blind spot, and it leads to another frag. 1-on-1, Shiro low, but they've done so much. Recovered by Buster. Wowzers, trousers, GMB. Gambit nearly had that, you know.
Okay, well, they're keeping it interesting here. And Shiro there in the final moment. Probably a lot of people were sitting there thinking, why is he peeking? He's on low HP. In that situation, what are you expecting the player not to be doing? Peeking right there. And Shiro hits that shot. He looks like an absolute genius. So unfortunate. And it was a round that they really had no business in winning. A round that really shouldn't have gotten that close. So VP almost dropping the ball here. Great cracker of a shot from Hobbit here onto the head of Flit.
Oh, it's stylish as well. You whip out the butterfly the instant Uno reverse card. Lovely shots. And you can see this is the fight you're talking about. Shiro actively fighting. The fact that Buster's so ready for that. You know, I mean, that's the impressive part.
That's the kicker.
Yeah. Or the Buster.
But
Thank you. Thank you very much. Jane boosted up to hold that Tons push.
I feel that this round here is going to determine how much more we get to see a Gambit in this first map. If they lose this one flat...
We've got Virgo next as well.
We even have a double orb. Yakinda on the secondary.
Does take a chunk out of Nafany, and he does have to get out of dodge. He has avoided that grenade. So with Yakinda's, you discussed, second orb, he's actually managed to catch one elsewhere.
Where is the little cross on
I can't see my
radar?
crosses. We were both doing the same gymnastics
I'm
maneuver.
going to zoom around the map here and see if I can find that dead body of Shiro. I would have assumed he would have been mid or catwalk somewhere with the AWP. He was back at cat. Yakinda actually took a peek off of that.
Did we lose our X's or is it masked by the bot? It's masked by the bomb. Yeah.
Okay, well, we found the corpse. And a couple of people out there on duty to find all that, but this is not looking good whatsoever. The leg shot on Nafany was something, but the kill on Shiro is almost everything right now. As Gambit look a little bit lost here, still quite spread out. Nafany close mid doors with the bomb, Inter's in upper tunnels. Axel trying to group up. Hobbit on his lonesome on cat, and we got 35 seconds left. I'm not sure how they can make this one work.
Maybe they can demonstrate first. And James, he does get baited out, or at least pulls the shot out of James. Hobbit successful, but this is on a timer. Nice trade from James. Axel, though, he's not alone. He's got Hobbit pushing into the scope as well. Now, bomb is on cat, but Inters is in B. 10 seconds. What?
Nafany can plant on A right now.
If they fake it out, yeah, they're just going to assume Inters had the bomb. 5.
Well,
no time.
Wait, what? They're going for the... What? Anyway, 13-6 the scores, Reed. And a couple of saved guns for Gambit.
It's all right. They call those Orky Momos, and we all have them.
Well, they were saving in plain sight. Yeah.
But yeah, this one you could see there was a theory. There was a theory. It just didn't quite land.
Yeah.
James actually ruined it for them. Some great shooting onto Hobbit. I think he was supposed to be the partner in crime for that bomb plant of Nafany, but yeah, Inter's finding his success. Did draw the rotate just a little too late.
At least they saved the AWP, so it's not going to be as flat of a buy as one may have earlier expected. Round 20, but VP, unless they want those bonus checks, should be looking pretty set to close this one out with a lead like this.
Look how light they are on util. Is that just from early, or is that just the buy? I'm afraid I wasn't very observational.
They lost so many players, right? So they've had to fully reinvest here. That's 2 rounds in a row where only one player survived. So the reinvestments there with the win bonus, always going to be quite strapped for cash.
Oh, and they're ahead of this. So Inters may be unaware. Oh, you're not ready for that. Gets the info safely. Really nice movement out of Inters. It saved his life and maybe could save the round because he's got complete control of tons for now. Gambit, this is a necessary round.
Yeah, I think they're going to lay down their guns here. Neither wanting to go aggressive in tunnels again and kick it. Famous, it's good. He is dinked, but that's the opener.
Yeah, Shearer's actually going to have to be a little more aggressive on this T-side AWP to try and find a way in. It might be towards the A site. It could very well be B. As you can see, he starts to make a decision. As do his squad.
This is an interesting angle here that James was currently posted up in. You don't see that too often, especially committed with an AWP.
Yeah, they're slipping through. He does have support in the form of Flit. And they'll fight off the flash. Good one. Completely repels them.
20
for a
seconds.
second. Yeah, the clock. It's a problem.
Great reposition from James. Oh, great shot from Hobbit.
Even better. Maybe Flit can disrupt the plant. This would be round defining.
He's going to let them get this down here.
They have to hard clear. Hobbit does go down, but the bomb will too. Axel to trade. Does provide 3v3. And closing that gap now. Shearer reveals his AWP is on the site. Hard retake, especially with Inters late. Coming in from the flank on CT. Yakinda locked in. He's lost his teammates, and Gambit have taken a 7th.
It looks so unlikely, doesn't it? Both of these teams just leaving it down to the last 20 seconds to make those type of plays. And when you see it happening, it doesn't look like it should. Hobbit, again, with a cracker of a shot to open up the A bomb site. And I really like the reposition of James because he was aware of what the setup was that they were dealing with on the other side. If he was able to pivot to mid-long, he could take a couple more pot shots, couldn't get run down in Goose, makes the re-picking a little bit easier. But now, VP, they're looking broke. Flit, the best he has is an M4, and the rest of them, they are rough as guts. And Shiro with the opener right there, giving them a taste of their own medicine. Yakinda down. B bomb site very weak. And is this Gambit really getting back into map number 1? It's a great way to kick things off, right? Because in the next round, it will have to be the eco out of VP.
Yeah, I mean, they're a tenacious bunch. I mean, it's not like they are so reserved we don't see the frustrations on their faces, but yeah, they do not know when to quit. Great molly. Look at that. It clears both sides of the door and leads to Kiket's demise. Shiro taking this round into his own hands. Now, admittedly, as you've highlighted, it was one of those half or rather full investments leading into that eco. James, the only exception in the Kevlar department.
Yeah, and that's just because he wants to get the AWP out at the next gun round, right? That's the only reason that he didn't invest anything here. But for Flit, I'm sure if you gave him the option right now and Gambit said, hey, we'll end the round at this moment, Flit, and you can save the M4, he would say yes.
Yes, please.
Because they're in the wrong position. The bomb back over towards the A-bomb site. Shiro and Inters are still parked over towards the tunnels, upper and lower respectively. Now, the biggest issue here, if you go for a hunt, if you're Gambit, is you give over some rifles, and I'm sure Jame and Buster would love to get those in their hands. And this here might just be a bit of a stalemate, right? We call this one off. We say, yep, it's done. This will be your 8th round, unless Shiro wants to have a bit of a fight here. Creepy crawly on he is. Scoped in on platform, so if you peek again, Buster, you might be going down quickly here.
No need to move a muscle.
Do you like mussels? We're not really seafood people, are we?
I had a mussel recently.
Oh, you did?
A single mussel.
Single?
I'm not a seafood guy.
How'd it go?
I do seafood, and I do eat it, but it was all right.
It was all right? That's all you got?
Like, it's not, you know, like I can't, you know when you rush the chewing just to get it done?
Yeah, the texture for me.
Yeah, and there's just, I don't know, something about them just has no real appeal.
It's like a sea bug.
Precisely.
Yeah.
You know, I'd much rather take something a little peri-peri, a little marinated.
Lobster's all right. You had lobster?
No, I haven't dabbled.
Lobster's all right. You wouldn't mind lobster. And you've had a bit of sushi recently.
I've got a fun lobster fact for you.
Okay.
Did you know it used to be seen as like peasants' food?
Really?
It was for the common man, and then it kind of got this weird 180 into.
Costs like $1 million now.
Yeah, a rarity, a delicacy is the word I was looking for.
We got like our own, well, not our own version, but we got a little crustacean in Australia called a yabby.
A yabby?
Not the player.
Yeah, maybe he does live at the bottom of the sea. You know, they're also blue.
Lobsters?
Yeah, they're only orange when you take them out of the water. Lobsters are actually blue. And carrots are purple.
Making me a bit sad to think how they cook lobsters, but
oh yeah,
it did get an opening kill here.
Bit savage.
So I don't think there's a real chance for them to win this round.
But you know what? Let's cancel lobster talk regardless.
Yeah.
And let's see what happens here. I love this boost. I rarely see it pay off, and in a couple of stray bullets, not going to accrue much. And yeah, Flit's just going to want to keep hold of his rifle. You can see the moon walking out there as well, just to preserve what little they have, as well as deny that kill reward.
When you're watching these two teams play, sometimes it does feel like a little bit of a war of attrition, but I want to label it a different way. When you see the other teams, they get a bit more scrimmy, a bit more biffy. It's just pacey, and you know they're flicking around, and they're fast on the rushes, and they're running through Molotovs. They're playing checkers, whereas these guys are playing chess. Right? They're playing a chess game right here, these guys. Each round, right, interconnected to the overall picture of the game here. It's starting to get things going at a 13-9 scoreline. They win the next gun round, and, well, there's no reason that Gambit can't run this one home. It wasn't looking good for a moment there, but...
Something for you to think about for the next eco.
I'll give it a try.
And for you at home as well. Would you rather...
Oh, here we go. We'll play Would You Rather at home.
Would you rather permanently operate with hiccups?
Oh, while playing Counter-Strike?
No, I'm saying for the rest of your life, you've got hiccups.
Okay.
Or for the rest of your life, you have a constant runny nose.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll let you think about that. I'll let you
like how runny?
I mean, to the same extent that the hiccups are. So, you know, you can go on a spectrum.
Would I be real sniffy all the time?
You know, like when you've got that constant, have to suck it back up your nose. Just constant, that horrible drippy
like
nose.
Hiccups are so annoying.
They're so irritating. I guess for our profession, hiccups would be...
We couldn't do our job, but probably. We couldn't do our job if we were...
No, you're right. I think I did an epicenter where I was almost completely out of action.
Yeah, okay. I'll have a think.
I just don't know. What's the lesser of the two evils?
Let us know.
Jinx. Over on Twitter.
Are you going to say my name 3 times or what?
Oh, sorry. Chan.
Thank you very much. Back underway, and, well, the AWP in the hands of Jame here. A bit light on that util again. You can see the Xbox smoke to help guys a bit of control here, but turning our attention towards B for one more time. It is Buster and Yakinda to lock this down, and Yashiro opens up the account. Yakinda onto the trade, and they're not going to hit the gas pedal here. It's going to slow things down as per the usual. Hobbit with the mid space. Flit, kick it, looking to respond, and, well, Jame hasn't moved a muscle from long during all of this. So calling their bluff, do you really want to come to Yakinda's bomb site? That's the question. The flash indicates yes.
Yeah, very much so. Yakinda's going to catch that. He's so blind, just gets vision back as they swing. Does very well to find the head of Inters, but this round starts to peter out. With the bomb loose and the site lost, they'll be scooping that up and taking a very safe tunnels plant.
Yeah, we'll call this one a save right here, but Hobbit's having already a bit of a looky-loo towards long. You can see him over by the barrel's position, just securing to make sure that there's no saves towards T-spawn. Shiro and Axel, they can't overextend right now. You're well aware that VP are likely going for a save here, but if you're wrong, then you both go down. You put Hobbit in a bit of an awkward position here.
Yeah, we saw the roles reversed and actually leading to a Gambit 3v4 in their retake in that first half.
So what are we at right now? 2,900 is the lost bonus. See you later, Flit. Walk straight into the barrel of Hobbit's AK right there, and we'll just be James saving this AWP. And yeah, there's a couple of problems right now for poor James. In the next round, with the only saved gun going forward, you would like to see him... Oh, Shiro went down to the bomb there. Unlucko. Axel's grabbed the AWP, not the end of the world. They have plenty cash to splash. But if you're James right here, you might want to try and go for an aggressive pick. So we're looking at a short boost or a long corner pick. Maybe you're trying something a little bit cheeky around the mid doors. This was the opener here from Shiro. So just ready for that buster maneuver. He was the one shooting first, but the AWP, bigger, badder, and better. Yakinda doing his best there. But in the meantime, it was actually that Hobbit kill while the mid door cross was coming in that had secured that B bomb site for Gambit. But here we go again. And James is over towards mid doors here. Xbox Smoke is going to limit his vision.
Yeah, he's trying to use his teammates as bait. If he was to hear the AWP shot, he would have struck. Chiro.
So this is.
He's going to be giving us that hinge smoke as well.
Yeah, I think that's this smoke here. If you were able to throw it round after round, it's a really good way just to be able to get that mid control, considering that the CTs can be a lot more aggressive, right? We know that you can jump up cat, get into lower dark. We haven't seen a huge amount of it just here. Here we go.
Ooh.
And there it is. And guys, that is literally just sitting on the smallest of hinge over towards the mid doors. Obviously, that's why it's called the hinge smoke.
It is so bloody cool that we've got to that level of counter. From spawn, onto a tiny hinge to replicate what we've been throwing underhanded in front of it for years.
Yeah, it is the details of this game that keeps blowing everybody's mind. But everybody seems to be parked in the right place here from VP.
Oh, you may have heard the pins, but Anthony just staring straight into enemy lines does eliminate the aggression of Kickit. And Gambit looking set for success here. Flip with one on the save rifle. It is up to James AWP. And now a contribution from Buster. This could go either way. Admittedly, unarmored pistols for the rest of them. And Inters has solved the mystery of the aggressive Yakinda. Poor Buster, 92 points of health, and that's all he's got to work with up against two.
He's going to give it a go. May as well here.
Sure.
Can buy in the next, so this is still a round he can win.
So perfectly partnered up. He'd have to have two supreme clicks, and he does go down. Hobbit grabbing himself the second of the round, as well as the AWP for his partner, Shiro. But Gambit, yeah, they're making a real T-half out of this. If you have a recap, how many in a row is that? The 5?
Yeah, right now we're looking at 5 on the trot here for Gambit in this second half. Remember, it kicked off with VP having 4 in a row. So great starts for VP in both these halves. We have 5 in the first half with the pistol conversions and then a couple of gunnies. And they also were able to get 4 out the gates here in a row. But unfortunately, in that 4th round, oh, James, that is going to sting. He's been tagged on down. Going to be AWPing over towards the B bomb site here. Yakinda with that secondary AWP one more time will have to do the primary duties over towards that A site. So if it is an A execute, he's not going to be as well versed in A AWPing as James. Hinge smoke again, flying through the sky. Kick it on the float already.
I give it another 6 months of us regularly seeing that on Virtus.pro games before it starts getting thrown in like MM and Russians start shouting at you when you don't know it.
Well, you can't throw it in MM, Alex, because it's 64 tick.
Oh, this game.
So unless you want to come up with a different way to throw it, just for MM matches, maybe that can be your little homework assignment tonight.
Yeah, what, just staring at pixels and throwing
Get Shadow play up. Okay. I want you to go into a server on 64 tick, work out a way and tweet it to the world.
All right. Well, maybe I'll do the 128 tick first, just to make sure I actually understand the premise. Now then. Vanguard smokes, Hobbit.
Oh, Tom just gave you a cheat. You could use the refrag on ESEA to use the native thing, and you could cheat and get it done quick. Oh, actually, no, you couldn't, because they're 128 tick servers.
They don't
cancel all that. It all works. No, they don't have a matchmaking mode. I wonder why. Well, we're at 30 seconds, everybody.
Yeah, we've just aired our frustrations with one of the few flaws this game has. You can't throw the same nades the pros do.
That's the only thing that frustrates me about that. The rest of it, I don't care.
Yeah.
But here we go. Hobbit. What are you going to do, mate? 19 seconds?
Go on.
How's the time?
Oh, they frequently get away with this. I'm not sure, though.
The time.
Yeah, 12 and another frag. This time it comes in. There is a world, especially with Axel hitting headshots. Are they planting? I think they might have it. Both of them are locked out. Just out in time. I can't believe they've gotten away with that again. That is so ridiculous. And Yakinda, yeah, give it a look. Give it a look.
He's going to save. You know what James saying, mate? That looks delectable as he licks his bloody lips to have an AWP in his hands again in the next round of play.
I like that skin.
Oh, no.
Oh, that was... I mean, especially we see Flit's POV, we see Yakinda's POV. They hit both of the necessary first.
It feels like it should be enough, right?
Was it Nafany or Axar that cracked that in? Yeah, lovely, actually.
Just controlling those rotations on the mid to B. Like, how is that the difference maker? What is going on right now? And this is a classic game at Dust 2 between these two CIS squads here. And one round the difference now. Gambit and comebacks against VP. I think VP, if they lose a map like this, they're going to start having flashbacks about this type of stuff. It's not like players are playing overly poorly, right? Top to bottom, 18 kills for Flit and Yakinda, 17 for James, 13 a piece for the likes of Kick It and Buster. But this is it. Axar won the round. Yeah. Just by controlling those rotations, right? Of course, the bomb needed to get planted, and just in the nick of time they did. James gets that AWP back, and here we go again. Can he be the difference maker in this?
Yeah, here we go again. It's probably the dialogue VP is starting to fall into as well.
Oh, dearie me. Okay, well, the pace, as you might imagine, we take a bit of a breather here, give yourself a chance to really recall what happened in those last 19 seconds, I suppose.
And look at this for a half buy. It's kind of scary, actually.
Yeah, I think in this type of a situation, if James AWP can get a kill and it forces them in quickly, what am I talking about? This is a Gambit. They don't have gone quickly anywhere. Maybe, just maybe, if they're up against another team here, but it's the first time it's missed.
Yeah.
What's that? He'd thrown it twice before, so...
33%. No. Yeah. No. Yeah?
66.3... 66.66
recurring.
Yep. Maths is not
We did it.
So.
We've got probably combined the maths capabilities of like a 11th grader. It's pretty good.
I would probably go 9th grader.
Yeah, you're right. I think the
algebra is where you...
They start whipping out the letters, don't they?
Yeah.
I'm not ready for that.
Now, the reason, everybody, if you're curious as why they aren't taking this space a little bit quicker, it's to avoid the scout like that and give themselves an opener here. A deagle shot to the left, to the right.
Fair play to Buster. He hard committed to that. And maybe this over the smoke play could lead to at least one. And it has, but he's not ready for the player to his left. Axar unable or unwilling to commit to this. Oh my God, Flip, you're so loud about this. Hobbit's going to get a freebie.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Hobbit says. The Hobbitses.
What's that a reference?
That's Lord of the Rings, I think they call that movie.
Actually, I didn't know you frequented the trilogy.
I think I've had to watch each of the movies in 3 separate sessions just because it takes so bloody long, almost as long as a VP Gambit game. But this is where I start to get excited. They want James AWP, and they're coming for him.
This is his favorite mini game, though. He loves playing this.
Well, we have retake servers. Maybe we need save servers.
Yeah. Well, I mean, think James actually just gets the practice in officials. 13-13. Yeah, you are starting to get that little bit of a flashback now. VP, don't forget how potent of a start they got. 8-2.
Yeah.
And then you can add the 4 they got on the pistol from the second conversions. Maths isn't my strong suit, but that's 12 rounds of the 16 required in your openings. And to have that taken away from you from some stunning individual and team play. You know, Axar, we just saw his name there, but his lockdown on the previous was fantastic. He's up to 18 now. Did have a slow start on that CT side, but we're right back into the action here, round 27. And there's clear intent over on this mini-map
Yeah, well, looking to hedge their bets towards B again. Still no defuse kit here for VP. Doesn't feel like they've had a proper full buy with all the bells and whistles up until this point. Buster committed. This angle hasn't worked for him before, but you can see how awkward this looks. A knee poking out from either Shiro and Buster, and he's just stepped away.
Oh, okay. M4A4, he's got a couple of extra bullets. He'd love some help with a nade to the toes. James up to the task. They're into the site. He could have the cross, but now smoked. Advancing as fast as he can. Molotoved off. The util is brilliant from Gambit. There is very little that they can do about this.
Might have to just be that favorite save call again here. Now, at this point of the game, we haven't seen VP do anything outside of the norm, right? It's just been very standard. Occasionally, they've had the extra man towards mid. Right, they've done a couple of short boosts, but there hasn't been anything that's a bit of a haymaker here to really catch this Gambit team off guard. And one of the problems is when you verse both of these teams, rather just say a European team or anywhere else in the world really, is you find it difficult to do those aggressive style maneuvers just because how default heavy they are. And you've seen that in this game. If you've been tuning in from the start, you'll see time and time again these teams waiting to the final 30, 20, 15 seconds before they hit sites. And the reason they do that is to account for all of those aggressive moves we're talking about. Take the variance out of the game, right? Turn it into this. Are you going to gamble correctly? Are you going to hit enough shots to stop us from getting into the bomb site? And the answer in round number 27 was no. Max loss bonus, it's been in play now for a long time. It's 8 on the trot here, but Buster only getting 1, right? He's isolated. Okay, take our time, take our time, take our time. Drop a nade on him, and he's dead, right? So they're just dealing with these fights as they come. They're not running in, they're not getting multi-killed, they're not getting mowed down, and that's what's making Gambit's life a bit of a breeze here.
Yeah, and they're so set for the rest of this now.
Yeah, no matter what happens here, they will have guns in their hands.
Yeah. And one more timeout remaining. Now that bleeds into OT. You're not going to get an extra should we get there.
Yeah, should we get there? I don't know what VP... Unless VP right now tries something different, right? Push into lower dark, try a bit more of a short aggressive maneuver, do some mid-control utility. Remember Gambit? They were smoking off Suicide. They were mollying back a cat. We saw something a little bit different out of them. VP so far, we haven't.
I honestly think some of Yukinda's hijinks have been cancelled after Shiro just picked him off on the early Suicide run. Because, I mean, that is something you'd expect to be great for disrupting, especially what we just saw in the previous from Gambit's T side. A 3-man commit, and look at that.
They're just going to go long here.
Yeah, off the spawn. Hits his walk key. Trying to mess with the timing in James' head, and it's enough. He has to take a hasty shot. Tucks in for the repeat. Lovely find, and now looking to elevate. Should have at least grounds for another frag on this AWP. 2 of those Virtus.pro members are elevated. Buster has completely cleared out tons.
This is huge right now. If he can get over towards T-spawn, he can cancel off all these long rotations back on over towards that B bomb site. The only individual that slipped the net so far is Shiro top mid, so... Oh, here comes the smokes.
Oh, Yukinda flashed in. Or not! They'll just go off the nade. Takes a spray, takes a head. James as well. Posts his second in the feed. And now looking to reset, but Buster's here. No, he's not anymore. Ooh, Shiro.
Wasn't expecting that one, was he?
No, shy of that. And that's round defining and concluding. You can see Axel now left and thrust into a 1v5. Won't be surviving a repeat here. Oh, what a shot, and a missed shot from the AWP of James leads to an extension of play.
Damage is good here for Axel. If he can get another kill or two, that'd be fantastic. I know he's low, and oh, never mind. Flip will finish the sentence for me. 14-14, and there you go. The streak is broken. But the difference there for Gambit was it wasn't the slow default spread. Let me tell you what they're most likely to go back to. More of the same. More of what got them to this point here. And James, a necessary kill right there, because if he didn't get that and we're looking at a 5-on-5 execute onto the site, trades don't go MVP's way. This one could have been closed down very quickly here. But now the pressure is on. Money is not great, as mentioned, for VP, right? So if they lose this round, it's likely the game ends 16-14. The CT economy is busted. It's broken. Flit has about 2.5 after his purchases. Yukinda with 1.8, same with Kickit. That's the high end, right? And you look where the loss bonus is at. Sure, we're going to get 2,900 into the bank balance here, but it's going to get scrappy for some of these members. You're not going to be looking at double AWP setup, which is what they're rocking now. And rounds without utility, without the full buy, have been a bit of a problem here for VP. So we will see something in the next round, even if they lose, but it won't be looking anything like this. Could this be the knockout blow from Gambit, dropping on down in towards the Suicide? Shiro picks on out. Mid-door molly to dissuade any of those lower dark plays, and Well, here we go. Back to regular programming. No presence towards long is a little bit of a difference here for VP as Flit and Kickit are working on clamping down with the team towards the short and mid position. James loitering in CT spawn.
The old-fashioned way for that hinge smoke. He's thought better of it. Nafany flashing James off the line and brave enough to re-peek.
That's enough. Two of them are across and they're about to fight here towards short. Two players here. Flit is overseeing business a bit more passively.
Is he just hard committed to this? So Kickit in the off angle, perfect pop flash, but he maintains the spray. Good enough, considering the disadvantage. He'll take the 4v4.
Yeah, that's not bad from Kickit, all things considered here. And they've rejigged this CT setup. James back towards long. Flit in the sight, busting out, turning his attention towards the mid doors here. 48 seconds.
Good smoke. Look at the timing on that. He's actually smoked them off. He can guarantee that this is double smoke CT. Is just smoke and mirrors. I say that as I see a flash and a push. They really want to test them. Hard for Buster, but he's dealt with it. And the fact that no one else is home. Looks like VP is stringing together a 15th here. James caught Axel on his long advance. The last two up short, the likelihood. And even James to support Flit in his endeavors. Does catch a glimpse and a tag. Attention drawn. And Flit will finish with a flourish. 15-14. VP have a chance to finish what they started strongly.
Oh, late bloomers, I think, VP, you know?
I mean, I'm trying not to say paid by the round. You know, 8-2.
No, but they just like... this is a team, right? When you see them, they don't look highly emotional. So when the score gets close, that's when they go, okay, well, we're going to play now, you know? You'd love to see VP, because this was a commanding game for them early, right? You'd love to see them with a bit of a statement come in and lock a team out, but this is also testament to Gambit. But do we go OT? It's a change-up. Kick it straight up mid. James into lower.
Yeah, this might catch him. James, aggressive. Oh, and he's kind of trapped. That smoke could be pushed and disrespected. Disrespect laid down by Kickit. He does not want overtime. Nafany doing everything he can to manufacture it. Axel's even punished Kickit's aggressions as well, so this one will... Yeah, that was a wild one. You can see the glimpse caught. James has info. They crossed long side.
What happens now? 3-on-3 and a minute 20 on the clock. We haven't seen this one before in this matchup.
Yeah, fruity. This could be a whole lot of fun. Potential for Nafany to be wall-banged if anyone's feeling frisky. Is he brave enough to do hinge on that low? He could have been easily banged. But things will fall now into a slower state of play. I say slower, there is a long door aggression. Slowly starting to be considered. James is going to crawl and post up.
Yeah, they've decided they will give them the cat control here. Now, the fight that could decide it all is if James does push forward into Nafany. Nafany should have the advantage even on the low HP against the AWP. Yakinda very disconnected from this, up towards the upper tunnels, as we can see. Inters and Axel lining up their AU till. Smokes rain out, the signal is there, and James starts to rotate. Nafany's going to slip on in behind him here. This is the kill.
Back is turned. Back is completely turned. James does his sixth sense kick in.
Oh, quick flank.
Oh, Flit, he's missed his opportunity. That could have been round defining, and now Nafany looking to push us to OT. That's an opportunity. They both reveal themselves.
Volley.
They know where you are.
Has to fight.
Will have to swing.
Oh.
And Axel fires just out of the flames in time.
Look how low they are.
Yeah, the Deagle was the perfect weapon for the job. Did he see it? Oh, and Axel says no. OT secured. Gambit will like that very much. Nafany raises his voice as we do take a very quick break. We promise 15-15. Inseparable. We'll have to do it in OT. MR3 after the break.
Hey Future Pros! Some people hate Dusty. Anyway, here's a cool smoke that you can throw from T-spawn to land on the hinge of the mid double door.
Getting off to a flying start on both halves, Gambit have shown resilience and the mental fortitude required to take us into overtime. Familiar territory in this domestic derby, both teams with an intimate knowledge of how the other likes to play, and now we get ready for MR316K.
Yeah, if you've got the pro tip of the break right there, apparently some people hate Dust 2. I'm getting the impression these two teams love it, because they want to play all the rounds and then some more. Shiro, interesting little boost here, closer to the box. Isn't going to see a whole lot, and a bit more of a flary play from James this time round.
Does enable Shiro to be cleared a little. Oh, the finest margins in this video game. Look how close that was. Oh, and it will...
Oh!
Counter-strike!
Oh!
I'll get you one day.
You've got to wonder sometimes, don't you? Okay, well, there must be divine intervention for both these teams right now. Yakinda's secondary AWP over towards A with James. And, well, James, the first to strike. Nafany down. That's an opener. And that's what the doctor ordered. VP have had a real hard time of things just to be able to get it to this point. Gambit battle back in a big way, and now they find themselves down a man and almost two. Inter's on 5 points of health. Short control taken, plenty of time, plenty of util. And we've seen how awkward this gets late, right? We know that Gambit don't mind whittling down the clock, waiting to those last 20 seconds and then biffing on in and controlling those rotations. But here we go.
Yeah, they got some more time to work with here. Rare luxury.
The double dip into spawn, huh?
Yeah, and it hasn't worked out well. It's not only been spotted, but fragged. Oh, Hobbit had a little bit of an inkling. He's the right to think so. Just as he looks away, Yakinda will best him. And that round can be boiled down to a couple of things. But VP, not losing a single player. So fantastic start for their CT campaign.
Yeah, and one of the things was the round that got us to overtime for Gambit, right, was the round where Kicker pushed up mid and got 2 kills straight out the gate, right? So you think about how quickly it did fall apart for VP there in the final throws of this one. But if they can just dispel this here, keep a clean sheet of a CT side, their T half, we've already seen what they can do. But here we go again.
When you've had distinct leads in both halves, it's easy to find yourself getting lost in the mental when you're in OT.
Look at this.
Yeah, it's not bad. It could lead to a frag, and that's exactly what he's waiting for. Yakinda with some proactive and well thought out play.
Yeah, where was this during regulation? Right, 2 rounds in a row, we've seen some different mix-ups from VP. The AWP long doors and one AWP short. This time both AWP over towards mid, and a kill to open up the account here as Nafany has taken that space immediately back towards mid, and he's going to stay as a bit of a sleeper agent here.
Ever since you've been talking more and more about in-game leader plays, I've been seeing them. Like Nafany contact walking with his knife out into the doors.
Or an educated guess.
But he gets his info. Yeah. He gets the info. His suspicions were he's moved. He's long gone. And he gets the answer to that question without a nade, without a teammate, and with a huge risk.
So right now it looks like with the current constellation of Gambit, they want to execute onto this B site, isolate Buster, isolate Kick It, and have Hobbit and Nafany either go for the mid to B or try and stop the rotations, but here they come.
Yeah, Hobbit's perfectly positioned for this. And off the flash, Yakinda will strike again. Hello, Virtus.pro. Two spotless rounds. Not a body drop so far. Gambit yet to frag here in overtime.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like, where was this during regulation? Because the mix-ups could have come in handy. One of the problems for VP not that long ago was the fact that their gun rounds weren't full. We had Famises, we didn't have utility. Now, with the MR316K, they can actually play the way they probably wanted to.
Not to regurgitate your opinions as my own.
Okay.
But Virtus.pro tend to be looking like a very different squad when they have those full buys. You've been saying it time and time again.
Yeah,
Yeah, hold on.
Not going wide on this. That's a change.
Yeah, this time Yakinda's antics have been cut short. James with an immediate rebuttal. This is something.
Now we're seeing some fight out of them. They're not just sitting back, rolling over and taking it. They're actually giving them the beans right now. And Buster takes up a dark control again.
I think he could. Oh, and he does. Well, he's tagged him on the hinge smoke, so Inters will be operating with a limp.
Yeah, he's had a couple of rounds, unfortunately, poor Inters, where he's been tagged down early. And look at how much information, right? Buster, because he's forward in tunnels, knows that it's unlikely they're just setting up smokes to execute here. So he doesn't have the full information, but he has enough. And that actually leaves them in a position where they might have to defend this B attack. They are coming back into his domain.
He's got Kick It with him. And full bag of util from Kick It. So if Buster gets the early warning, we could see a smoke tons and a delay. Oh, that's quick. Do they accelerate the smoke? Is there in time? That's and the denial, it's in the front of the smoke. That looks like it could, well, it reeks of an 18th. Can they get the spotless CT side? boosting Inters over this, trying to find info. Nafany's already been brought down to half as well on that Xbox fight.
Well-timed molly there just as the smoke was fading, so this is great. 30 seconds at this point here, but we've seen Gambit win rounds with less.
Yeah, and a second smoke. They're running out of players and time. And this will be 18. Magnificent recovery there. You can see the team play from VP. And a spotless CT side, 3-0. Inter's only 14 seconds left for him to do the impossible. 3 players. And, well, there's 2. Now, just sit still. And they shall.
Yeah, you're right. They could have unplugged their keyboards right there and still won that round. Unfortunately for poor Inters, low on HP, couldn't push the issue of the molly. And just one more round. VP going to be their own worst enemy again. Gambit going to show us just how much this comeback potential is time and time again. Around the corner is Vertigo. And it's map number 2. And the desk will remind you, and we will too, that when they played this at the Major, Flit had just joined the team. It was a 16-14 best of 1 in the favor of Gambit back then. Hobbit dropping 39 kills. Kick it fluffing a bit of a spray right there, and Shiro capitalizing. But here we need to turn our attention with the timeout called. Only 1 of 2 remaining for Gambit here. They saved a couple for the overtime, and Nafany, I'm sure, is going to be doing his best with the war cries, the fire up talk to get the team focused to see if they can do exactly what VP just did.
Yeah, and I'll remind you as well, with all the bells and whistles, I assume Kickert's going to get himself some nades, but we're going to be getting ourselves into where VP did look very comfortable initially. What's the space to be taken early, James?
There's a smoke doors.
Yeah, there's no way he's going to be getting that same pick and the same influence early. Nafany anti. Shiro to take that first shot. Now, the flash will come in. Oh, Nafany actually just avoided it. It was just a little bit too deep, but you can see that already a man advantage has been found. VP are just 4 frags away from taking their map pick, albeit in overtime.
Hey, this is looking like the beginning of the end here for Gambit on this map. Down a man. No rush right now from VP, and they can sit back and wait, right? Traditionally, CTs have to go looking. They need to see if they can find a kill back or information. And Hobbit, he is leering forward in this smoke.
Yeah, he's trying to be the playmaker, and so often he tends to be that guy again. Hobbit bails Gambit out of the hot water they find themselves in, just like those very common blue lobsters.
It's not easy to hit a kill like that, so that's massive stuff from Hobbit there to draw this one level. Now VP are the ones stuck having to find an answer for this. Axel, Hobbit, both over towards that short position. Inters has been a hero over towards B in that first half when they needed him. And, oh, there's James. Hobbit, aggressive again.
Getting of the end, perhaps Chad, unless another one of those can be found from Axile. Oh, it's a perfect pop. And the execution. Shiro has to be the hero. And that's not to be. Kickert pulls VP into a 3-man advantage, and Inter's so disconnected from the pack. This does look almost guaranteed. Bomb planted on the other side of the map.
Oh, and Kickert's top cat as well. So even if Inters wanted to try and slink out here, it has to do with Buster and Kickert, who have just a perfect crossfire. And there it is. Buster gets it done. 19-15. Flawless in overtime from VP. They get there in the end. Classic VP. And let's see, the Gambit have a response. We throw this one to a break. And then the desk, Yanko, Trace, and Kassan to break this one down.
seconds to type your answer in the chat using this format. And keep in mind, speed is important at DHL. So the faster you answer correctly, the more points you get. Keep track of how well you are performing on the leaderboard. Will you manage to make it to the top and win one of these amazing prizes?
The Intel Extreme Masters Winter 2021 continues, and we continue with a DHL drop. Isn't that right, Yanko and Kassad?
Speed is important for them, not for VP though.
Yeah, yes indeed, Trace.
I like that. That's not bad. Good job, Kassad. So let's do it. Let's go ahead and run this question. It's easy to answer. I can assure you that all you have to do is put exclamation point DHL drop space, whatever the coinciding letter that you choose through your options are. What was by far the most played map at the RMR IEM Fall of 2021 in the EU side of things? Is it going to be Mirage, Inferno, Dust 2, or Nuke? Now, if I had to guess, I would probably pick like a Mirage. What do you guys think?
Nuke, maybe.
Yeah, it really is a toss-up. Nice, guys. All right, so the one map that it might not be doesn't really matter. Make sure you get your
for sure because of the update.
Yeah, get your answers in there, guys. It's going to be exclamation point DHL drop space ABC or D as your selection. For us, we look at the matchup that had a lot of legs. Some would say it's still going on in some other parallel universes we live in here. Yanko, why did this game seemingly take forever?
Well, because Gambit got off to a slow start and then finally woke up and decided to play Counter-Strike. I think that was the problem. Like me and Kassad were both at Budapest, that V4 tournament, and it was a case throughout that tournament for them. You know, either they would lose even the first map, and we're talking about tier 3 teams being their tier 4 teams, right? So either a bad first half or even having to come back after losing the first map, and that was the case here as well, really. From the get-go, VP was more ready for the game. They came in with a clear game plan that they executed really well, and you know, Gambit found themselves down 7-1 in the first half.
I would love VP to have won like 16-7. I would have so many smart things to say. This I was just like kind of triggered, you know, with their performance. When they got like a 13-7, they just stopped playing. They didn't go for any single moves, no aggression, no opening picks, no Yakindar going for any aggression like he did in the first half. They just stood back and let Gambit execute whatever they wanted to execute.
So, you know, and I'm looking at you here, Kassad, because I'm thinking about just those rounds we sat there and we're like, wait, have they saved? There's been a save on both sides. There's been people alive on both sides of the coin here for multiple rounds in a row.
Yeah, I mean, we counted. It was like maybe 2 rounds that like the full team died. You know, completely, and then the other team won the round. It was, like you said, like Gambit on T side, they know how to take space. They use a lot of utility. They don't have a utility to execute and just chase off the op. But on the other side, we have VP who are actually not doing anything since the 13-8 mark. So, you know, it's a super weird game, and luckily VP managed to close it out.
Yeah, and before we even got to that round 8 mark, let's go back to round 4. Let's go kick it all the way back.
Yeah, so I said the VP got off to a good start, had a clear game plan, and here you will see what they decided to do very early on. It's basically just a fast B split. Look at the timer. I mean, it's 1:35. Just go down mid, smoke it off, mollies, just get the entry kills here, the fast trade on, I think it was Hobbit who tried to help coming in through, and that's it. That's round over. Just they're 4v2. The rest of the Gambit players are going to save. That puts them in a really good position, right? Because it adds so much bank for you as well. It gives you a lot more options because now Gambit has to be paranoid. They can't play heavy long as much. But if you try to do this again, it weakens your B defense, and it helped VP a lot.
It's a good switch up. It's a good surprise for VP. Something unusual. I'm sure Gambit didn't expect that. But to throw back to the other stories, like Shiro, right? We said that Dust 2 is not his best map. He ended up with 14-23 with the bottom fragging of the whole map.
And here's also a round where Kinder is just running through the molly. Like he just, again, 135. Like early on in the first half, their plan was to put pressure on the B bomb side or on mid/B splits. And again, just the entry kill is there. They can take control of the side, smoke it off. You can even see that 2 of the other players are still, you know, on short and on long. So this was just like a comment, like just letting Yakindar basically he just probably said like, I'm gonna go for it, guys, just have someone turn off the molly for me and maybe a flash, and
maybe they learn from this, and it actually works playing fast.
Yeah.
So it's the dynamic of.
So it also tells you they had from the get-go some faster plays. We're always on VP's ass for being like super slow and taking forever and not doing anything to take control. And I think it also caught Gambit a little bit off guard,
100%.
the pace.
So Yikinder's still the shining light.
Is this a sign of things to come, Trace?
Yes, it
Have
is.
they changed?
It was overtime though.
No, I don't think they have. But I mean, I guess it is possible. We do still have to go through another map. We're looking, I think it's Vertigo, is that right?
Definitely.
Yeah. So we go to Vertigo next. You set that up. Does it play out the same way, though?
I think Vertigo is Gambit's one of the favorite maps. Together with Overpass in the past, Gambit has enjoyed playing Vertigo a lot. Those defending, being aggressive on A ramp all the time, and everybody can see it, but nobody can counter it. On the other side, they have VP who are actually loving playing Vertigo. And the last 3 maps they won 2 against, I think, Mouse and Movistar Riders on Major. They lost against Gambit, and it should be a close map. I think Virtus.pro is ready for this one. They expected this. I think they have a game plan similar to something on Dust 2.
I want to see if they're going to continue playing a little bit faster for once. But a good sign for Gambit is that Exile has been playing well from the get-go in this tournament. Also, being the B anchor on the CT side, like that's going to be an important...
Shira will be much more impactful on this map than on Dust 2, definitely.
Yeah. Well, we're going to have to turn our attention to that in due time, which is just a few moments away. But in the meantime, we started this out with a DHL drop, so it's only appropriate that I actually give you the answer to the question that was poised. And that answer is going to be Nuke, not Dust 2. But I think you said Nuke, right?
Yeah.
So it does make sense. I think it all kind of checks out. Anyway, yeah, that does kind of wrap that one up. Sets us up for Vertigo to go forward. I mean, and if you need something, I guess maybe to light a little buzz in your upcoming year, well, let me tell you, it's VP that chose Infinity and then Beyond, which is Vertigo, which is where we go next. Take it away, Yanko. Whee!
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
What makes someone a living Counter-Strike legend? It's not an easy question.
Seems like I can't get away from the hot sun. Always night and never day.
The war rages on. An overtime win does manage to get VP 1-0 up in the series, and we're ready to get ourselves set onto Vertigo. So VP, they've taken their map. Now, there's some history that you've alluded to, probably some newer viewers hanging out with us as well, but Vertigo, for a time, even coming into Stockholm, was seen as one of Gambit's pocket picks.
Yeah, it's a great map here for Gambit, and that history at the Major only about a month ago, 16-14 in the favor of Gambit, needed 39 kills out of Hobbit, but here we go. We're straight underway, straight into the action on the T side for Gambit here. They turn their attention towards middle. It's looking like a bit of a B split might be on the agenda here. Buster pretty far forward, kick it over towards the construction position, dealing with that mid to B. Has Flit as part of this wombo combo.
Oh, there you go. Confirmation of the commitment, and they're already up. Kicker, crosshairs in the right place, and so are the bullets. It's too good openings for them. A third as well in the feed. It is Intersto with a lot of space and the bomb to be planted. This becomes interesting.
Yeah, this is coming pretty quick.
Especially if Axel could provide. Yukinder aggressive. He's got himself the Julies and the vest. It leads to at least one. Only Inters, 3 to deal with. They are low, but so is he.
He was looking the wrong way. Jane was actually peeking over the ledge right there. Those silenced US people, it's just whistling through the girder. Eventually goes on down. The defuse comes on in, and this one's handled. Now, VP, you were talking about how Gambit, this is a pretty good map for them. VP we're going way back in the time machine now. But when Vertigo came into the map pool, they were one of the early adopters, one of the very, very early adopters here. We're just sorting that out. Yeah, I didn't know how I could tell you once we were on air. Alex is watching the Liquid versus Astralis game as well, everybody. He's trying to do multiple things at once, and he's looking at the screen. Where's the game?
I just looked down at my screen and I'm like, how have I managed this? I'm in the wrong server. Well, Astralis Liquid, if anyone's wondering, 13 to 10 in map 2.
16-1 on the first map to Liquid on Nuke. I think that's the first time they've ever beaten Astralis on Nuke. I know it's a different look Astralis, but all in all, that's a pretty wild thing to keep in mind. And a two-man totem stack there. Flit takes down Hobbit. Shiro cops a bit of a peppering here as well. But I was saying that VP, one of the early adopters. Yes. I love the utility they have on their CT side, especially for B retakes, right? They have so much good utility for B bomb site retakes. We'll see if we can do our best to highlight it if they need to do any of that throughout here. But at the moment, it's just dealing with this force buy scenario. And, well, with Shiro being low and Hobbit being 6 feet deep, they will have to regroup and regather to milk the most out of this round. Now, this type of game, if you miss map 1, it does tend to go from 0 to 100 very quick here. It's just the approach of these teams. They like to eliminate as much risk as possible. Molly towards the sandbags, flush out any rats in the system, but nobody's home. To smoke over towards the scaffolding position, and a flash poised and ready for Yukinder to swing off here.
Oh, look how many are here. They've got their information, and now they're ready to explode.
Oh, the timing.
Just as Nafri pokes his head out of his hidey hole, going hunting, though, and Axel's greeted them with a bullet. And no response as of yet. They are so wounded, though, and if Buster is a little too quick
they can't
about
really
this,
go back,
trying.
can they?
They're trying.
Come on now, lads.
Yeah, and that's a punish, but there is still a little bit of time. The fact that Shiro's gotten over there, and with 9 seconds left...
Can you even get there in time, old Inters?
I'm not sure, no. Doesn't look like he can. So this is all in for naught. And that's the end of the round.
That's the end of the round. I told you it goes from 0 to 100.
Whoa!
Those last 30 seconds.
They just...
Oh, well, they keep everybody guessing.
Just go B.
They just, well, to be fair as well, VP are one of the teams, right? I know there's a lot of detractors from Vertigo, which is fine. So different types of gameplay. You don't have to like everything. I can't make you. But they're one of the teams that do really just like an A bomb site here. I think Gambit are a bit more versatile in their T-side approach here. But 2 save Galils. And the bigger issue there, guys, is one that's going to... It's like kicking the can down the road right now. They get to keep the Galils for a round like this to be a little bit more threatening. However, the loss bonus, once we get to round 4, assuming Gambit lose this, is going to be miserable. So,
assuming. Now,
yeah,
can make an ass out of you and me. Inters to demonstrate. Yakinda's aggression now. He's got to be careful. He doesn't want to be losing his M4 or his life, and both now lie idle. Yakinda down. Hobbit finishes the job that Nafany started, and that retrieval process does lead to his demise as well. A, not only smoke, but clear. And B stairs control. I heard a sound cue. I assume that mid player did too. Kickit will have relayed that information, and it looks like it will be addressed by that of James. So, bomb loose. Shiro to scoop it up, hidden within the cardboard.
Yeah, someone's not doing a very good job of managing this site.
Ooh. Keeping himself hidden on the descent. Very easy to show a bit too much on that. But they're in.
Yeah, and you can see Jane playing very passive on the B-bomb site here. He's tucked all the way back over. So they might concede the plant here. A little bit of light util out. Inter's swinging off that. The rifle's in hand with the armor for Inters. He is the action man in this one.
Yeah, but they've got a two-man flank.
Oh, look at this.
Yeah, he couldn't be better. And Kicker's even got so much util. Should they require it? I think bullets will do. And they do. Onto Shiro.
Another 1v3.
Yeah, but this one feels a little bit more manageable. I don't know if he's going to be ready for this. Oh, very loud, James. And a nice bait and switch. Flip strikes. And VP, another real solid conversions in their opener. 3-0.
I think I'd like to play with VP members in my little face at Pugs. I think it's just like because they're so calm. They never seem rushed. They're never getting away from them. They're just taking their time. That's the last thing you want. You know, there's some people who have ants in their pants when they play Counter-Strike. These guys are showing you that isolating these fights, they're taking your time, guys. Just take your time. What's the rush? Yeah, that's the thing. When you queue in for a matchmaking game, you've all signed up for at least 50 minutes worth of game. So don't just throw it away. Enjoy your minute 55 round after round. Savor in it, bask in it. Milk that clock, and here we go. That plant, oh, has gotten the ult for Shiro, and Yakinda's down. Buster's forward. This is aggressive from Buster here. Needs to be careful.
Axel's usually so ready for these surprise engagements, but Buster's bested him. One to the dome.
That's one of the head-to-heads you'll see quite a bit over towards that B site as the defaults go, and over towards A, I think you will be seeing a bit of Nafany versus Yakinda action. But a 4-on-4. And Flit aggressive again here. Look at this active play from VP. I think their identity is slowly changing. Yeah, they're becoming a bit more and more aggressive. And these heads-up plays is what secured them Dust 2, and now this could secure them round number 4. Look at the push.
They're just not expecting this.
Hello.
Oh, and that's the bomb and the AWP. Flit has done so much with that. He knows he's destabilized. He's going to give them the bomb, but the advantage now is secured.
They're locked in.
They can't leave. They're known to be fully committed, or the assumption is made, and rightfully so. Now, the wall of smokes is up, so this is their go sign. They have to be planting before they fade. You can see a lovely lineup from James to stop the default plant. Yeah, take notes.
Don't mind that one. A bit more shrapnel damage there with the nade. Smokes are going to fade, and Kicket's already found Hobbit.
And with no plant as well, this one's just going to peter out into nothingness. Gambit are looking flaccid. Unimpressive. An allowed sound cue to confirm that there's at least one there. James confirms it as well with a missed shot, and I swear if they somehow faking it out at 10 seconds, they just want one more. The nade on the nose. Inters needs to plant now. Bodyguard duty for Nafany.
Another nade.
So hesitant, but the bomb now down, and Nafany nearly taking Flit out of the equation as well. Peculiar round. You know, I felt like Flit initially, with his flank and frag onto Shiro, had done enough, but Gambit do manage to at least make that one painful and costly.
Yeah, really good util usage there from VP, all things considered, but they do forego that plant, right? And that's the key of what you're talking about there, is the fact that they've allowed them to get the bomb down again, which should facilitate another buy. And this is the opener here. Blind up Shiro through the smoke, gets the kill onto Yakinda. Buster immediately tussles one back, so a good play from him to isolate the one-on-one. And then Flit, he gives them no option. They have to go towards A. Is surprising to see how low the clock runs in this one. Actually, I take that back. As Shiro, unfortunate. But that type of a push from Flit is very risky.
But like, let's build on that. We've actually got a timeout. Thank you very much, Gambit. But you've just Counter-Strike. You've just seen his like disbelief that he just got flanked so early. That's also him starting that conversation with his team, right? They've been doing this. This is twice we've been pushed early down that ladder. We're losing mid control. Gambit's knee-jerk reaction is just going to be surely dig your heels in and sit in a default for 60 seconds.
Yeah, and that's what we saw get them a lot of success over there on Dust 2, right? So they have a couple of options here. Now, one of the key things is you could just go towards A with all 5 members and have one person watch the flank, right? And then you never go back. You only go forward, right? That can't happen if someone is always watching the behind. So just that cognizance, right, to make sure that somebody is dealing with that, because if those plays are commonplace, Oh, nice util here. Important molly there from Yakinda in the scheme of this game. Now, because Nafany, one of the individuals bringing into fashion that one-way smoke to help you facilitate the scaffold push.
That's the response.
That molly right there slows him in his tracks and actually times him out. So here is Nafany with a change-up of his own. That nade, I don't think they'll expect Nafany so quick here.
Yeah, the nade to imply. Look at this. Look at that, the power of the nade. It's a timing. He's got his knife out looking the wrong way. It's nerdy as hell. But that was enough of a cue to lull them into this sense of security, and Yakinda, a rare, complete booking.
Oh, James' turn now. Just the timings back and forth. We find ourselves in a 4-on-4, but the A, it's coming in again. Hobbit nader back, delayed, melted.
Ooh. Easy there, soldier. They are hard committed to this. 50 seconds. There's a wealth of time. But the smokes are up, and that implies a commitment. Hobbits advances again. We'll check in on that utility damage as well. It's very early doors, but it's felt like we've seen at least a couple on the nose with the nades. Smoke again. That's the last of the Gambit smokes, but it does obscure James' view, and now Inters can start his bomb plant project. Don't see that magical incendiary for James. They're all on the site.
Oh.
Yeah, he'll take a tag. Needs a lot more. Because he's completely without teammates. Where is James' squad? No trade. The flash. Oh, kick it just with Vision returning. And now we see that retake smoke onto the site. A molly for sandbags. Trying to draw attention elsewhere.
Halfway gone here. Buster needs to make a move, and soon.
Yeah, Inters hasn't moved since that bullet connected, and that leads to a straight bang through the smoke. Shiro, they know he needs both, and just, I think, in the...
He didn't have a kit. He didn't have a kit.
Oh, that was a 5
Kicker
seconds.
had the kit, and there was just no time for Buster to get that one right there. So that kill was everything. The fact that Kicker goes down meant that Buster had no time to run, pick up the kit, and get the defuse. And Gambit snatched the round, but everybody goes down. And I am just looking at that util damage right now. You have 50 on Buster, 70 on Flit, and 95 on James, who seems to be doing an awful lot. And you're right, this is very early. So 5 rounds in for them to be having all that.
Yeah, precisely. I think if you accumulated that, that translates into a couple of kills.
Yeah, not too shabby whatsoever. We can call it maybe 2.5 frags right there. But one of the things with this map is if your economy does start to swell, imagine all the nades that you can leave in elevator room that you can constantly harass the plant with over towards A, right? The extra HEs, the mollies being dropped. That might be something to play into this. Teams traditionally use a lot of utility on the CT side to take map control. And speaking of map control, working on some mid territory this time round, looking like they want to accelerate for what should be a B split. Flit will have to deal with 3, Buster with 2 over to the other side.
Flip's really got his work cut out for him, and Buster's about to meet the boost. That cone will perfectly obscure. Ooh. The head still hits it, and Flit actually handles business in mid. He's ready for another. Hobbit at least pulls one out. If he can get this, the site's open for business. Kicker, aggressive, wasn't ready for both.
Hands.
Yeah, caught with the butterfly inspect, and we'll leave it there. James, does he really want to give it any more look-ins? The extinguish immediate to imply someone close. It's smart.
Works against them here as well. That is now a wall erected in front of Yakinda here. I'd love to get his hands on something a bit juicier than an MP9. Not sure if a Famus is worth that upgrade. And flashes to delay Gambit. This should be their second round indeed.
Can I give you a HUD pitch that I've thought of and will forget?
All right.
So you know when there's a 10-second diffuse, what if it was a slightly different color blue so that we could immediately differentiate between the 10 and 5?
Okay. So we would need to work out if the game can communicate to the HUD
if they have a kit,
in the
API. All right. Dearest lad.
Dear
I'm writing to you today to inquire as to the possibilities.
A different color blue. Just a shade?
I don't know, just a shade. It would just be enough of a subtlety so that you, at a glance, as they're tickling it, you know, just from the top bar.
Okay.
I mean, it's not hard to quickly just run your eyes down left and right of the screen, but it would be significantly quicker.
Well, normally you have an idiot like me going, no kit, no kit.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so unless, I'm sure I'm not with you in all of your matchmaking games.
Not yet.
All right, well, the saved AWAP and the Galil for Yakindar. He's a pirate.
Whoa, okay. Calling his jets, James. And some
Love
real,
this angle.
It's a very powerful angle, but with a Galil up against AKs, it's ambitious from Yakinda. Can't believe he's sticking around there. He knows he's drawn blood.
Well, he's done his job, hasn't he? He's sent them partially
Has
packing.
he? Yeah, you see Shiro and Inters deciding to come back, and they'll just pick up that Galil and play hot potato with it. Now, that is a wallbang. completely books Flit. 98 points of damage, and they continue to pass it off. It's been in 3 players' hands so far. James still has his preserved AWP as well, but we would have to have a real James round if this was to get interesting. Gambit should just methodically and clinically push into the site. Look like they're leaning towards B, and I say they. I do, of course, refer to both teams. As you can see, a 3-man CT stack.
Well, I don't see how this gets out of control.
No.
For Gambit right now, because the fact of the matter is they have all this utility. If they weren't to use the utility once they get the B lobby control, I'd have a couple of questions. So you can see the mollies being lined up, the util rains out, even the preemptive spam comes on through. So now it's just about cleaning up over towards B. Busted the B defender down, kick it goes as well, and lying in plain sight is Flip at 2 HP. A kill's nice, the trade is better, and it now comes down the question of where's James? The new sequel of Where's Waldo?
Actually, a legit idea, by the way. Some marketing.
A Counter-Strike.
Yeah, stop.
Hold up, we're getting so many good ideas. Hold up, let's do a couple voice messages right now.
Marketing intern right now is scribbling notes.
There's Vlad. Hello, Vlad.
Dearest Vlad.
Oh, sorry, dearest Vlad.
I want to be really formal with him. We were asking him to do work.
Alex would like to know.
The feasibility, that's a cool word.
Would be possible to illustrate on the HUD and the diffuse is happening if it could be shown.
We can take a poll as well in the Twitch chat. Give us a 1 if you like this split screen, and give us a 2 if you don't.
Okay, there's that one. And then the marketing idea, hold up.
Lovely stuff, and a great sequence here out of Axon. Notice how confident he was in the timing of that flash from Nafany. And a timeout called off the back of that. So VP just looking to readdress, get themselves back into the right frame of mind, because that is 3 consecutive rounds so far with a single save in every single one.
All right, so I'm done now. I'm back in the room.
Good to see you.
Now, this is where a couple of the dramas do start to rear its head for VP. Now, when we referenced it in the last map, it was in the context of Dust 2, but without all the games we've casted of VP, an Overpass game comes to mind that we casted of them where it took quite the while for them to get full buys going, and then when they did, they were able to close the game out. But here on the CT side, it's as close as it's going to get here. It's an actual double AWP CT setup. James is the only one with leftover cash to invest in a kit, but it feels to me like VP are more than happy just to operate without it. One AWP over towards B, one patrolling middle, and while Shiro's down towards the forklift room. Trying to find anything over the cusp of that smoke right there. The dismount and the back pedal is... Oh, the slow defaults seem to be Gambit's bread and butter here for rounds.
Yeah, Nafany's not... Oh, yeah, he is Molotov'd off. It still works perfectly. You can see that was actually a perfect catch of what you've been talking about.
Yeah, and the molly there wasn't a set one from Yakinda there. He threw that one on the fly, so you can see it actually fell through and went a little bit deeper than he would have imagined, but still getting the tick, still keeping them...
Yeah, I mean, it buys enough time for the smoke fade, right? It's either going to force a second smoke or Nafany's going to have to readdress.
And then he just pushes forward and actually plays up close and personal here. This is Yakinda's favorite place to be.
Yeah, it's him against Nafany. This is the battle. Okay, nice vision from Yakinda. It is a hard one. Bit of a favorable one-way for the T's. I'm surprised James sticking around for that. Yeah, we'll call it quits as the Molotov is thrown. Bottle broken.
Still have mollies for this here, so kick it. It's going to get hot under those toes, mate. Flip will need to bail you out with the smoke, or you need to run, and he will.
You just saw the trajectory there. You can see Hobbit was posted up. He's not going to fall for any of their silly reindeer games.
Well, they are dropping back here. Axon needs this kill into B, or it's going to force their hand. They have to finish A right now, Gambit. 20 seconds.
Pedal to the metal, hard commit. You can see they're suddenly sprinting in. It is going to be a bit of an on-the-fly maneuver. One smoke, it's not enough. It's insufficient, but so is the shot from James. They can actually get in and now kick it down. Flit as well is all onto James. He can't deny the plan. Buster rotating in and a double AWP, no kit retake. It's not fun for anyone, at least not in the VP jersey. despite the 9 HP, this really does favor Gambit, and it's still got the AWP, so he is as potent as ever if Shiro is the first to click. And whoa, what a one out of James. He's found an AK and using it well. On the angle is Inters. And now time-sensitive mission. Buster does not have the kit or the hope. Missed shot. That's it. That's another for Gambit. Call it 4 consecutive. And Buster, yeah, just looking for a constellation here. Grab the AWP out of there.
Yep, and he will. And that is a war cry from Nafany right there, the one trying to get the team fired up. A close round again, right in VP. If James had invested in that kit, they would have won the round.
Did he have the money?
He had 3.4 or 3.5k left over, but the reason he doesn't invest is so that he can continue to buy the AWPs. Now, a bit of a drama there, but look, 4-4, still a close one, and the saved AWP might see us go for another buy round, because this is what it changes, right? I know that they end up losing this round, and all the power to Hobbit there. Little great maneuver from him, finding 2 massive kills there as they mantle up into the site. But check out the buy right now from VP, Alex. Buster was able to drop the AWP to James, and because James had over 6k, he was able to drop 2 silenced M4. So this buy looks much better than it could have. Yeah. But they also could have had a round. So, oh, there we go. Nafany first in, best dressed. Yakinda goes down this time.
Oh, Buster. Buster has so much to deal with here. He's warded him off with a bit of his util of his own. But already, this is a disadvantage that they were operating with. You can see they're on a retrieval mission. Flit is taking some risks in order to acquire it. Where has that gone? The mysterious lost rifle. It
might have even gone flying off the map.
Oh, yeah, and it might lead to his death because he's got to cross back and at least gets the info and lets James activate. Deep smoke to peek over should he require, but yeah, Flit's communicating that they are already swinging into the site. This is a real high-octane moment now because Flit tucked into the elevator. It's James again to deliver the frag. Double.
Yeah, Inter should consider getting out of here.
Especially with Hobbit's position. Look how powerful that is. Great catch from the OBS team.
They can go back towards B right now. That Hobbit is cleared up and over the top. It is Buster that needs to get
idea. He has
Buster
no
in the lower
idea.
deck. Inters is stranded. Where does he go?
Yeah. What an eye, Joe.
Hobbit.
This is a great recovery. This was a 4v5 with pistols and Kev.
All Inters needs to do is live. Oh, James, what?
How is he aware?
What?
He considers it.
Come on now.
I mean, maybe Flit's just thrown a cursory, could have slipped into the comms. But yeah, James, a cursory glance at the perfect moment. That's a read.
What?
And that is quite the reaction. That could have spiraled.
What is that?
Despite the 2v4.
Has he got Spidey sensors or something right there?
Yeah,
it looked masterful from Hobbit. Felt like nobody had any idea what was going on.
Silences Nafany for a round.
These pushes have been the undoing of Gambit. So he just what?
No sound cue. He was walking.
Okay, James.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, guys.
I think I might be cheating.
Yeah, I just turned around and well, it turns out he was there. So we win. Yeah, simple as that. All right. Well, money in question for Gambit now. The back and forth nature. This game, you know, when you see all the little details of it, I know it feels drawn out for the viewer, but the details of it are baiting out util, understanding the positioning, knowing each other very well, playing out the rotations. It's almost death by a thousand paper cuts here on either side of the server. And it is going to be the buy back in from Gambit. 2 AKs, a Galil, a Deagle, and a Tech-9 walk into round number 10.
But isn't that also the beauty of Counter? That you can have your own vision for how the game should be played, and we can have all of them be effective.
Yeah,
I think that's what's so cool about it. This game has, you know, I always try to describe it as Counter-Strike is like being given like artisanal tools with no instructions. And over this 10-year period, we've just watched as those tools we've got better and better with them.
Yeah, refining them, right? We're going through the Bronze Age.
Yeah. Except right now, like, you know, we've got into the space age. We really are, like, fully launching our billionaires to the moon.
Here's the thing, right? Even with this opening kill, these don't even decide the rounds between these two teams. As much as in certain situations you go, oh yeah, there's the save coming on through. But these individuals are able to punch back quite heavily here. And oh, James, considering this, nice little nade. Big bit of damage.
Yeah, well timed. Flash for short.
Flash.
That is a cool one.
I like that.
And Nafany's cleared sandbags and starting to crawl. There's about 7 seconds on those.
Walking the tightrope right there, and they're coming through.
Into the head, more to come. Smoke starting to fade now. Nafany's in a real prime position to at least disrupt. He's asking for first contact here. He's just wants his teammates to hide, play off of his contact, try and catch at least one. Fumbling for the bomb.
Got a kit this time, at least on Kick It.
Yeah, but Kick It could be the first to fall. He is. Oh, at least exposed. Nafany unable to find the head, and things will peter out. Only 20 HP, and he's loudly hunted down.
Shot from James. Oh, and a yell back from the other side of things.
I think we're going to start seeing a bit of a warring chance. I think, you know, it does bring the best out of both teams when you start the shouting matches. I've got fond memories of the EURMR. There was a lot of that. Seeing Hampus and Snappy go head-to-head. And now Nafany, he's known for his roars. It's good to see VP return in the favor, and James definitely having a game right now.
Big round to win right there. Taking a little bit of a look, obviously, for the context for everybody. This winner of this qualifies for the quarterfinals minimum. The quarterfinals will play this Sunday, and the winner of this will also set themselves up to play against either Godsent or Big.
5 HEs for the T side. I wonder if we get to see something rather exciting out of those.
I wonder if this is actually just destined for James, right? If they can actually push these players back off the ramp, and then knowing that James is likely to play headshot, he's likely to play on the site with the AWAP. See if you can use that to push him back, but he's very forward and has a bit of a shooting gallery here. Kinder's not having any luck peering down this ramp, is he?
Yeah, not today, or at least not here against Gambit. They definitely have his number. They know his flight paths. It doesn't seem to have cost them too much. Flip, known to be on the sandbags, and those nades could be well destined. There's another one on Hobbit, could finish the job. They confirm he's still there, Hobbit. Dunks him, and finishes.
Okay, it is getting costly right now. These are a few too many casualties for VP.
2 weapons as well.
Yeah, you'd love to start establishing a bank, but here he is, the bouncer buster. You're underage, mate. Get on out of here.
Oh yeah, this is your birthday? What's your star sign then? Go on.
The funny thing is that the bouncer's asking that question.
He hasn't got a clue, has he?
No? Like, are you,
yeah, what are you?
You're just going to go off the conviction in my eyes? Like, what are we talking about here? You've had too much to drink, mate. I don't drink. I'm just here to dance.
Yeah. Typical Scorpio.
I don't know how Axel's going to get a lot done here. Hiding in plain sight, sure, but the kills aren't coming his way.
A sec. And enters his 2. Buster and Jame at the top of the scoreboard and delivering in the absence of Yakinda. But this is Vertigo CT sides. I think actually when I was referencing his super slow starts on CT sides, Vertigo is at the tip of the tongue. He can come in absolutely punching into the T side, regardless of how slow it may be here on his aggressive maneuvers towards that ramp. You're up against Gambit. They know what you're up to, and so far have booked him more often than not.
Buster, he's going to bust you. Then we can make like a rap video about that. Here we go again. Yakinda just trying to keep Nafany at bay. Tasked with that head-to-head.
A 3-man short walk. That's a boost, is it?
This isn't bad, right? If you do this boost and you have James spotting, right? If he just holds this line, then they can keep and retain this boost. However, a lot of people from playing your games at home would know, actually dismounted, that if you don't have somebody there, it is very precarious, right? You're worrying about players coming up the ramp scaff as well as pushing you here over towards the short position. But looks like they are moving the setup around. Flit going to link up with Kick It in mid, and we can see with this beautiful bird's eye view that they are just combing their way up ramp, silent as you like. A molly lands, James drops back, Hobbit takes the space, and Hobbit almost with the kill right there. James.
He had a real chance. James.
Can't go anywhere.
Trapped. Yakinda, big contribution. He's actually opened up the account here for an 8th round. Inter's already walking with a little bit of a wobble, and Flit continues to post numbers. Damn, that's the bomb. Flit, dunks, and this one just peters out. Nothing left of Gambit. Axel's job was to stop the Buster maneuver, but this round he's absolutely nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, and we just have to recall the amount of times we've seen that happen already. So you can understand why Axel's a little bit disconnected here, but this is one of the qualms. If you just keep going back to the A site, not a lot of diversity in the play, the B defender is going to start taking a bit more space. And if you're not able to keep multiple aspects of the map busy, then it does become very one-dimensional, this playbook, and Gambit's buy going forward has to be in question here. Lack of the plant. We're likely looking at just a pistol upgrade for the next round of play. But Yakinda finally finding some success, so I'm sure he's going to be quite happy with how that one just trended for him.
Does seem like the Gambit Vertigo formula is up for debate now. Oh, Hobbit. An absolute cracker. Skull breaker. Buster, who has been quite the nuisance, now forced to watch as these boys from Gambit try and make a Deagle Kev work.
Yeah, I know that's a big kill to start things off, but this is going to come down to how they want to play the rest of the round here. So they're elevating Shiro up behind the wooden boards. It looks like they just want to go for a 5-man finish onto B. I thought they might try and be a little bit trickier. Hobbit in mid takes some damage. A second player jumps on up, and Kicker's actually dropped on back. So this could be a B retake here. Oh, sound cue. That's going to have been heard.
Flit wants to leave middle, and they're already in. Oh, in the movement. Could have gone horribly wrong. Doesn't seem to, though, as the bomb actually does go down. Nafany falls in his defense, but still, they'll take 800 bucks each. Hobbit with 1 HP, up against 4. Good luck, have fun. And he's dead in 3, 2, 1. So, we do see a 9th already. Not only winning the half, Chad, but coming in hot pursuit of 10.
Yeah, and this is the thing. It's looking really good for them right now. But if you're a VP fan, maybe cross your fingers and your toes, because last game, it was looking great for them too. And then it got close, and closer as we went into OT. Gambit, they're not afraid to mount a bit of a comeback here. They definitely have it in them. But this is great. They're not wincing away from the fights, just getting stuck on in against the pistols here, so some confidence in the individuals. But back underway we go, and the double orbs busted out one more time as Buster gets his over towards the B bomb site. James back over towards A. Util lobbed on out from either team, and Yakinda with a different looking Molotov this time round. Nafany has the space to work with, and surprisingly Yakinda is going to play behind the sandbag, has a smoke for himself, and the amount of times they've mollied it and nobody's been there, well, this time round, someone will be. How are they going to believe if they see that extinguish again? Keeping a bucket load of utility here, Gambit. Still have 2 smokes, truckload of flashes, some HEs, some Molotovs as they start creeping up this ramp again. Oh, they know that they know there's definitely a player there. The smoke trajectory, it didn't come from the site this time round, so Yakinda under a lot of pressure. The flashes to get him out. He's actually peeking through it while mid control is being taken here. Massive gap to work with.
Yeah, they know the CT's looking elsewhere, and as Flit returns, he gets a rude shock. I say that, yeah, I can't believe it. He nearly gets them both, and he does by virtue of Kicker's trade.
They shouldn't have gotten away with that. Flit, that was a very wide swing there.
Yeah, and completely. I mean, I think he was assuming it was clear. Just returning to his old turf, his old territory.
Well, all that Utah I was talking about, it's gone. We've got a smoke and a flash now. 3v4, 35 seconds.
And Yakinda caught off by Nafany there.
Baiting him in. Oh, here comes the flash.
Oh, there. James turns it wise, but
Wrong
he's
way.
exposed. Oh, he needs to be getting out of there. Dropping Util will go down. Nafany's doing everything he can, everything in his power to pull his team through. Kick it fast on the flank. 10 seconds and another headshot. That's an easy plant, surely uncontested. It's planted safe, elevator side. And they know where you are. A tag already seals his fate. The pistol equipped. Shiro and Nafany establish an unbreakable crossfire. Smoking kit's great, but Kicker, he is just booked here. And trying to isolate 2 1v1s is a near impossible task, hoping Shiro is plagued by one of those deadly sins. Not to be today.
Huge round from Nafany there, right? 3 massive kills, and James looked a bit like a fish out of water there. He was just caught out in multiple occasions. The flash, if he kept holding the line, would have been his undoing regardless there, but got stuck on that little cone as he tried to make his way out of there, and probably should have been Gambit's round anyway. That mid progression by them, playing contact mid while drawing the rotation, it was a very good call. You could see by Flit, caught off guard with the widest swing. Still were able to make it work here, but it was Nafany who was the one to break them on through into the site right now. And well, they haven't broken VP. There's enough for a buy here for round 15, the final round here within the first half.
And our observer team highlighting the extra retake utility left at CT. Some HEs, some flashes. Shiro trying to hunt over the edge of the smoke. Yakinda, will they be ready for him this time? Nafany's been pretty switched on for Yakinda's positioning. Oh, and a nade onto his chest. Leaves him a half-health pin pull as well. Yakinda not going to go hunting around that edge. He just wants to control Scaff. And oh, that's the end of Nafany.
Very cheeky.
A big find. And there's so much more support for Yakinda. This hunt or for the trade is not going to come easy. We get the info on the cross.
Slid the gap right there from James. Oh, he's going in. Kinder's going forward. What is going on?
I'm not sure. A weird combination of passive and aggressive nature led us to a 4v4, and James actually sticking around. He's got to worry about short.
Yeah, they're really losing the understanding here of just how much space Gambit can take.
James calling for backup. Very late on his re-smoke. He's already faced with a smoke. He does have some support on short. Elevator rotate, Flit leaves mid, and actually, he actually hunts for info. And Kicker's got a huge gap, a huge double. Shiro, Axile, and the bomb.
Couldn't have gone better for Kickit right there, and more aggression coming in.
Yeah, Inter's nice shot into the head of Flit. If he can find Kickit on the re-aggress, swings into Scaff to neutralize, and now, well, with 20 seconds and 3 players, that's the end of that. Call it 10-5. Now that is not bad of a T-Hall, or rather CT Hall. We'll swap them over now to the attack, and we'll take a quick break before we get to see if VP can really lock themselves in for the playoffs in 2-0 fashion.
What up, Future Pros? I have a nifty fast A-smoke
A 5 for Gambit's T projects. They're off to the defense now, and this is their map, Chad. What is your expectation for the second half?
Look, as much as I think that this is a great map for Gambit, this is a different looking VP.
It is.
Right? They've been quite aggressive. They've been happy taking fights. They've been very pushy, finding gaps, and now that they're on this T side, looking like they're going to turn their attention over towards an A play. 2 smokes, 2 Molotovs, and the shift key being hit. Just one man making steps to fool Shiro, who's peering on down into the lion's share. Nafany 2 chips away at Yakinda here, but here they come.
Yeah, and they're ready for this, at least in terms of players. They've got 3 on site, and if they give them the space, this is what VP want, right? You want to force them off, and then the Utah will fly. I see a smoke already leaving James' hands. A Molotov as well. Nafany forced off of short, and the second smoke to follow. Trying to be cheeky with it. No blood drawn. That changes. Hobbit finds the head of Flit. They're all around each other. There is about to be pandemonium as these smokes start to fade. The bomb starts to be planted. So many are here. It's deathmatch on this A site. Hard clicks, overwhelmed by the USPs, and it looks great for Gambit. Nothing really for James to do other than hope and pray. He gets some individual jewels. What a adjustment. And he's found another head. James, 2 dead, would need a full 1v5. And that's surely not going to happen. They do overwhelm him, using their numbers to their advantage. So, call it 6, and a split pistol this time on map 2.
You superstitious?
Not particularly.
I'll ask you again.
Oh,
I need a definitive. Are you superstitious?
No.
There has not been a single game so far in the best of 3s for IEM Winter that has gone 3 maps.
Not a single one?
Not a single one.
Damn.
So the question is now, will we be the first to buck that trend?
Well, obviously, we are powerless. We do nothing.
Oh, to cast a curse, right? You don't believe in the superstition, but the people at home do.
Oh, yes.
And the people in production as well.
We hold all the power.
I don't know what it is, but we have something. Now, that plant has given VP something. Look at the rifles coming on out. AK, Galil's, Scout in the mix. Util, not their friend, but if they wait out the nades, they can give themselves a pretty 50-50 environment here.
Ooh, and yeah, VP have already managed to make good use of these Galils. Who needs nades, Chad, when you've got 4 Galils and headshots?
Where did that go down? Can you see a little X on your radar over there?
No.
I'm not sure where that kill was. There he is default, so... Bang, that must have been a big shot. Well, Hobbit gets one of his own. Space taken, player spotted, Flit down. Round, looking unlikely now for VP.
Yeah, despite the opener, it is very much back to regular scheduled programming. With the pistol win under their belt, VP opting to not only force, but prioritize the rifles. Yukinda's AK project cancelled. And I mean, we talked about it all one way.
Yeah.
Your little toes exposed as you swing up the ramp. It might just shave a 4:15 off of that clock. I can see the juggle of the bomb. Intention on kick it.
This is going to make things a lot harder right now for VP because he had that forward position. I think they were hoping just to try and explode onto the site here. But now to hit some more shots. Buster chipped away at down to 10. And if they get the bomb down, that's great. But I don't think that's even going to happen. James still over towards B. He would love to die to get this loss bonus here. And I think Inters will greet him with a bullet. Hobbit will steal that. Round over. Inters gets the final kill. And 10-7 the score reads. And I think very quickly we'll see this one catapult up to 10-8. Because it should be a freebie for Gambit here. One of the easiest rounds they're probably going to play in this entire map against Glocks. Now, that was the Buster shot right there. He got up very quickly. Axel doesn't tend to go down so easily, and that was the battle we saw within the first half as well, right? When Buster was over towards B and Axel was defaulting on that side of the map, they had a few back and forths.
Do you want to do something fun for the eco? Why don't you do this one in an Australian accent?
In an Australian accent, as opposed to what I normally do?
Yeah.
The problem is when I go full Aussie, I can't not swear.
Yeah. No, I was just being facetious because we used to do that back in the day.
In Aussie accents?
No, but just choose an accent for the ecos.
Hello, governor.
Yeah. Oh, not bad. I was trying to do American and I got lost. Hang on. No, it's not there. I thought I had like the basic California girl in me.
Okay.
It's not there today.
All right, guys. That's the cowboy.
That's not bad.
Axel now. Posting on up.
Oh my god, seriously brilliant nade there. You see Flit down to 18. That's a low number. Axel, no issues. Oh, brilliant stuff here. And I'm nasally as hell as we see an 8th. Can we call it 9?
Get this guy a pumpkin spice latte because he needs to chill on out.
I do.
But no, I don't know if we can call it 9 because at this juncture of the game, the rifles will come out for the Virtus.pro. Ho, ho, ho. Merry Christmas.
I think it's very bad luck to say Merry Christmas.
Very bad luck. I thought you weren't superstitious.
Yeah,
I thought we've established this.
That was the irony.
Okay. Well, this is not necessarily a pivot round, but you'd love to see VP get on the board early with their T campaign here.
Yeah, I just want to see Yakinda start to activate. This is where my expectations are set for him. I don't really have anything to complain about yet, but coming into this first gun round, you got your full AKs. This is where the space has to be crafted. It's Kicker that's actually taking a lovely little pop flash, onto Nafany's close corner. You can see Yakinda's mid-project he is tasked with, and he's got Flit alongside for the ride. Nade between the wickets. And one in response as well. Yeah, this is a high-level game. You can see great catch of all this utility exchange. And now Nafany, off the back of a bridge smoke, will just completely deny anything for VP early in towards Fork Room.
This is the same as what we saw at a Gambit, right? A lot of feeling the map out, and then once the utility has been rinsed on through, they tend to finish over towards the A side of the map here, and I think we're seeing the regroup into that type of a play, but they will need to deal with Nafany. Galil in hand.
And good for 2-3 out of the Nafany spray. All body shots, no less. And now Hobbit will finish the job. It's all Galil's in the feed, a 5-man between the two of them. And not really needing the rest of the squad. Gambit do take the 9th and do so convincingly.
Yeah, setting up a couple of waypoints, right? We'll get through Nafany, then you have to get through Hobbit, all those cheeky beaky corners that are hard to clear where they should be good for a minimum of 1, right? Even if Nafany got 1 and was traded here, then Hobbit probably gets 1 and was traded. It gives enough time for the rotation, allows them to set up. But much neater and much tidier to get it done just between the two of them. And he loved the call right there. Groove in the background. I think he almost smiled for a second as the timeout is called from VP. And I did get some tweets coming in because we asked the question when we had Gambit playing Fnatic just yesterday, and I was like, well, where's Finn, right? Because we were expecting to see him return. Obviously, he can't be with the team for the majors. Someone said because of his ban within the majors that they're going to stick with Groove for the time being. There's little details here in the way that they communicate and whatnot. So they're sticking with Groove to close out the year. So double duties from the coach of Gambit, running the show and coaching the boys. It's a bit of a hodgepodge buy coming out of VP here. We'll have the AK for Kickit. And I know he said Yakinda, but Kickit tends to be the player who can make these miraculous plays over towards the A ramp. So probably wise to have the gun in his hand now. Steps in, Nafany's aggression while the AK's down.
That was such a quick reaction as well. Wow, that will really just take what little steam they had out of the tank.
See that smoke right there on the ramp? That is their own smoke from VP that Nafany just used against them to cross on the upper ledge, right? If that wasn't there and they had actually crept through, then it would have been a fight. Nafany wouldn't have had so much room. So thinking on his toes right there, Nafany. I just love how Gambit hold on to so many nades, right? You get these certain teams who they want to throw, the B, stop molly, and then you throw the smoke down, and they're happy to throw the U2 early, then just transition, and Buster will need to be very diligent here on this clear, otherwise Axel should finish him off. Buster low, aggression again. Nafany, the only man over towards A right now as the rotation is being called on back over, and here he is, just a bit of a pest, but
wow,
I'll deal with him, and they might be able to even get to the side if they're
especially
quick.
With this gap. I mean, he's closing rapidly, but they're up a little, trying to hide. You can't from Hobbit. And the bomb cancelled as well. A well-placed nade to secure the 10th. Running out of players. Buster's on the wrong side of the map. I mean, he might maybe have a little bit of an element of surprise, but I think they're all too familiar with where he was.
I think they'll work it out.
Last spotted on B and absolutely dead silent on A. So Axel's ready.
He needs to die as well.
Bang.
And he will. That's fortunate because the loss bonus can come through. I heard that. I think that I think that's a fine one. I think we can hold up. Let me check. To English.
Did you heard what he said?
Yeah. Well, there's a couple that I say when I play with them. What?
I think it's because you're not typing in Cyrillic.
Cyrillic?
Yeah.
I'm Googling now. I think Harosh means good.
Well, it's like they're off gates.
And Davai.
Davai is their off gates.
Davai is like let's go, I think. Those are the ones we can say. We all know the ones we can't say.
Yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of Counter-Strike. You also learn languages.
Or learn bits and bobs of languages.
Yeah, I mean, all of the inflammatory language of every competing culture. Buster breaks B. Flit will pause, but a great catch. Now, with Axel dead, Inters activates and starts actually to tuck on into this off angle on the box. It's a very powerful spot. Many players opt to catch the clears with this off angle.
Oh, I like this boost too, don't we?
Yeah, well, we haven't seen it in a while.
Yeah, I think we had it with Complexity, right? Blame F and Co were rocking this, and they also had Poison play Sandbag with the AWP to be a bit of a safety net. But here we go. You're about to see it in action.
Yeah, and Yakinda's not going to be ready for this. He's going to be focused his attention on sandbags. And that's the intention, at least. Trying to bait them in. And just like that, problem solved. And
4v4.
4v4, yeah, precisely. Now, they're actually considering more. They've got a CT smoke for the site if they want it. They have thrown it. I wonder if that's going to destabilize and deter Jamie. He is faking it out, doesn't want to go down to a hunt from Shiro, and reveals himself not to be caught by any stray shots. Now, time becomes an issue.
And the smokes as well. They will need to plant here. One more smoke dropped on the site, but they need to get the bomb down. Massive problems, 20 seconds.
Yeah, and a great counter flash as well. This VP utility's really running out of steam. Nafany defends, but 13 seconds and they will get it down. The frags have come through. James connects from the sandbags. And the last second, again, we see these two teams. They are happy to operate in a chaotic 20-second window.
Yeah, war of attrition again, right? Like, who has the most utility left over there? Because that smoke to the right-hand side of the site facilitated them to be able to fight quite cleanly over towards the short position. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to get away with looking for those jewels. They would have had to worry about straight in front of them towards spawn, the elevator room, as well as the position right here that you see Nafany fragging from before he gets cleaned on up.
You know, I'd argue with when the rounds are like that, when it's 4v4 and then in 20 seconds left, we'd be better off watching it from that bird's eye perspective.
Because the kills, it's so hard to keep track.
You know, unless the observer gets lucky with his choices.
True, it's true.
When it is that's it, maybe we experiment with that.
And then we catch the kills on the replay.
And I can also, and then we can see them in the replay, but I can also actually understand the to and fro.
There's too much happening in 15 seconds to properly articulate.
Yeah, unless you want me to just read the kill feed and then you can make a tweet about how great it is to listen audio only.
Well, sometimes we do the radio cast.
Yeah, but
all
obviously
you're listening out there on the wireless. Haven't had Henry here to say that for a while.
I get it for your drives and stuff, but that isn't the primary intention of our words.
Oh, we'll see. Maybe we'll have a chat to the obs team, see what we can do with it. Here we go. A little shoulder. Not enough to entice a peek. James smoked off. And, already in Axe. Oh, you get the better of Buster this time, aren't you? That has been quite the battle, realistically. I don't know what it looks like in the head-to-head, but we've seen Buster pick Axel a couple times. We've seen the shoe on the other foot here, and I think now this is where the number disadvantage is really going to hurt. Shiro could rub some salt in that wound. Flash through. Nice little flash there, using the environment. There's a little slit of a window that Flitz just used to get that flash off.
Yeah, and it's far enough away that it is a perfect pop.
Well, there's the one way for Hobbit to play around. This will buy time at the very least.
I mean, it's so known, right? When you hear it, when you see it, you're going to assume there's a player there. So it will just buy time in the fear of it.
Yeah, this is what I talk about, right, in terms of taking the risk, being risk adverse. A boost over as well here. So the constant puzzle solving. Hobbit spotted something, and Yakinda too. Bullets through, Winter's low, and away we go.
Plenty of time for this. Util starts to rain on out procedurally. Nafany, he wants to go looking, and James greets him with a bullet. Yakinda as well. It's flowing nicely. And Axtal, he was so blind. Nearly finishes the job there onto Shiro. Yakinda tags him up to half. The bomb planted uncontested. And does Shiro fancy his chances here?
It's not bad in the clutch, is he? But 1 on 3.
Flit hasn't moved a muscle. His little backpack might betray him.
I don't love his chances here. I think Shiro is just hanging around to get an exit and then save. Flit having a sniff around here.
Ooh, I didn't know you've got Foley working, yeah?
I smell the AWP of an AWP of a... could have been good. We'll workshop
a Russian mun?
Yeah, okay, yeah. We'll work on it, guys.
Yeah, and Flit does manage to deny it without anything more to be said.
Ooh, loser of this has to play FaZe.
Or big?
No, FaZe. Loser of the Big versus Godsent game, I believe they have to play against, let me double check, they have to play against Fnatic.
Ooh.
Yeah, so you could have a Fnatic versus Big or a Fnatic versus Godsent as the matchup. But we do have Big Godsent coming up next.
Fnatic undefeated.
Well, not
in
anymore.
I hadn't finished.
Okay, sorry. In best of threes.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. The narrative now.
I'm just reworking it.
the Spin Meister.
They did concede their best of ones in their opening affair, of course, against the aforementioned Gambit. Tall task, I mentioned. Oh, and Exile again loses his duel. Buster, good for it. He was boosted up this time. At least gets a little bit of help, but it's still him in the head-to-head. On to Exile Shiro. You're not going hunting.
He has to. They need to get something back.
Trying to level the odds. He's got Intis to at least try and provide some support. It won't be with anything more than his weapon. He hasn't got any nades equipped. Flit happy to wait this one out. Oh my god, on the fade. Nafany with an ambitious one. You can understand where that's come from. I think Kicker did catch a glimpse of him, and Hobbit, no smoke. Does have a one-way to play around instead. He's still alive.
Look at the nades.
Yeah, Buster will finish the job. So 1 on B, 1 on A, and top of the scoreboard for Buster as he pulls VP closer to a 13th.
Well, they're both here, but the flank coming in. They could just bide their time, wait for Flit to seal the deal on this. No need to push the issue just yet, VP. And they're across, slip the net. Call this one done. Flit should have secured this with the flank, and he is taking his time around the world. Inter's down. Shiro, we know where you are, and here they come. That's a nice quick shot, but
just need 4 more of those. There's 3 more of those.
Yeah. Oh, they're going to try and chase him down here, I would believe. Hickett's already trying to take space over towards B. Need to be careful with the footsteps. The double-layered nature of this one here. You can hear all those audibles directly below you, and up the ladder they trundle. And there it is. Buster opens and closes the round. And 13 it reads now for VP. This is looking very, very good. And when you look at this game, you can see how default heavy it is, right? Just by the nature of this constant fight that I'm mentioning time and time again. And just through different variations of ways to pick. One of the worst spots on any map, right? I think B Mirage is up there for me. And the B bomb site here on Vertigo, it's so difficult because if you look at the ways that Buster has killed Axel, it's always been through something different, a different boost, a different way to jump on up. And Axel has to be aware of all of that. But look at this, Alex. Look at what Gambit are left over with. The money's not there for a buy. We got a 5-7, 2 P250s and a Deagle, and, well, Hobbit's USP's already gone. I think frustration really starting to mount right now for Gambit.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Undoubtedly. And Virtus.pro, I mean, this for organization and for the players as well.
Good way to end the year.
It's exactly what they came into this tournament in pursuit of, right? An upper bracket run, an undefeated one to the quarters. You weren't present over in the last 8-team tournament over in Copenhagen with Blast. You had extra time to prepare. Gambit the same.
Yeah, and here's the thing, right? We were talking about that lower bracket where Gambit will have to play against FaZe, but then obviously Fnatic and then Big/Godsent down there as well. And only one of those 4 teams, or 4.5 we'll call it, will make it through the lower bracket into the playoffs. Whereas the winner of this is in, the winner of Big Godsent is in to Sunday at least. We already have G2 and Vitality locked in on the other side of the bracket. That's Group A. And if you're unfamiliar with what's going on the B stream, we still have Liquid versus Astralis going on. No, wait, we don't. That ended, didn't it? I said every single series was over 2-0. Liquid eliminated Astralis from the tournament. So Astralis are out. And there's still another lower bracket match to go on very shortly. That'll be NIP taking on OG. Right, so you're going to have NIP/OG versus Liquid.
Who you got for OG Nib?
Ooh,
OG.
I think OG. Yeah. I think OG. I think it's their time, right? I think it's definitely their time, and then an OG versus Liquid could be a very good matchup as well. So I think that OG might have the mustard to get them through that one. Ancient maybe NIP if they want to look for a punish against OG. It's a map that they got away without playing for a while, but 14-10. Guns back out, and no Shiro AWP.
Nafany can see what he's in pursuit of and confirms no project early towards Scaff. Now this boost, they've been doing it left, they've been doing it right. Axel's been pre-aiming this time.
Just different variations.
If he goes down again, he's going to be punching his desk. He's looking the right way, and a perfect find. Buster loses his head on that B stairs boost. This time opting for the left railing for our audio-only listeners.
But is that the difference maker, right? Is Axel getting that kill the key to them winning the round? Because now it means that Inters doesn't need to hang around at B. And he's been chained to that bomb site because of Axel's deaths time and time again. He can keep the task of holding mid, which is now where Flit is trying to vacuum up some room. James scoops up the bomb. Kickit continues his march towards A, but Flit is the man. Oh, looking for the plan as Nafany's forward the flash. It's not great. Vision still there for Kickit. A few bullets hold them at bay, and Molly will push him further back, and there's 35 seconds left.
Yeah, but look, Flit has been the superstar for these boys, and again, this time, he's met his demise early. So with 30 seconds, yeah, VP, they're going to have to stomach a very uncomfortable commit.
Well, they're going to go for it. Okay, here comes the smokes. Here comes the mollies. Enters Naxal to receive.
Oh, nearly finishing the job there onto Axel. Oh, that's uncomfortable. Trying to remove his silencer. Trying to
Savior,
make it easy for them. So they just threw util for fun?
Well, no. But I think that front sight smoke was enough. Yeah, it was enough. So there's plenty of money left over here for VP to go for another buy. Jame will even get a kill on the way out the door.
Nice.
That should silence the chase. And 14 to 11 now. Do Gambit really have a comeback in them here? Mirage is the decider. You could see it there just for a split second in the top right-hand side of your screen if we need to get there. And I'll mention it again, not a single best of 3 so far during IEM Winter has gone the distance of 3 maps. Priority of HEs here, 5 across the board for Gambit in this next gun round. Still have everything they need right now. And do VP want to opt to do anything different? Do they want to take a little bit more of an aggressive stance, or do they want to let Buster keep working? Now, this is one way from Nafany negated. Coming through, the flash is good.
Oh, Kickit knocks him down. The entire A defense lost to just the one man. Quite the find from Kickit.
Yeah,
and VP,
aggression.
This is the very best opportunity they will see. You don't get a double entry with no points of damage bar Kickit very often.
In a 3-on-5, don't let them get up, right? Do not let them stand up. Keep them on the ground. Keep pummeling them here. Shiro's going forward.
Yeah, it might be flashed. They might swallow it. Yeah, at least one on the rebuttal and no punish. Shiro worried about short. He's trying to do everything for the squad, and VP are hoping Buster can do it again. One more time in the head-to-head. Axile, oh, he's clawed it back. A 3v3 is found. They are getting up, dusted themselves down. Oh, and VP, this is going to be so frustrating, especially for Kickit, given the hard work he's put in. Flip's not ready. He is dead. Shiro's found it, and 3 frags to the good. Gambit have come straight back in with a vengeance. Shiro on the rifle, and good for it. James got 30 seconds to solve the conundrum. And to finish what Kickit started, denied. Gambit not only get up, stand up, but scream towards a 12th. What a recovery from them, and slowly starting to chip away at VP's confidence.
That is a big problem right there. You're not going to get too many more rounds where Kickit can give you a double kill onto the A site. That is a blunder and a half right there. Axel worried about mid and B, still gets a kill. Shiro, it looked like for a moment that he was completely lost, because when he was flash forward on top ramp, he had his booty exposed to multiple players, expecting them to be channeling up short, but that wasn't the case. That is dropping the ball right there.
Sounds like a Saturday night for Harry. Timeout number 3.
You didn't want to let that one marinate?
I couldn't remember exactly what you said, so I couldn't say it again. Something about his booty being exposed.
Yeah, and dropping some balls.
Yeah. VP have certainly done that. As has Harry.
Well, here they go. Money enough for a buy here, but next round they're only going to be looking at a loss bonus of 2,400, so a plant or some saves feels almost essential here.
Or maybe Kicker just does it again.
That's the thing, right? That was a risky maneuver that they went for right there, and I think the fact that they weren't able to convert, we might see them go back to the slower plays.
Yeah, and don't forget that Nafany was also caught out mid-jump with a flash as Kicker emerged from his smoke. You won't get that state of play. Oh, Flip, what a lovely little timing. He's actually just on Inter's jiggle. Slipped. I don't think he does. He might have the reaction shot. Inter's is dead. Here we go, 2 to the good again. They can't lose another one of these.
Well, they might.
Especially with Axel, he's so comfortable. Look at this, this is so cheeky. Flit's not ready, and the recovery is on. Gambit right back into the server with 2 of their own. Yukinda forced to hit pause. That smoke will fade. Hobbit is in pursuit of it, as is Shiro. Oh, spotted out. Yukinda in limbo, does have to back up.
They're going back towards A right now. Hobbit, he's not out of position. They are playing retake. However, no utility to help facilitate this for the CT side, and the T's Well, on the other side of things, have a smoke, a couple of flashes and a HE, but indecision. It was the devil in the previous. It's looking the same this time round.
Yeah, the mother of all. In comes James. He is going to go for a full-on plant. It's uncontestable. Uncontestable. Gets it down. Brave from him. And Shiro dead. VP. Looked like Axel had done enough to make this a competitive one. He has slipped through. I think he's under the watchful gaze of Yakinda if he does choose to give it a look in. Hobbit to Tickle to try and pull Yakinda into his crosshair, and it works wonderfully.
Now.
Very easy to throw this one away. That's the kit, though. Time sensitive for Hobbit. Does have to go for a 10-seconder here. And he will just commit to it, trying to hope and pray that James somehow forgot to play. But that's 15. VP, second time's the charm.
Oh, okay. Well, if they dropped another 3-on-5 situation right there in their favor, VP, they would have been smashing more than a desk or two. That would ask some questions about what the bloody hell's going on. But they're able to convert that one right there.
Dastan can keep his hair.
Yeah, look, Dastan is a guy who must have... I don't know how he keeps his stress levels so low with how late these guys play, right? He must just sit there and do some breathing exercises throughout. But this is 3 opportunities they have right now to close this out in 2-0 fashion, book that playoff spot, get themselves into minimum the quarters on Sunday. And there's the flip side of that with Hobbit not dropping 39 kills this time round, still with a contribution of 18, but nobody yet to hit the 20 frag mark for the Gambit boys. On the other side, 22 for Buster, 21 apiece for Flit and Jame, 18 for Kicker, and Yakinda, well, he's only found 15. Imagine if he got let off the leash at some point and had an opening or two. That could be the deal being sealed right here.
Yeah, but an embodiment of his mental state, he's actually thrown over an AK in place of a Galil.
Okay.
Gives it to Buster, which makes sense given the frags he's been up to recently. 22 and counting. He's been taking space, been having impact, and his B-Lux. So don't forget, that's like one of the hardest roles to have tangible impact on, but he has.
Yeah, this is the thing, right? With this map, there's a lot that people need to consider here, because if you continuously pressure A and the CT is aware, they tend to lean 3 players, which means the B defender traditionally on his own. And then, well, where's the pendulum swing? Putting pressure on that defender. He only has so much utility. You take B lobby control. There's only a few places you can hold in that bomb site. But that right here has been the story of the game for me. The back and forth between Axel and Buster. Is this it? Is this the final round of play? Enters into an MP9, a Famas for Nafany, not a single defuse kit in sight right now as every penny is spent.
Early utility drop. Shiro exhausts his resources. Exile, you can see just the amount of variations he has of his early B plays, but Buster hasn't come knocking just yet. He's happy to wait it out, just worries about the ladder push initially, so he's got multiple responsibilities, and yeah, well, this is indicative of something rather all in. Held at bay, a light sound cue as Kickett's toes are tickled. Shiro and Nafany looking for answers.
It's just stalling tactics here, isn't it? Just more nades to help pepper on away and hold them at bay, but this will fade, and the fight will come.
They don't have many answers elsewhere, right?
No, but they've extremely committed VP to this. So the fact that Gambit is scared to push B, they're worried about mid, those are constant avenues that VP have used here, means that these 3 defenders on the A side will have everything to handle without info. They don't know when the attack's coming. Axel has B lobby control, but that's about it.
This is quite the setup. Look at the way they're doing this. The short slip held by Shiro, ready for the 3-man response to ramp. Now they strike in unison. Double out of Hobbit. High impact from him. As the veteran of this squad, when it matters most. Jane
time's a problem.
Did avert his gaze. They are light on time, and Nafany.
They're flanking.
Perfect time. Perfect timing on this. Jane, the 6th sense kicks in. Shiro at least maintains. And Shiro doubles up. A hard clutch for Flit. Does manage to evade the initial spray down to 65. 3 closing in on his location. A tickle on the bomb. A flank as well for good measure. And VP will have to give it another go. It was a weird buy for Gambit. It was light on nades, but their setup alone. Best VP. The read as well.
Huge from Hobbit. Massive stuff from Hobbit right there, right? The fact that he's in that position, you can just see how isolated he seems, using that smoke as a bit of a wall. 2 big kills. And the rest of his team are able to scrap their way into this. So not done yet, a Gambit. And They're the ones who have actually put an awkward financial situation to discussion of VP here, but Shiro as well, he's been a very jarring force with the Silent Stem 4 over towards A. A couple of rounds he's had impact, and this one seems way too easy for Axile to hit those 20 kills. Now, interestingly enough, they have juggled an AK across into the hands of Flit here. Loss bonus at 1900 in the next round of play, so there will be enough for a VP buy. If you can get a couple of kills here, that's what VP are hoping for, right? A couple of kills. You need to get 2 to 3. Make Gambit's life a living hell going into the final round of play. Their finances are pretty rough too.
Hobbit set for success. God, this is perfect out of Gambit. They're in the right place, and that's the right frag. Yakinda at least able to recycle.
Yeah, biggest issue here is nobody else invested in armor. So they have the AK, sure, but they'll need to hit some Scorches and one-taps. And again, seeing Yakinda drop that, I think his confidence might be waning a little bit here on Vertigo.
Do you think the AK goes in the green bin or the blue bin? When you're recycling it? I think, actually, yeah, you got explosives. You've got to be careful with that. It's probably green bin.
Well, probably need to take it apart. Because there's some wood on there, obviously metal.
Oh, yeah, you'd have to separate them into 4 different categories. Yeah.
But yeah, it's not often you see Yakinda not willing to go for a little AK one-tapperoonie, right? His mechanical ability, his crosshair placement, normally fantastic. And, well, this is a stalling tactic, everybody. You sit back, you wait out the CT-sided utility, you allow them to rinse through their nades. And I guess the drama right now for VP is there's still 3 Molotovs, 3 smokes, and a couple of flashbangs left on the board right now. And they do need to die. They do need the loss bonus here. And if Gambit are aware of that, they might want to give VP enough rope to hang themselves, because is James just going to save this?
It looks like it.
Well, he's done the maths, all right? James is somebody who is quite quick with the numbers, right? On the right-hand side of your screen, left-hand side for me, James has 1,400 smackaroos left over, right? So he can buy head armor. He has a smoke, so he can either get a Molotov or 2 flashes with that. But he's going to have everything he needs other than the AWP that Buster could drop him. So as we're doing a bit of accounting here, live on air, it can work.
So do you think then, when they were all just standing still and not moving, it's
working it out?
Well, not only working it out, but also the longer they wait before the rest of the peons commit, the less space they can cover to get James save.
Yeah, buying a buffer.
Yeah.
They're very good at that, buying a buffer for James.
Yeah.
And he has teammates to die for him to make sure he stays alive.
So as soon as Flit dies, they essentially just wait so they can save. 15 to 14, let's see. You've got you went for the double flash option, the variation.
Are we going overtime again? That's the question here. Smokes exchanged, and VP very light on with that util, already down to, not a lot here. Gambit are set up for success here, set up to go the distance one more time, give us those bonus rounds.
Their A setups are so varied. I mean, this is a incredibly high-level game of Vertigo, and you've seen Axile's B stairs variations. Look at Gambit's A setups. This is another one for the list. He's actually got 2 to contend with.
Double swung on.
Yeah, he's actually got the info safely, though. Fair play to him. Didn't quite nail the nade. Option 2 is just as good. And whoa, there's Soldier. Axile has gone down. Now, this could be hard to stomach. Look at the react. Gambit completely abandoned the A defense.
Hobbit with the ramp control at least has some info.
Needs answers. Still has none. It could be one guy with a couple of flashbangs. He wants it. Still has a smoke, and Kickert's got the headshot. VP, they have the man advantage, and the rotate's on.
It's on Shiro.
They're so quick here. They're ready for it, but Yakinda is too. That's the headshot. 2 remain. Oh, okay, Yakinda handing out some haircuts when it matters most. This is the last round of regulation, and VP seem to have done enough. Quarterfinals a single click away. It's Inters up against the entire VP squad. And that's going to be Yakinda's 3rd. Lovely stuff. Virtus.pro, a full 30-round game, but they take Gambit's Vertigo away from them and locked in for the playoffs of IEM Winter 2021.
team. Can you talk to me about Dust 2?
Well, I mean, the overall Dust 2 was... I think we had a good start. We controlled the economy. We knew what they were doing. We lost a couple hour rounds, I would say, in the second part of the first half on T side. So, but we just brushed it off and continued playing on CT side, and some insane individual plays that made us win that map.
It was a tough overtime on Dust 2, and it was a close 16-14 on Vertigo. Do these sort of regional matches where, you know, it's Gambit versus VP, does that play into these tight scorelines?
I think overall we always have the tight scorelines, and even in the major, in all the tournaments, we always either win or win really close. And I don't think it has something to do that we're playing a CIS rival at the moment. But of course, I would say that Gambit is an insane team, really insane year by them, and they are really good players individually and amazing people as well. So, I mean, it had to be close either way.
Thank you so much, Yakinda. Congratulations. You've secured at least a quarterfinal spot.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
That's right. VP have also secured a date with that either Big or Godsend, pending the outcome of our next matchup. Welcome back, everybody. We're here at the analyst desk for the Intel Extreme Masters Winter of 21. I've got Kasad and I've got Yanko ready to break it down in everything that is Virtus.pro and Gambit. Gambit taking an L here. They drop down in the lower bracket. What's your overall diagnosis right out of the gate?
Well, finally, VP gets over that hump when it comes to Gambit. I mean, how many times have we seen a game this close and then Gambit just finds a way to win in the end, or rather, VP finds a way to lose? Well, not this time. Even in this game towards the end, that 5v3 that VP lost, and you're looking like, wow, how are you doing? Like, how are you losing these rounds? And you're thinking the momentum just switches, and mentally, like, VP is out of it. But no, they find a way to grind it out, basically.
It felt like they were a little bit scared, even in Dust 2, even in Vertigo. But let's just say this, like, we have been watching Gambit for like a year now, ever since in Katowice, right? It feels like this was the weakest best of 3 that we have seen them by far.
I can see that. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, look at Vertigo. They were mismanaging money, mismanaging, time as well. That no impact from Nathaniel and Ramp, no impact from Shiro at all. Even Hobbit, who is usually a mid player on T side, was always, get something going, but not today at all. So overall, I feel like this was a super weak performance from Gambit. And if VP was a little bit more aggressive in some rounds, the score would be 16-10, 16-10.
Yeah, and I think also uncharacteristically, some of the individuals from Gambit didn't really show up. Like Exile, yes, he did, but
the only one,
right? Like even Hobbit, who's incredibly consistent for them, had a bit of a quiet game. Shiro, who was the MVP for the team in Budapest, here another quiet series for him. And going up against FaZe next in the lower bracket, if they do play, on the same level individually, that's going to be a struggle for them as well.
It's fine. For them, it's a long year. They're a young team. They're allowed to play a weak best of 3 once in a while, right?
Yeah.
They have another chance against FaZe, like you said. So it's not a big deal. They just need to brush it off today and just, focus on the next man.
Yeah, and well, for focus points, we could talk about Yakinda until we're blue in the face, but it's going to be Nafany and Buster that we put up here on our US Air Force.
Yeah, this is what we talked about before. VP has adding Fleet, right? And then they have so much firepower right now. Anybody can pop off in any time. And we can see Buster having like a really good game.
And I think something that, after a while you notice, especially when it comes to LAN about Gambit, like we could hear Nafany on the stream, basically, right? How loud he is, but he's the only one on Gambit. And I think they need one more guy to be a little bit more like that at the very least.
I had a
right?
similar experience in my team of Australians. Like it's not really easy to have like people being loud and passionate and emotional when they're naturally not like that. So it can come out wrong at sometimes. So I don't really blame them for that. But like you said, they could use a little bit more, maybe from coach.
Yeah, a little bit of
just lift them a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit right there. We can also take a little bit of a breather, look back at the brackets, show you where we land now that we've got the conclusion of that matchup. In the rearview mirror, Team Liquid staying alive, put a 16-1 beating down on Astralis on Nuke of all maps. Strange times. Where the hell are we? What is this?
After 5 years and finally managed to take down Astralis after 2.5 years. Last time they beat them in a best-of-3.
Virtus.pro edging their way forward in this upper bracket. They're going to stay alive. That does set FaZe clan up down there towards the other side with Gambit. That's the date and destiny that we're looking at the bottom side of the bracket.
Yeah, it's going to be, you know, a bloodbath down in the lower bracket. And I think for Big Godsend, which is coming up next, that's their best chance to make playoffs. If they go into the lower bracket, I don't think they're going to be able to come out on top.
Both of these teams should be happy with VP winning here because they would rather play VP than Gambit anyway. So it's an interesting game to win for Godsend or Big.
Pretty fair assessment. Thank you, gentlemen. We go to a quick break and we come back with that Big Godsend game that you've just heard us up here mumbling about. If you need to go ahead and get yourself some refreshments, some lickies and chewies, do just that. We'll be right back after the break, everybody. This is the Intel Extreme Masters.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium. The complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
What's up, guys? I'm currently sat next to Bartin, Taco, and Lato. We've got Demal and Phelps next door, and it's time for some hard-hitting journalism. Tell me anything interesting about Demal.
He forgot his backpack on Star.
Liar.
No. that's the new culture, right?
Yeah.
So we need to create the threat for do this thing aggressive a little bit.
Okay, good answer. Well, I actually feel like I've learned something. Thanks for your questions as well.
Well, here we go. Big versus Godsent. That's the matchup that we have in front of us. It's a Group B upper bracket matchup at that. It's the semifinal of the group. And for Godsent, they find themselves in a rather precarious situation, one in which success continues to fall at their laps, and we're loving every single second of it. Taco and company taking now Big, at least to the cleaners perhaps, if the upward trend continues. Jason Moses O'Toole, also known as Aki Momo. What's going on there, Jason?
I'm just chilling, man. Happy to be back on the desk. Excited for this matchup. We got Taco choking up and almost kind of busting into tears earlier in that interview when they qualified for Pro League, but I mean, they win this. Might see all the waterworks come out. This is where shit starts gushing. This is where the tears really flow.
Don't want to let it gush.
They look so happy together. You know, when you see them from the outside, they look so happy, and that's one of the important things in the team, maybe to get you to the next level. Well, depending where you are at the beginning. But.
It's friendship, you know. At the end of the day, Trace, Assad, it's friendship that really matters.
And why is that exactly, Jason?
You know, everyone needs a good friend. Everyone needs a shoulder to lean on.
Yeah, and get away from mine, Jason. So how about recent performances for Godsent there, Kassad? What do you read?
The thing is, like, I have played against these guys. You know, they have been like going progressively forward from the beginning, from the IEM qualifier where they placed first, and then they got into DreamHack Open NA, which they won, and then IEM Winter qualifier, which they won as well. Second on IEM Fall NA, they're losing to Liquid, I believe, or Furia in the finals.
Liquid, yeah.
Yeah, and then
no, Furia.
Yeah, Furia. I think it was Furia 3-1 or 3-2 or something like that.
3 or 0-3.
But the point is, like, they have been playing really good CS ever since that point, right? Just one step at a time, just growing healthy, as I would say, like before as well. But with them, like I said, they seemed very like compact together, like a unit, and I think that's what lifted them into another level.
Yeah, and that's pretty big trait that Taco's got going for him. Obviously, he's going to be able to run with that. No. You hold on one. We're going to hear from Epitasio right now. Listen, everybody.
Taco, you are about to play big. There's a lot on the line. If you win it, you're straight through to the quarters. What's the mood like in the team right now?
We are just happy to be in this position, that we can go to the quarterfinals. It's something really new for us, playing a big LAN and playing against great teams. So we just want to enjoy this opportunity and play our game, and who knows, we can be guaranteed in the quarterfinals.
What have you been doing today to prepare?
We went through some demos, and yesterday we already did the vetoes, and it was the way we expected it to be. So it's a good it's good for us, a positive thing for us. And we played some deathmatch as well. We had some talks to fix the mental part and the strategically part as well with our coach and analysts. So that's pretty much it. I think it was the same preparation that we've been doing the last games and tournaments we play.
All right, well, Taco, let me not take any more of your time. Is there anything you'd like to say to all the Godsent and Taco fans out there?
First, thank you, Pala. It's my pleasure to be here with you again on stage and interviewing. You know I love you. And thank you, everyone watching and supporting Godsent. Keep watching us and know that we're going to do our very best to get this quarterfinals spot, to bring this quarterfinal spot home. And we are super excited and super happy to be here. And we're going to play some CS. And, I mean, it's a great moment for us, and we're going to enjoy it.
Thank you, Taco. Please continue your setup, and best of luck.
Thank you.
And that's Taco, team captain over there at Godsent, and Jason Moses O'Toole that has something to say.
You'd never believe it, but Taco's actually a jerk behind the scenes.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, he's a he's a cruel human being.
You guys gonna elaborate or?
Nope.
All right, cool. Let's move swiftly on. You can actually find, you guys, what are your Twitters again?
Moses GG.
Nice. Moses GG. That's an @ there. So let's talk about things that aren't exactly going the way that they should be, and that's not smooth sailing. Tapson and company, the other team captain in this bout, really not making it look easy, are they, Kassad?
The thing is, like we spoke about this, they're the gatekeepers of Tier 1. You know, they haven't beaten any Tier 1 teams or top 20 teams since 5th of October, right? When they beat Heroic in that IEM 4 or something game, right? And then ever since then, it was just the teams that are a little below them, which kind of suits them today because Godsend is just a weaker team today, you know, when you look at the rankings. But ever since they added Gade, it's not been looking great so far. I have never been sold on Gade from the beginning, even when he was in the North and Optic and North Academy as well. You know, every time I look at that player, I see like he's floating somewhere in between. He was the IGL, he was the entry. The good thing for him, you know, that he speaks German, he got his second chance. Most of the players, they tend to like fade away a little bit. You know, he got this additional chance, which can be really good for him. But so far, hasn't been like, you know.
I think the tough part, the really unfortunate thing about how this hasn't really panned out to be as effective as they would have liked is it feels like Big throughout like most of the last like year or two has been, you know, ever since they brought Zanteres in, they've been looking for a 5th player for this team. It's like it feels like they have 4 people they really like that they want to keep within this team, and they just can't find that 5th person that they're super comfortable with. And I mean, it's just unfortunate. But for me, even looking at that graph, I think Gatekeepers of Tier 1 is perfect. I never know what to expect out of these guys. Every time I think they're going to win, they drop a map.
Of course, and that's exactly why we've gone ahead and dropped Dust 2 out of this veto, so that there's absolutely no ideas there on that behalf. Inferno, the first map, what are you thinking, Kassad?
It's a pretty classic pick for Godsend here, and I think, like I said, Big is going to go Mirage. They couldn't go Dust 2 because it was removed in the first stage, and Nuke should be the 3rd one. Overall, Godsend is not a bad team on Inferno and Nuke. I think they have really sharp individuals they can deliver in this like kind of one-on-one battles, you know. But it's just a quarterfinal kind of on the stake, and you know it's a pressure that might be getting to them.
It's also kind of, for me, it's like a little bit hard to tell because Godsend have like some really good percentages on certain maps. Like their Inferno is a 77% win rate to Big's 20%.
Yeah, Big is
but then you go and you look at some of the teams. Like remember, Godsend spent a lot of time with a lot of these tournaments playing against the Tier 2 scene in North America, which is like the Tier 3 or 4 equivalent over in Europe. So there's just a quality of opponents are difference in these win rates on these maps. So it's kind of hard to tell who's going to come into this one feeling good.
But the grind is there, right? You can look at it from both angles and say, yeah, you've got Big and One Light trying to get back to, you know, former glory. Then on the other side with Godsend's
trying to break into glory. Yeah,
they're trying to get right up in that glory. And honestly, Jason, when you think about the glory that they've had to find lately, we're talking about DreamHack Opens all the way through the conferences with EPL. Now, you know, you qualify for Katowice.
Well, you could see emotionally how much it meant to Taco and the rest of the team to accomplish that first goal of getting to Pro League. Now, once they have that, it's about have they set the next goal? Have they yet figured out what their next expectation is, the next thing that they're trying to reach for?
For me, they set the stage for 2022. You know, they qualified for the important things. They have no more pressure, maybe. You know, I'm cheering for the young guns as well. They can be the next Furia kind of story, success story, right? They are in that position. They earned it. And now just they need to play it.
So, Jason, you're going to break everybody's heart when you say that Taco is going to lose this? Are you going to say that on air, or is that just behind the scenes?
Yeah, I think Big's going to take this series, but I'm hoping for a good fight.
I'm cheering for Godsend, 100%.
Cheering for Godsend. Expecting Big.
Okay, our hearts are with Godsend, but our brains are saying it's big-time trouble on the horizon. We're going to be jumping into Inferno, the first map of this series, and you better believe we are ready to do it. Take it away, guys.
With pleasure. Yeah, Chad, you're actually leaning a bit of Godsend's way as well. I mean, they definitely are in a really good spot right now in terms of the motivation as well as the team cohesion.
They've been grinding all year.
Yeah, really good
3
vibes.
Youngsters, 2 vets, and a chance for Phelps to flourish as Sirison, the hero of yesterday.
Ooh, he actually gets no info. Like, he might even fall into the trap of calling it clear. Never mind, he's clearing it himself. 2 of the 3 required. The gap closing. He's being flanked on the bedroom, and he's ready for it, you loud boy. Barton down as well. Sirison could win this pistol on his own. Taco wants to get revenge. He's even allowed to exit. That couldn't have gone worse for Godsend.
I think we'll call this one done, and that is showing absolutely no respect to the Brazilians here out the gate. Taco going to be collapsed in on from all sides.
Ouch.
And there's the Julies to the side of the head. Keto finishes that off, and it is a clean sheet for Big. Now, it's not too often these days that you have Big coming into many matchups as the hard favorite, but I think this time round for sure, as the desk was covering. But what they were talking about as well, I think Kassad, they referenced it could be like the next Furia type thing. These 3 youngsters, Lato, Barton, and Dumau, have been brought together with Taco becoming an in-game leader, right? It has been a long year for them, and Phelps, within that roster back in the SK days, his overlap with that of Fur meant that we never really saw him get to be the true Phelps. In this team, he is the star. He is the big man on campus, and the Force Spy coming on through Tech 9s, Mac 10s, P250s, Deagles, you know, the works with some light util around here. Let's see what pocket strats they have to lob on out. Syrison aggressive again, and, well, he's going to walk straight into this. The MP9 goes down. Barton's Mac 10 too good. And Tizian now to work on this project.
Yeah, he's already spotted the bomb. Lato, wings clipped, bodies dropped in mid, Taco gone. Oh, and this one just falling into place nicely. Barton's done well to find one, and hang on, Phelps not done. Far from it. They're in the site with the bomb, a smoke on Library, and a recovered M4. Wow, this went from 0 to 100. Barton now with the double kill already under his belt. Full health, armor, and he's dead. Hunted, Tabson with an avant-garde maneuver straight through that smoke. As it fades, they're ready for Doomau too. Phelps eliminated. They're ready for it all. Big Clan, that is clean in response to a competitive force.
Yeah, that there from Godsend. Getting the bomb down's good, but it felt like they should have been converting that one right there. Isolated on the fights, and let's see if this type of a theme continues here for Big. Aggression from Syrison again, right? The pistol round, you understand. Normally you jump across mid, you spot T-stairs, you take a peek out the window room. Well, he took that to the nth degree. And here, pushing the issue too, but it's more about the style, right? And if you come in as Big as a favorite, and if the conversation has been, hey guys, let's play our game, as cliche as that is, and they play with the confidence of their individual ability, it won't be the Big that we see, the one that, you know, is very prep heavy, can be a little bit scared in certain situations. They have good players. We just don't get to see it frequently enough. And I think yesterday with their victory, we saw just how good the likes of Keto, Tabson, Syrison, actually everybody with some contributions. Remember that jumping Tizian kill as he came out of the window room? It was more like a market, I suppose. Checkers, plethora of different names depending on where you're from, but a little bit of a tech issue called here from the side of Big. Hopefully we get this one resolved ASAP.
Yeah, that's the new way of showing strategies now. Tabson has to just move his monitor, show him the...
They got the books back.
The Google Doc.
They got the books back. I think it must have just been a little bit of a misunderstanding there. We'll have to dig deeper in that one to find out what went on. But there's Taco, the man you might remember. Was he telling to get the mic out of the way when he drunk?
I'm not sure. Or that he wants...
knows how to drink.
Or he wants like attack straight after.
Maybe.
That would be unusual for a...
Why not?
For an eco.
Time is ticking on down, so we are back in the server.
It's such a lovely high polygon poultry.
Yeah, they've been updated in case you missed it. I love those videos that they did at the start of the operation as well. They're like really well done.
Mm-hmm. I am sick of watching it now, though. If you could just...
It's because we're on new PCs all the time.
Yeah.
Right? That's the issue we have, right? The people at home don't have that. They click the don't watch again, and then they haven't watched it again.
They never see it again.
You get it every time you log onto a new PC, which for us is every second week at this point.
Yeah, okay, touche. It's a me problem.
Oof, they've actually forced sport here. Curious enough, and the aggression again, this time will be punished early. Doomau with a bit of an opener there. Deep nade coming on through.
Well, that's the beauty of getting that bomb down, I suppose.
Yeah, it's just the fact that it's a force bay into a force bay. You don't often see it go like this. So trying to apply pressure here to the CT side economy of Big, keeping them on notice. Staying in a 2-2 setup right now. And info play mid. Syrison doesn't spot a whole lot, but it's enough to get him moving. Doubling back around towards the site with Keto here and working on banana control now.
They're
Flash
not going to
over.
be ready. They're not going to have their crosshairs for this half wall. The bait from Tabson's brilliant, and that's the dunk. That's even more trouble in the server for the Brazilian side. Godsend coming in with those rifles, and now 2 on the floor. The cobbled streets of Inferno. Taco, you wouldn't.
Look at the aggression there from Syrison. He has no... He's going to push through. Yeah, they've come in. They've had a chat. This is a different looking Big.
Yeah, and this is what works so well for them in that uncharacteristic Na'Vi win. Their CT aggressions were a big part of them finding successes. Now they're partnered up, and it makes a lot of sense. You know, just move together as a unit now with Barton revealing himself and getting another plant in for the squad. So
you can win this.
It's certainly not out of the realms of possibility, especially if they take their sweet time on their clears. If they can...
Neither has a kit here either. Oh, one to pick up just there.
I don't think this Molly's going to have too much of an impact for Barton, so it's going to have to be that AK. Nose, presence on short, wide swing great, and yeah, can't hit that flick. It's a hard one, asking a lot of them, and Tabson's definitely on a bit of a heater right now. He's coming with a back-to-back double on retakes.
Just to preface that Na'Vi when you're talking about, because for a lot of people that's ancient Counter-Strike history. We're talking back during Pro League, I believe it was, right? Yeah. So for them to get to this point, it was the FaZe win yesterday. They finally were able to pick up a win against FaZe after losing 3 best-of-3 series in a row without even winning a single map. And the best of one, they get it done. And for Godsend to get to this point, they actually beat Heroic, right? Which is a massive scalp to take. Heroic are now out of the tournament, so great stuff from Godsend yesterday too, but another plant, another close round, and another gun round for Godsend here. This time, even more equipped with the AK-47s.
Yeah, and I guess if you are one of the viewers Chad is referencing, Na'Vi aren't in attendance at this tournament. Oh, best of the rest, the conversation, and that's a good combination. Look at that. Sisson strings together the wallbang. Oh, Godsend are not having fun today.
Yeah, it was 2 rounds in a row. Godsend were the ones to find the openers here, and all that nade damage, it looked brilliant, but Sirison just puts a stop to that, and now 3 on 5.
Playtime cancelled. And this was them looking to come in with a vengeance. Nothing to show for it. Retake util dropped, or at least the smoke. We don't have the combination with the incendiary, so if they can just walk straight through this with the info off that boost.
Yeah, if they go now, it might not be expected here from Big. They are just looking around to see if there's any nades being left on the floor here. Molly from Tabson can help dissuade as they push into the site, but it will just have to be the B finish. 2, we'll make it 3 smokes. Can smoke CT, can smoke coffins, or they could even limp one towards the front of site if they want to fight. And here we go, that's the util.
Yeah, you can see there's a hidden smoke there as well. He'll be picking that up for a re-smoke opportunity if he could find it. If he could find it. I think Tabson may have lost it. It's hidden in the texture. Good catch from our obs. In and faking.
Smoke's going to fade.
This has lost its potency. They will re-smoke it. And that's a quick one out of Gade. Takes the head off of Phelps. Nice through the smoke. But a 4 versus 2 established. And already Coffin's present. So Sears in debate. Lato the frag. Bomb down. 2v4 becomes 2v3. And perhaps a little more manageable as Searson does take one of the 2. Oh, and Molly's great. The shots are better. Nice work from the remaining 2. Searson will post his 9th. That's a quad kill out of Searson. Don't forget how that round started. And a pair of frags on their banana aggress. Finishes it off, the cherry on top. Diffuses it nicely. And it's really bad signs if you're Godsend fans that Searson is already fragging up a storm.
Yeah, and that's the issue, right? We saw it on Pistol, you saw it on the Anti-Eco. The aggression is going to be a problem to deal with here. Inferno is one of the maps historically, right, where a team, if they want to be aggressive against you, if they don't respect you, it means you can't set up your map control, your defaults, and it makes life really, really quite hard for the T side. And we are seeing a bunch of that early, even though they get into the sites. But as we take a look, the plant again, the loss bonus there, and the Juggler of Gade will leave a couple of nades here for Tabson, as I think they're hoping to force the hand right now of Godsend over towards the A bomb site. They've gone for a bit more of a passive stance, and here's some more aggression as Dumar gets chunked on down. Arco trying to find something on the wall bang. It's a clear game plan here to play up front as Sirison joins the pack.
They're just gonna... It's going to basically lead to this horrible state of affairs when Godsend's T-side, you're never going to quite get the round you called. You're going to have intentions, and they might just be disrupted before they can even manifest.
Well, they've got this banana control, and there is Tabson scooping up whatever he can find. Trying to hold them at bay here with the util. That has bought time for a massive rotation. You can see 2 players, quick as you like, heading back over towards the B side of the map.
It's the right call. It is the right call if they can back this up and do so with conviction quickly. Already smoking long. Oh, Keto is so hyper-aggressive. They're going to die again to it. Oh, the frustrations mount and everything connects for Big. It's happening again. Just unpredictable. They strike Doom out. He was the first to take damage, now the last alive. Phelps dubbing him the new Cold Zera. Maybe Doomau's going to get 16-0'd. Oh, actually made sense.
There you go.
Thank you. Proud of myself for that one.
Well, I feel like Godsend here, look, the 2 maps that they have, Inferno and Mirage is the first 2. It's maps that they should be able to apply themselves. But if you've gone and you've done the prep, you've done your homework, and you've gone, well, this is the way that Big traditionally approach the map, and then they throw this level of aggression at you right here, it means that you're going to need a reset. And these are the teething issues that Godsend, as a new team, I know they've been together for the better part of the year, but they still have some very young players within their roster. I think the average age of this team is quite young. I'll even be able to bring that up for you in a moment here. But these are issues that you are going to learn. This is what the experience that we talk about is all about. Yeah, 21.7, the average age. Dumau, he's 18. I think Barton is about the same, 19 years of age for him, and Lato is 18 as well. Yeah, it's Taco and Phelps bringing the age up for the boys.
And this is something that's been, predominantly, or rather, this has been very common theme in Counter-Strike for as long as the game has existed at a competitive level, is when you are up against a big dog, if you'll pardon the pun, they will not give you that expected respect until you earn it. And so in the server right now, Big, they're just throwing that extra spice, a little bit more chili in the mix. And yeah, this is going to leave some marks. Good nades, more to come. It's too easy. Taco with a strong arm on him, throwing the gun at them. It's not quite effective as bullets.
I think this is the lightest looking buy that they've had so far in the first 6 rounds of play here, but the difference is in the first few they were finding openings and now they're being dictated to. So need the individual of Phelps here. That's the man you want to turn to see if there's any fiery plays in the mix. And oh, dearie me. Okay, mopped on up. Keto with a quick 2. Tabs him with one of his own and zoom out. The last man standing.
Been here before.
And, well, I don't think he can get anything done here whatsoever. Tizian, laser beam with the AK to the head. And 6-0.
Maybe a second timeout. They'll maybe call upon their coach if this continues in this route in the next couple.
This is the thing, right? What is this? The second full gun round so far in the first 7 rounds of play. So let's see if they can establish anything of the default right here.
What would be Voxem or Chad's response to being disrespected? Like, when I'm saying disrespected, I mean
no, it's happened to me many times.
Exactly.
Yeah, NIP did this to us. I think we got like 16 forward or something miserable.
In terms of adjustments, I mean, what can you say to the boys? Do something as a unit, default, and expect aggression?
You're going to have to use a bit more utility early to help clear out, like the mollies over towards the apartments, a nice pop flash or 2. You need to establish boiler and halls control first. You can go back to banana late if you'd like, but those key pieces of real estate, right? If people hear us casting from time to time, part of the protocols here for the T side of Inferno is to get banana control, to get boiler and halls control, and then to work on top mid. It doesn't matter which order you do so. Top mid normally comes after boiler and halls, but for banana you can always do that late. And once you have that, then you can start to operate. And the idea is what you're talking about, buying that respect, is to force them so that they're playing long, they're playing pit, they don't have all the information. And, well, Big have actually obliged. They haven't gone aggressive this time. They've actually gone for a change of their own. And
God, this utility damage, though, we will keep track of that. I feel like I've seen Godsent catch a nade almost every round. Big have been farming in that respect. Now, look at that stack.
We've made it to the 45-second mark with everybody alive, so this is a change for Godsent.
Yeah, I mean, not necessarily by their own doing.
Keto's pushing again, though.
He's decided he wants some and finds it as well. That's a necessary trade. Taco with his first. 4v4, 30 seconds. Barton in the apps, they are committing to this. The rotate's not on. It's a 2-2 split of their defense. Tizian, that's a lovely little pop. Taco gobbles it. Barton blind. 18, this crossfire's poked in the smoke is great. He can peek over the top of it. And an easily contestable plant over the top. Oh. And that's a dunk. A is open just in the nick of time. And a favorable one for Godsent. Bomb has been planted. Just have to avoid that Searson AWP. And this is Godsent's first.
Going for it.
Yeah.
Thompson's having a look.
Dumal obliges. He's so vulnerable. A wallbang or a headshot will work wonders. Quick response. Taco activates for the double. And Searson likely to save this. He's not going to be given the frags he desires. Walking on in. He wants to clear his close graveyard. No time for this. And that's the end of him. Might even have a T-AWP if they desire. Doesn't look like that's the case, but that was a 4K, I believe.
Yeah, it was. Taco getting on the board in a big way here. That's his first 4 kills, the in-game leader. The veteran of the squad stepping up in a massive way. And I was just having a look at that utility damage you were talking about. Tabson leading the charge, 286 utility damage already.
It's round 8.
Yeah, 102 for Gade and 84 for Keto. So Tabson is the one who tends to get juggled those nades. But massive stuff for Taco here. It's what the boys needed. The up and over there on the way into the side. It looked like that hold from Big was good, but they answer back, and Big's money already looking a little bit shaky here. Get one more gun round out of them at most before the finances come into question. So Godsent, they bought that respect they were looking for, and no more cheeky, aggressive business out of Big here.
Yeah, and Big Clan are going to do their best to demonstrate the real power of the nade drop change here on Inferno.
Yeah, this is it, right? The CT side
there it is. Was that a Tabson special?
Of course it was.
He's got another one ready. It's a go, Dumal. puts him to bed. Great find.
And the B-bomb site's open. Just unfortunately, they don't know that.
If they did, they would have a wealth of nades as well to keep them locked out. They're all there.
They've allowed the rotation to come in, and with that CT smoke, Gade will have to be aware that there could be something on the other side. Back towards A they go. Tizian, the next man to take contact here over towards short.
Yeah, smoke might be disrespected, Tizian. Trajectory betrays him. They know mid likely unmanned.
Is Phelps going to creep this smoke here?
That's what Searson's waiting for. Says in the right place, aggression in the mid, and Searson does find his target. Phelps was the first, and that wasn't far off the mark.
Bomb's going B.
They are charging, and only one remains.
They know Keto was pit.
He knows it's possible he'll get a late peak mid. The timing, however, does favour Keto to close this gap with an element of surprise. He won't be heard, but he'll... Oh. He will be, and that's with a knife out. Not the end. My friend, Dumao, a quad kill of his own. Just taking it in turns now. A great catch onto Tabson, but he builds into it with 4.
Well, that's individuals in back-to-back rounds stepping up to get Godsent on the board and have broken the majority of the players of Big's bank balance here. You got Searson, 4.4, Tabson. Well, he had about the same, and I think it will just be a light investment knowing the way the Big like to approach these rounds. But if you're Big, the rounds that were working were more forward plays, more aggressive, more in your face. So if a timeout is taken in the next, just to have that conversation, we might see them return to that type of a play because it was finding them a lot of success here. As soon as they went passive into the default play, gave Godsent that respect we were talking about, that's where the Brazilians have been able to make this one work. So we know where the answers are for Big. But do they? 4 players towards A again, and a lot of pressure for Keto in that boiler room. Has a wealth of space to work with here as there's a banana-heavy default early. Barton tasked with the apartments push. Taco trying to cover any gaps he can. Spammed on through. Phelps crawling mid. Minute 10 on the clock, and just going through the paces here at Godsent. This is good to see.
Yeah, we're going to see a gamble stack as well. They decide to push most of their chips to the B side of the map.
Well, Godsent are making the right call here, so I don't know what Taco has worked out, but it is correct regardless. Flash over Banana, nobody home. That will instigate the push up and quickly towards A. It is just Keto. Deagle in the hand, needs a few.
Yeah, he's going to be cleared by Phelps here, and good crosshair placement to do so effectively. And a lovely little setup as well to stop this from being any sort of threat. They're just going to be throwing their bodies into the meat grinder of Phelps, and this crossfire is established with Taco. Oof, nice find from Tizian's Deeg. There is a rifle to retrieve, and it's defended effectively as well. Yeah, Searson coming in through the apps. A late arrival will have at least 1 for the stats, makes it 12. As he decides and thinks better of it.
Yeah, 1's enough. Back he goes. Actually copped a bullet through the wallbang right there. You don't see that paying off every day of the week, and Dumao finishes the round, so good to see Dumao getting going. But Phelps, right, I was talking about it before, we never really got to see him flourish to his full potential, and when you're in a team with Fur got the aggressive positions. Both players were hyper-aggressive, and on this very map, the two of them at once upon a time were both B defenders, and they would both just charge on down Banana and die, and then the rounds were over for the SK days. And then I don't know, I'm speculating here, I think either Fallen or the coach or whoever said, hey boys, can you stop pushing down Banana? And then I watched a game where neither of them went for Banana control at all. They both just sat at the B bomb site and got executed on every round, right? You're having 2 of the exact same player playing on the same bomb site. Not a recipe for success by any means, but I'm really excited to see what Phelps has, because he's an extremely talented player, and in this team, he is the star, right? He has to be. These youngsters, you need to buy them time. They've had this entire year to be practicing a lot in Europe. I know Jason was saying they were in North America as well, but they do have facilities because of Godsent in Sweden, I do believe. So they have had a lot of European practice.
Yeah, and if you follow their Instagram as well, it looks like those boys are having a whale of a time as a unit. Like, yeah. I mean, they're going to gun ranges, they're going out on adventures.
They have good people looking after them.
They do. It looks like they've been well looked after in Europe, and I'm sure that having a regular, scheduled practice on European soil is one of the many reasons why Godsent have managed to be rising so quickly and so consistently through their ranks.
Yeah, we know we get a little bit of resistance from teams from that part of the world, not Brazil per se, but the North American region, from like wanting to spend all their time in Europe. But unfortunately, the sacrifices that you have to make, right? This is it. If you want to be a top tier Counter-Strike team in the world, you have to make those sacrifices to spend time away. You know, you put this as the #1 priority. Everybody in life has to have their priority list. And if you want to be the best at an elite level discipline, it has to be your #1 focus. It goes hand in hand, right? I understand people who might want to spend more time at home, but then guess what? You're not going to be one of the best Counter-Strike teams in the world, are you? So it's a give and a take.
Yeah, well, yeah, there's always sacrifice in success. But it looks like our tech hitches have been resolved. It was nothing to get too concerned about. But Big Clan, they did manage to, if you did just tune in and you're wondering what's going on here, it looked like it was going to be very much a one-way street. And as I got to that 7th round, Godsent were given the gift of a more passive Big. Ever since then, they have, of course, conceded a couple of more lighter rounds as well. And a timeout actually called directly off the back of the tech. It's Big. They want to think this one through. I guess it's because of the numbers. They're not all ideal.
Oh, as far as the buy goes here, they should be able to get a relatively decent purchase with the Virtus.pro of the new M4. But the question mark right now is maybe NK getting on the mic, NKJ, the new coach over there for Big, just saying, hey, boys, when we were aggressive, we were winning. Maybe we get a bit more of that spice back in, because think about this. They've opted for 4-man A-leans and just leaving Tabson with a lot of utility. So cool, you're being geeky. You know, you're playing with the util, but you're not actually fighting for any control of the map. And Tabson, yeah, his utility stats look great, but if you can't deal with them, right, you can just chip away at them, you're not going to win the round.
They look great, but you are also doing the utility damage for the 3 people that are dropping you your HEs. True. So inflated, sure, but Alexi demonstrated just how powerful that could be. First, of course, 1,000 utility damage was the big clickbait thumbnail.
Speaking of Alexi, he's playing right now on the B stream against NIP. They're currently winning 7-3, so we're going to check that one out. Add a B to the end of the URL for this one. But here we go, there's a bit of aggression again.
Yeah, we're even squad streaming, I think, so you can even just click a button just beneath if you haven't dismissed it. Worth checking out all the same. Now, 90 seconds on the clock and not a single body dropped. That's a nice switch up.
Here we go. They're fighting for banana control now, not just utility.
And they've paid the price for it. Tabson down, and his friend Gade is locked on sandbags. They're going to be talking a lot now. The Brazilians want to punish this, at least considering it. No, have the nades. Latta was calling for a flash, and Gade actually calls it. Oh.
Wow, Dumao has been great in this banana position, right? With the Galil in earlier rounds, getting them off guard, and here's Sirison trying to level up the playing field. Orb is forward, bomb is dropped, and even more.
Yeah, the re-peek in the clear, he's got a good idea. Oh, no, he doesn't. Doesn't anticipate a second. Latta just tucked in the corner, and patience does prevail. We got a 2-man advantage here.
Yeah, they can really bide their time right now, Godson. If they get ahead of themselves, assuming the B rotation comes in, they might be lazy with this Tizian still on the site.
Yeah, he's not looking. Not looking at all. Oh, and he tracks Barton down. Godsent. Nothing behind that.
They're still committing A as well. Lato has the bomb. He's the last man into this, but Taco and Phelps are crawling into Tizian's.
The beauty of this smoke as well is it's a little one-way for the cold zero box. The crosshairs are elsewhere. Spotted. And Phelps does fell Tizian. Call that a 4th.
Well, you give them the respect and Godsent. They'll take it. Thank you very much, they say, as we're now looking at 6-4, and the best Keto can do is save this AWP for his primary AWPer.
What a switch up,
It's great. I think the thing is, you've also given the confidence to an individual like Dumao. Now that he's had a couple of rounds, he's like, okay, I can hit some shots. Yeah, we're playing Counter-Strike. I remember what we're doing now. And they're in it.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, I'm sure when someone sticks around in App's window for that pistol round, you're just like, oh no. And then it's followed up by every time you're lining up a nade, you're getting pushed through smokes. You're like, this feels horrible. Yeah. But the mindset's shaken off, and you know, not too late. The fact that we've already seen Godsent look competitive, looks like Dumao does have a little issue to resolve. And we'll be getting that one back underway in just a moment.
Maybe the same issue that Taco is just having here. So we'll get it fixed. Just, a couple of things you got to adjust when you're in this type of an environment. All good, all good. It didn't take long for Taco to fix it. It won't take long for Dumao either.
No, and we should probably recap because you may have missed the desk. They gave us some good talking points in terms of Godsent's mojo. Also just reminding us of the fact that they did qualify for Katowice. That's exciting.
Yeah, that one there, virtue of those EPT points. The ESL conference that they just played in, the Pro League conference that is, they just played in. Yeah, that was, they came third, but the third position still secured them a spot in Pro League. So that was really good. See, here's a B stream update for you. 8-3, T side of OG, their map choice of Inferno here, and things seem to be going quite swimmingly right now. It's a good half to have. We got Flames, cop on a nade right down the gullet there. And when we did watch NIP the other day, remember one of the keys for them was just the 3-man B stacks time and time again? I don't think we casted them. We were watching them. It was, we weren't casting that one, were we? You were breakdancing and I was wearing a suit, so. Another chicken on Chicken Watch.
Tech timeouts are a different discipline for these players. Everything, the dialogue, you just have to put a pin in it.
This is where I'd like to be in Furia. Like they always, remember when they first like burst onto our screens and they would always just sit there with their eyes closed and Gary would walk behind them and it was like he was, I don't know.
Guided meditation.
Yeah, it was always very interesting. Maybe a bit of hypnosis in there as well, but that'd be fun. You know, just close your eyes, chill on out. I reckon Dumao's pretty pumped. I saw him in the gym earlier today. You know, he's ready to go.
On the grind, on the grind.
All right, well, the tech issues have been resolved. Taco even says, sorry again, guys. It's not your fault, Taco. Don't worry about it, mate. We fix these things. We get it underway.
Yeah, for anyone that didn't pick up on it as well, probably one of the nicest human beings.
He's lovely.
In the scene. That's what Jason was alluding to. But I know sarcasm hasn't got to every facet of the globe yet.
Yeah, definitely not when you're not native in the tongue. Couple of HEs. Who would have thunk it for Big? Let's see. Can they be heat-seeking missiles? Couple in the belly. Bullets through and AWP down.
Yeah, and now Tapson picks it on up. Decides it's his turn to shine. He's no slouch on the AWP.
No, Tapson can do it all. He's like a German army knife.
Less popular, but equally as effective.
Yeah, the brand didn't take off.
Yeah, no, not quite.
The boiler boost.
I've seen Jax do absurd things from this very position with that very weapon. Oops, Thompson. Toasty toes. Bartin looking the wrong way and vulnerable. This could go wrong and hasn't. There's still a chance on Tizian's Deeg. A quick bang to Bartin and Thompson's AWP has filled the feed as well. A double so far, but you can see his position implies a priority of maintaining that AWP.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? You'd love to get stuck in, but those smokes completely denying any more AWP picks in the mix. And the loss bonus is there where he could have had just enough, but I think they want to make sure they have the AWP with all the goodies behind it, the armor, the nades, everything like that, and Gade will do his best to hold on to this AK as well. Not too shabby to have that in his hands, but this is a game right now, 6-5. Godsend's pick. T-half looking good. And they will be getting away with this one. Just a matter of keeping everybody alive. Take a quick little stock, bit of inventory right now as Godsend will get the round win bonus here to add to their bank balances. Lato is going to be looking, he's getting close to that 10k mark. Phelps is going to be doing the same. He'll be needing to look for a bit of a rebuy. But they have a few purchases in them right here, and this is starting to look good. Warming into this. Playing some big boy Counter-Strike Godsend here. And it did get a little bit sketchy there for a moment in mid. You get that flyover view of Taco's bullets while blind, trying to find their target. But here we go. That saved AWP will get back into the hands of Sirison. Full util. Everything that Big need, but they haven't been able to find their footing ever since the aggressive plays on the CT side stopped. They haven't been able to get them to work again, and they've definitely tried them.
Yeah. Well, we just witnessed that. Yeah, a couple of openings by virtue of that. Oh,
he's going to get flashed through, or is he just going to creep through?
Yeah, he's up and mantled, so he's actually going to be emerging on the other side of the old car.
Oh, perfect. As it fades, the molly lands, so somebody would have been running back into Phelps' line of sight there, right? As that molly hit the deck, so you can see the intention looking for a pick, but it'll keep this 3-man B stack from Big early very busy.
Cade, nothing to report on his first swing. The nade, perfect.
Oh, they're going A quick here. You can see the util being thrown top mid. I thought they were going to get a move on with the banana presence that's coming back, and maybe they are.
Good counter, Molly. You can see that will buy time. Bit too deep on that smoke. Barton will have to expose himself to Balk, though. Searson in prime position.
Phelps has found a gap over towards Arch here.
Yeah, he can slip it. Might be a priority. Big frag. Huge. Barton
Wait for Phelps, boys.
Yeah, he could pause, and Phelps can again provide. Searson's gone. It's all onto Tizian, and one will be enough. Barton having impact this round as well.
What an entry that was.
Yeah,
Just through the smoke, straight for that balcony kill. What a frag.
And knowing as well, from the trajectory alone and his own understanding of the game, there's at least 1-2 eyes that can be drawn towards you on that Balk swing. But undeterred, some serious conviction behind his crosshair, and knocks him for 6. Lovely stuff.
And that was huge from Phelps as well, right? Taking that risk through the arch smoke. Last time he got punished doing it. This time, right? The deal with that smoke that you see land towards Moto, as an arch AWPer, which Searson had to make 2 choices. Do I stay isolated in library or arch where I can't help my team if it is an A execute, or do I play on the other side of it and give up the arch side? Well, he gave up the arch side, and that was the undoing. That entry, it needed to come in. Oh, and this hunt for Taco, he's having it. Look, Tabson, way too ready for that one. 110 ADR for Tabson here, having a bit of a good game. But no dramas. They can throw away a rifle or 2 there. Godsent, the cash is all good.
Yeah, 6-0 goes 6-6. And we'll see this one again. Look,
knocks him for 6. Look at that.
Yeah, exactly. And he sticks around for more as well. You can see getting a second as well.
Good stuff. It's great to see, the next generation, because obviously there's so much Counter-Strike going on at the Tier 2s, the Tier 3s, even the amateur levels, and you can't watch it all. It's impossible. So it's great to see Godsent, who have been a team working their way up the ranks, getting to this point. But here's Phelps again. He's in the smoke one more time, chipped away at.
I think Gade's going to have another go.
Oh, everyone's blind. The molly's there. The pick too.
Oh, it's nearly both.
He's in the molly.
Both. He gets away with it. Phelps and Dunal combine, and that same maneuver pays off in a huge way. Now, Taco's got the bomb. He's going to be throwing it away. Oh, he's ready. And he doesn't lose the bomb.
That's massive.
A calculated maneuver from Taco, and this one just falls apart for Big Clan, as will their mental. You can't go from feeling like you can do no wrong to not doing anything right without getting a little salty. For the first time this game, Godsent will take the lead.
And thank Mr. Taco very much. The first round they got on the board, he had 4 kills. Dumal, the man closest to the screen right here, backed it up with 4 of his own in the following, and every single round after that has just continued to fall their way. Big. Under the pump now.
Yeah, and I mean, when I was talking about Big Clan, when I was trying to write those scripts, over in Copenhagen, the conversation I ended up landing on constantly was just how many close but no cigar scenarios can they have in tournaments and games where before they don't believe anymore.
Well, remember they've been labeled as the gatekeeper, so what does that mean if Godsent beat them?
That they have broken through the gate, and that this is a magnificent way to end a hard year of sacrifice.
Yeah, definitely so. This shows, right, that the hard work that they've been putting in all year, grinding through the lower tier of tournaments, they've come to an IEM. If they're able to get themselves into the playoffs with this win right here, that's fantastic for these boys. What a year it will have been. Pro League, a playoff of an IEM, it's looking better and better.
And the comparison was drawn to Furia, but I can't help but also see just a little bit of the idea, a Hobbit-esque of this Taco transition going into this leadership role. Apex as well, the transition from accepting his fate as someone that has to start taking a different role.
Oh, I love what Taco's done here.
Yeah.
I think this is great. I
went shopping for talent.
Ted, and they understood the climate, whereas some of his counterparts, they haven't done so.
Yeah, exactly. He was honest to himself. And it's working beautifully.
The only man here.
Yeah, he's looking for nades. Oh, and Keto's flank could have weight. 2 of them. Look at this. The pincer movement.
Very fast.
There is a lot of CT presence very early. The bomb not down. Dumao down. Tizian as well contributes. Not going to be easy now for the T's. The bomb's still not planted and the smokes will fade. Now, at least, it's ticking in their favor. Digits punched. A single flash on Barton. And there it goes. Nothing gained. Phelps needs to hit headshots now, and it's a hard clear because you know that AWP will swing on in.
Oh, Tizian's mollying right backside now.
That's the frag. He had to deliver, unable to do so, and they'll just pick him apart. 1 by 1, they fall, and now Barton needs to farm, only the first. And finally, Big Clan break their silence. A 7-round run from Godsent. Ends in round 14.
Yeah, and that right there was quite quick on the flank. That's what that came down to, right? Catching them off guard. The opening kill goes their way. The pool player of Lato only gets 1 and then isolated on the side. No wiggle room, no utility left over to make anything possible there. So Big finally getting something done here. Now it's all about who's going to win the half. You can see just how quick that is. Look at him straight up. The trade's coming out. And yeah, the mollies was good. There was nobody towards triple box there, but it meant that they didn't have to worry about it when they swung out. So process of elimination was unfortunate for Phelps.
Doom out, warp out. Get to see him whip that towards an opening. Searson run boosted across and not going to be exposing himself yet. Keto needs this, and the second trade is there. So nice from Barton to at least maintain the 4v4.
Taco can pull the strings from the grave right now, and they might want to take a little bit of pace out of this round here, Godsend. Wait and see what comes next. Gade top banana over towards the sandbags. Tabson about to lob out some utility of his own here. Very deep.
Oh, lovely. You can see what that did to him. The angle alone let Phelps preparing for a different angle, and they do work together perfectly. Doomal from Nade alone is down to 2 HP. Molly and Nade, various intervals. That's looked bang on the money to me. And they clear. Big find their footing. And Doomal down. All right, we'll call it an 8-7-half. Big do leave with the win, but we've got a game here. Godsend, they are riding the highest of highs. Pro League, Katowice. Can we make it an IEM playoff?
Yeah, it's already dropped. Yep, I'm going.
2 of them here.
Quickly disrupted and leaving us at an 8-7-half. We've swapped sides. Now this is Inferno, and it has been a testing time for the Godsend boys. Run down initially, Big Clan adapting eventually. We're ready for our second half. I say we, I'm Machine. I'm hanging out with Spun J.
Hey, hey, hey.
That's like a sideshow.
Sideshow Bob.
Bob, is it Bob?
Yeah. Curly hair.
Bob Simpson.
Serial killer.
Yeah, that's the one.
And mid push.
Yeah, and this is very vogue right now. Lots of CT teams like to open up with aggression. You're going to see why. If that doesn't go... Oh my god, Sisson's hitting him long range. Taco just copped a big dink, and okay, Tizian. He's already finished and cleared mid. Now, Gade's right there for the ride, and Taco's hearing all of this. 2v2, but with some serious info to work with. Rotate's on its way, and they'll have to play retake. Default plant at least in sight, not so much exposed to short.
No kit for this.
Oh, and they've got a smoke on Gade. Look at his utility. He didn't even need to use it due to the aggressions.
This is going to be very hard right now.
Yeah, I mean...
Taco's going to have to bait here for Dumao big way.
Dumao's got good clicks. Bait, as you discussed. No one's going to give it to him. And that's exactly what Big Clan needed. Both of them finding the shots necessary. A double out of Tizian eventually. And Big Clan can be proud of that, because that was very close to spiraling. If it wasn't for Tizian just wrapping things up neat and tidy, the mid-aggressions could have gone south.
Yeah, Searson there with both pistol rounds having huge impact right here. He has grabbed another 2 kills if you missed the CT side pistol, who was instrumental in that window room. So great stuff there from Big to net the second. But sticking true to form is Godsent here, going for another 4-spy. Now, the 4 spies they had in the first half, they looked promising, but then it all kind of fell apart. See if they can make this a little bit more costly here. As the flash on over, Barton will establish himself down mid with the scout. Taco pushing to bench as well and is going to have some company here. Tizian up through second mid. Searson over towards the chicken pit, and it's getting awkward.
Oh, he needed that. Searson has maybe saved the round. That would have been bomb and a man advantage. Admittedly, both of them are low. You can see Taps and Searson, 17 points of health between the two of them, now advancing towards A with pace. Smoke's already sailing through 3 to be precise, and the rotate in as well. Coming through that smoke potentially. Gade posturing for it. Here comes the commit. Hard clear and a good shot. The Deagle of Dumao needs more. Tracking's hard. Gade is better. The Viking feels the feed, and this one peters out into a 10th. Just Lato and his armored Deeg.
Probably do his best to hold on to this, by the way. I don't know if you want to risk giving everything up, because next round will have to be the full economical scenario. So
why not have a bit of punch to it?
Yeah, at least have the meat cleaver in your hands. He also has a flash, so let's just kind of spitball. You know, you could do a Coffins flash play over towards B. You could go for another one of those mid flashes that they just did. I liked what they did there to establish mid presence, right? They allowed Big to get into chicken pit or to work their way up mid a little bit, and then they flashed on over. Scout picks from the short side. Taco comes on down. He gets that early kill. Maybe we're looking at a different round here, but not to be the case. The low HP of Searson and Taps, and they get away with murder. And 4 stay alive for Big here, so sailing to double digits.
I'm going to have to give Taco a talking to. I think the fact he's let Lato have no Deagle skin. I'm sure he's got a couple of spares.
Do you think Taco is controlling the skins of his teammates?
I'm just saying he's probably got a couple of spares. He's been playing this game a long time. He's probably got a nice little, like, I'm trying to think of like a mediocre Deagle skin.
Well, not the Blaze.
No,
everyone likes the Blaze.
Everyone likes the Blaze and the
Prince Stream.
Yeah,
those are probably the two most
There's that new
popular.
super nice flamboyant, like
the one that's very colourful, like a bit like a tie-dye shirt. I think you know, he could just be cool like that. I'm pretty sure Liege only has like 2 knives and he doesn't have any other skins. So.
Yeah, and they're all like vanilla knives, and that's a very quick resolution to our anti-eco from Big. They've handled it cleanly.
Yeah, I really like this more flary, aggressive-looking Big. I hope this is the ways that they stays with NK as the coach here, because you're getting the most out of Searson. 20 kills for him right now. Tabson with 14. And it feels like they're backing themselves a bit more. One of the key things that this is probably an analyst desk conversation, so I might just save it for an eco, or yeah, we'll save it. We'll put a bit in it. We might return to it. No need to get into it now. Let's set our sights here on the first gun round of this second half. Round number 19 is. Well, silenced M4s across the board here, Alex. Not a single M4A4 in sight. Diffuse kit for Dumao. Plenty of mollies. We'll count 4. Smokes 2, and away we go. They've all opted for head armor other than Dumao here, so curious with the AKs on the other side of things, but the Dink will help them with the FAMAS and the Galil, or the Galol.
I love this pop flash, and Searson's in a really forward angle.
Ooh.
Can't track him. Barton's lucky to have gone away. Tizian was close as well, so they've forced some util out, and great damage. Yeah, Dumao, at least a response from Big in the form of the nade. Both, tagged up. Searson's just opened up mid.
Barton's here, though.
Yeah, and they're going straight off the flash. What a shot out of Searson.
Oh, he's looking good.
This is the AWP to be feared.
Searson,
very flashy as he farms a third Searson knocks down Godsent. A peg, maybe even two. They're going to just have to once again accept their fate. And it's all through some very aggressive AWPing.
I think here I wouldn't mind even a bit of a hunt right now. You can see Tizzy and tabseN already down towards the base of Banana here. Gage starting to work towards Library. Searson's been holding this arch side the entire time. They will hunt because you consider the bomb. It's not even halfway ticked just yet, and there's some pace about this. Util has been sounded. Lato and Dumal need to defend.
No longer for the round, but for their pride and their effectiveness in the next. Tizian first, and there's the dink onto one. Dumal, days are numbered here. Searson might very well find his fourth if tabseN does and beat him to the punch. Good find. He's alive and gets away. So one of the M4s at least is preserved. Finances stretched thin, and Big Clan managing to accrue a 12th. This is the Searson frags. We get to see them again. A great shot onto Phelps, and you can see just how quick he was onto Barton in the off angle as well. So he is one to be feared. As was Dumal in that first half. This was how that first half started. It's worth reminding you. Admittedly, of course, the sides have swapped, but Big Clan, two incredibly strong starts. We saw Virtus.pro demonstrate versus Gambit that those aren't always indicative of how the game will finish, always either overtime or a full 30 rounds in that game. And of course an 8-7 half was the response from Godsent. So let's see, round 20, will Godsent get off to the starting mark now?
Yeah, it's going to be quite hard here considering this is likely just going to be a half investment, I would imagine. Yeah, you can see them equipping a little bit late here. So the call coming as that freeze time expires, and it is going to be Deagles with some smokes. And if you keep those choke points smoked off and maybe Big take a little bit too long, that would be the best bet here. I'm actually boosted up towards top Banana. Lato just holding onto a fallen flash to allow them to peek. And they haven't seen a whole lot. So retooling, regathering, and working their way with the rotations back over towards A. But we're so early in the round here, Big can really do whatever they want. But this would be a great way to get the engine started. And in the first half, it was Taco's 4K. And does anybody else have a little bit of an individual moment up their sleeves? Big is being cautious about this. Wall bangs, nades, mollies, just clearing out all the close corridors and corners. And now regrouping into the bottleneck of top mid. Smokes are being lined up. Barton, Taco, and Lato. With the Deagles equipped. Dumal in the wrong place at the wrong time as the arch smokes drop. And oh, this is about to get very difficult. Creepy crawly around the arch side. Action on A any minute.
Yeah, and that library side can arrive late, or rather arch side. They're in. Anyone capable of kicking them out? Barton's dig. Oh, and Lato's. Oh, Keto just evades. It just extends play. Great from Gade. And now Dumal. He's been handed something he can manage, you know. He's coming up mid quick.
Got the kid as well. May as well give this one a crack. Lost bonus he can buy next round.
Why not? Oh, if he's jumping for that gate, you know, you are susceptible to a pinpoint tap. Dumal, crawl in. Gade could expose himself at any moment. By the time it gets the info, ready for pit, ready for pit. Going up and over, and Searson, he's not having any of it, is he, today?
No, he's having a great game. He is having an absolute great game, and this is the thing. All eyes on Big. The question mark has been about firepower, because when Big look good, it's tabseN and Searson playing well. They have to play well, right? It's like when we talk about Vitality. If you wanted Vitality to beat Na'Vi, right, let's talk about the complete upper echelons of Counter-Strike, the Mega Elite. Zyru has to be a superstar, right? Well, for Big to win, Searson has to play to top-tier Searson level. And we're getting that out of him right here, right now. But Phelps AWPing, this is one of the things that Godsent is quite curious with. Literally any player in the team can AWP based on their position. Had that from the horse's mouth of Taka when I had him on the podcast a month or two ago. So you're going to see different AWPers on different maps, different sides.
I mean, I'm sure that gives the players a lot of confidence. Freedom can be quite liberating.
Well, so can top mid control at a minute 20. This is very quick.
Yeah, and that indicates the commitment, especially with Searson relieving the pressure of long. They can just walk up. It's a leisurely stroll. The counter smoke. Well, actually, no, that is a T smoke. Might want to walk through that eventually, but they've got full arch CT control. You can see the hesitance in Lato's maneuver. He knows it's lost.
Waiting for an info play here from Godsent, but they're just staying stoic in pit.
Oh, the
barrel.
He didn't see him. Lato will catch. That is a real intervention from the heavens.
Hito's still at T-stairs right now. Bigger, a bit strung out on this one.
Yeah, Tizian, what a tap onto Barton. Such reserved, ice-cold plays. Now we see Doom out at least return the favor. 3v3, Taco Pit. They're both staring at him if he can just survive. Hand off the keyboard for this one. 30 seconds, time continues to tick, and Taco does expose, catches the head of Gade, and Tabson's down too. Godsent have found the footing for their first CT round.
Oh lordy, Quito in a 1-on-3, 20 seconds left, and peppered away out from the site, getting it going again. 5 out the gate from Big, but finally, Godsent, they get going. So if you can combine the start of the halves here, we're talking 11 rounds that Big have had ushered in with pistol rounds, conversions, gun rounds before Godsent have even gotten going. So if they can now keep that same pressure as the first half, we might get them up to double digits any time.
Yeah, and do you buy into the psychology as well? Like, for example, Lato just, had a really nice little deagle round close, but now he's immediately come in, looking sharp on the rifle in the follow, and gets 3 on that rifle.
Yeah, you can definitely earn yourself confidence, right? Just to remind yourself what you can do here. It's the same pixels for everybody.
Yeah. Just depends how close you are to how many you can see. Now, Lato spoke of the devil. He's actually relocated to be here. And him and Dumao, whoa, completely caught. A necessary trade from the grave.
They're running him down.
Yeah, they are. And he's ready for it. Count caught on the mantle. Lato is activated. Huge play from the Brazilian. A double, but that may not stop the cross. They're just going. And Taco needs this. He tracks them.
Dink as well.
Gade is booked. He's got 6 HP.
Oh, he can run to A right now. The rotation, very heavy from Godsent here. Everybody's run on over, and Taco did see 2 of them before the smoke came up. Gade, free run in towards the A site. Bomb should go down, no dramas.
Okay.
Wait, Phelps is going to get that to library. Not in time, the bullet just stray.
Yeah, and they'll all take that extra cash. Quite the gift from Gade, given the response out of Godsent. The 6 HP, 1v3. Asking too much of him. They knew likely pit and graveyard side. You've had Phelps posted up for his maneuver short. So they have a pretty good idea as to where he's coming from, and they could finish it with incendiary. They could finish it in so many different ways. A high flash looks good. Gade has vision.
Smoke might help.
Oh, the time is getting awkward. I'm actually a bit nervous.
Smoke might help him here.
Okay. Okay, Taco saved us.
Oh, it's Tai Lu the other day we had keeping it down to those retakes of the final seconds. Unfortunately, Tai Lu have been eliminated here, so Godsent are doing their best impression.
Oh yeah, man, that was a different, that was
an oddball game, wasn't it?
It was Counter-Strike like I've never seen it.
Yeah, well, we're having a little bit of a look right now, and even with that plan, it isn't going to entice Big into a buy. And you've heard me talk about these weird financial decisions. I was talking to Carrigan about this the other day, actually, and the buying patterns are Big. It makes it a little bit odd because when you would be expecting a purchase, like right now, look at the residual cash left over. Sirius 4.2, 3.3 on Tabson, Gabe with 4.8. This could have been a buy round, right? They really could have gone for a buy round here, so they're just going to try and see what they can get away with up mid.
Yeah, the pace might be the undoing of this
arch side
squad. They went for an early arch, and yeah, the flashes are good enough. Admittedly, 1 down, but sight lost. Nade caught, default plan. And Barton's just slowly racking him up.
They got plenty of utility for the retake because of the setup they've opted for here. So if Godsent have drilled their retakes onto A, they should be good for this. Bomb, about 10 seconds
this
gone.
This was great from Gade. He'll just get info. He's not going to take the shot. Taco did too, and that'll do. Need another. Can't adjust. Tizian and Tabson partnering up for the 2v5. Nah. Tabson says as he gets another headshot. Just up to him, and he does it. What a recovery. Oh my, a half buy. And that's all they need. Big Clan break the hearts of Brazilians around the world.
I can't believe they got away with that. The fact that they picked the path of least resistance in a round like that, there was nobody playing over towards A. Everybody was on that arch side. Barton's getting multiple kills through the smoke, and Tabson, the smoke criminal, just coming around, finally locking him out. And that is Godsent now on a bit of a battered by themselves. 3 FAMI and an M4 with an AWP. No kit. Little bit of light util for some.
Oh, when that pays off, that must just be euphoric.
Yeah, because even if they had lost that round, there would have been so much cash to splash in the next, and now they're in the driver's seat. Win this round, you win the game.
It's not even just a driver's seat. I think it's like fur, lining, and they've got all the extra bits and bobs. Oh, fast flash, Phelps one. And done. Keto knocking them down. Doom out. Forced to watch as a likely 15th manifests. Hail Mary, wall bangs, yeah. And we just discussed the finances, right? This has gone from promising to disastrous in a blink of an eye.
Yeah, the comeback was riding itself for Godsend here, but now as the orb falls, Sirison finds Phelps, and Taco, he's hanging around to see if he can pick up that 47.50, and he's getting chipped away at too. They know that it's a prized possession, and you're not getting that. Sirison's elevated angle just leaves Barton the one man standing. And that is going to hurt for Godsend. Those little details, right? The finest of margins, losing to a round like that. The thing is, you could have probably gotten away with it if you hadn't already lost both pistols. If you hadn't already started with combined halves together, 11 rounds down. And this should be big, sailing to success. We have Mirage just around the corner. But we still have one more round that Big need to find. We're talking 3.1 at the high end for Phelps. And, oh, about 2K. 2.9, I think, at the bottom end. So MP9s, Famouses, D-Eagles. There's still a smile on the face right here. I think that was a smile from Barton. I'm not sure. Oh, we're not live. This is what we call a false start. I'm sure you all watched the Olympics.
The worst one was the triathlon. Just because everyone gets all wet.
That's right. You jump in the water.
Just watch everyone jump in, and then it's just someone like swims half a kilometer before they even know. Because
it's so in the zone.
You can't tap someone on the shoulder, you know, and just
hey,
go,
mate.
Hey, dude, I know you heard the gun.
Yeah.
I know you're in the water. Just do it again.
Off you go. Off you get back on.
Towel off.
Yeah. Do you dry off?
I don't know. Maybe I don't know where I was going with that. I was going to say maybe the water aids with the streamlining.
Oh yeah.
Doesn't make sense.
No.
Okay, it's all right.
But you're climatized.
You are?
You know what the temperature's like.
Yeah, maybe
you're
that would
prepared.
Maybe it'd help. Yeah, the muscles be engaged and the lactic acid.
Maybe. You and I talking about anything physical. Two of the most sedentary individuals.
I went to the gym today. I didn't bring gym shorts, right?
So what were you going? You were in jeans?
I went in a full pair of dress trousers. These ones, my stretchy dress pants.
Why don't you get Bessie on the line? Send the runner out.
Yeah, dude, I can't leave.
I had to ask for underwear today.
Did you?
Yeah.
I just don't want to be.
I didn't get acknowledgement.
I don't want to be that guy.
I didn't want to be that guy either. Oh wait, I did get acknowledgement just now, actually.
Nice. Can I have some boxes, please?
Yeah, I said, if possible, could I please get a whatever pack of boxer briefs?
Yeah, a boxer brief, man. A man of taste, man of culture, support and style.
Do you remember back? Oh, maybe you didn't have it, but remember like the more silky, the more like satiny type boxers.
Well, the ones that are like kind of pajamas. Like the more fabricy ones.
No, they're. I don't know.
Yeah, the short. Those are the shorts.
The
boxer shorts.
No, it's a little
loosey goosey.
They're a bit different to that.
All right. Have you ever had a full set of pajamas?
Me mum.
Yeah.
Me mum, she sent me some pajamas. I think she sent me like SpongeBob pajamas or something, like last year.
Were they feety pajamas? Like full?
No. But I didn't. I
would pay good money though.
I hope she's not listening. I put them on and took a photo and sent them to her, and I haven't worn them since. It was just, it's just thanks, mum.
Yeah.
You have to do that, guys. Even as a 32-year-old man, you still have to keep up appearances.
Yeah, my mum, with a similarly kind-hearted gesture, sent me a pack of my favourite sweets all the way to Germany.
Okay.
But they're just incredible. It's a very heavy bag of sweets. So she ended up spending some absurd amount of postage to send me a pack of £1 sweets.
You want to cop this, right?
Go on.
So for those who don't know where this accent is from, it's from Australia. My mum sent me an entire package of like Australian
goodies,
snacks, and she sent it to Malta. And we're never home. And it got to Malta. They keep it for 10 days and they sent it back. I wasn't even there to get it. But final round of play here, round number 25, unless Godsend have something to say. An aggressive apartment push here. Phelps, Barton paired up. Taku over towards short. Dumao and Lato to lock down B. And this is a scrappy buy at best.
Yeah, this is a great molly for their setup as well. Whistles past the face of Phelps. Barton activated.
Huge.
A massive double.
And an AK.
Yeah, he might even have a second to throw to his mate. So that's 2 AKs. And Tabson has cleared B. Or at least top banana. There is another there.
Lato needs to hold them at the gate here.
Yeah, but they're ahead of the smoke, dude. He's going to get run down. Ooh, Fountain spotted out. Tabson's got eyes like a hawk. How many other birds of prey can you mention? Like a red kite.
Oh, the Vultures have the AK in the hands of Barton here, but no defuse kit. Oh, wow, that's a scorcher. Barton with a round here. He wants them all. 2 to find.
Oh, but it's so hard to break. Tabson proves it. Taco coming in, and he's made it very clear where he's coming from. Bomb half gone. No kit.
Oh, and the boost as well. Even if he smokes them off, they'll have vision. No time, no time.
Yeah. He's just going to have to throw his body in. Big plant to take it. That's Godsend's pick. It goes the way of the favorite. And we're ready ourselves for battle on Mirage. A new flavor to the Big Clan boys. Not only on this one with their aggression. Searson at the top of the table. And Mirage could very well be the last of the day. We'll check it out. We'll break it down. And we'll be back.
Maybe not. Backside, maybe.
CT, right?
He's right click. He's right click. Harry! Oh!
Nice, actually.